Hello! Hello, everybody. Yes, a duck being. This is my froggy chair room. Putting the creepy back in creepy. You know, I try. Somebody last week was saying I wasn't creepy enough, so, you know. Sealed to contain its power. Yes. I have a fuzz in my mouth. Live from the Giggle Club. Yes. I summoned it here, although these aren't very like, these are more like runes than like magic symbols. I don't know. Look, there's a symbol for pie over here. And some boobies. There are boobies. Do you see? Inappropriate. Stream banned, yes. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Here's the cursed room. Everybody loves this room. This is our favorite room. So. It's not so bad, right? Look, I got a Brewster. It's not so bad in here. Right? Look. Oh, I forgot to take my stockings down. But I can't reach them, so you can't come eat. All of this is display food only. No, I never went back and edited my my Tim Porpins. Actually, the last time I went and tried to do some of that DLC, which was pretty recently, I was like, oh, an animal I want. I can't remember who it was. Oh, one of the sexy cats. I saw her and I was like, oh, I want her on my islands. So I went to start work for the day and they were like, hey, you gotta make a restaurant. And then like 3 hours later, I finally got to make her house. Not worth it. Look at this guy, he's in the basket. Because I ran out of wall space. I feel it. He looks like a carrot. More food than last time? Yeah, there is. And that's not even all of it. Look! Oh yeah, you can't even get into the kitchen anymore because I had to put some of this over here. It's turnip salad! Isn't that nice? Turnips and tomatoes. Sounds just delicious. I have another turnip dish somewhere over here. Where is it? Turnip. Wait, where is it? Do I not? Maybe I don't. Oh wait, no, that's chowder. I can't find it. I'm sure it's here somewhere. Anyway, yeah, this is my, what did she say? It was LaBelle came and I had to make an outfit that screamed entertainer, I think? It's stink lines, not steam. No. I keep my room at a balmy 95 degrees. So that all the food is semi-warm, but not warm enough. It's not actually up to temp. You actually would get sick very quickly off this food. Don't worry about it though. Remember to stretch. Ah, yes, sorry. I'm gonna stretch with one arm today. I can't stretch my left arm over my head because I got my COVID booster the other day and it's sore. Very nice mold temps, yes. Yummy, yummy mold. I don't think I have any... Oh no, I do have something, but I never finished it. Thank you. The live letter... Oh. This is kind of freaky in its own way. So, my upstairs has a bed. Right? and we can watch the island. Is that okay, you think? I think it's probably fine. I don't think it's creepy at all. It's totally normal. Don't worry about it. It hasn't seemed to have messed me up, the booster. I seem okay. I was really sleepy, but that was probably because I didn't sleep enough. But I mean, I only got it like 28 hours ago or so. As far as the live letter goes, all I know about it is that we're supposed to go over the next 10 years of content or whatever, what we're going to be headed into in Final Fantasy XIV. So I'm not really sure what to expect. I guess we're probably going to hear about the next, maybe the 24-man raid series, and like our next dungeon maybe? I don't know. I have no idea. It's such a like clean slate for them to just go into whatever. System changes? Maybe, yeah. I have no room on the ground floor and then nothing upstairs except a bed and illegal monitoring equipment. Don't worry about it. It's totally legal. I'm the mayor? No. I'm the only human on this island. They're not gonna stop me, okay? Man, I heard, look. Wait, no, that's not the one. This one. Look, my shovel matches! Isn't that nice? Look! I'm so color coordinated! I think my slingshot also matches. Yep. What about this? Oh, and my fishing rod! Well, hardly. Anyway. My island hasn't changed much. Don't worry about that, okay? I don't have ants. It was just a trick of the light. No. Ahem. Final Fantasy XIV is being rolled into Final Fantasy. Oh! Final Fantasy 16, yes. I'm gonna have to turn this down so that we can actually hear the live letter. I don't remember how I did it last time. Yes. I am very excited to see where the story goes. Hmm? Final Fantasy XIV housing NFTs? Oh god. Really? A Cap'n Island where they all dropped Zodiac pieces? That's cool. Oh, it's almost Mardi Gras, so all the festival stuff is happening. That's what all this is, I guess. I haven't visited my shops today. Oh, no, I know. I have that set up. I mean, like, volume-wise. Sorry. I have to turn the volume for Animal Crossing down so that we can hear the live letter. I can't remember if I did it in my capture card settings or somewhere else. This is something that I should have troubleshot before stream, but it did not happen because I was working up till the last minute, basically. Ah! Ugh! I can't drink. I can't drink out of containers. I always spill on myself. A real streamer way to do it on the fly? Yeah. Scuffed stream, let's go. Anyway. I don't think she's selling anything I want today, but we'll see. Hard to do with a bottlenose snout. I know, it just leaks out the corners! The lack of lips. Why is it a magenta fox? That's what I want to know. Imagine not having lips. All right. Oh, fancy. There's really nothing here I want though. Bear costumes. Simple visiting kimono. I guess it's cute. Is it springtime now? I don't want this though. Hold on. I'm gonna check. From what I've seen, the live letter's not started up at all yet. Oh. Still not. Do we know if it's streaming? It's gonna be streaming on YouTube too, right? Oh, dang! Thank you for the 10 gift subs, dang Jerry. Jeez. Imagine not having drip. Hey. Unless you're saying, I have lots of drip because look at me. I'm very drippy. Pre-show is going? You think? Or you thought? Yeah, I am an aquatic mammal. That's right. Old drippy. Oh, God. No. Oh, look at these mixed tweed socks. I thought they were supposed to be sparkly, but I guess maybe not. You know, like the fabric that's like, it's like furry almost. Oh my God. It was big in the 2000s. You could get like those weird scarves. No, not velvet or suede. Oh man, hold on. No, not fleece. Oh God. Oh God. I'm gonna find it. Oh, it just feels awful. It was like stretchy because it was like a knit. And it was like stretchy and it was like plasticky feeling almost. It was a really uncomfortable feeling fabric. It was really low quality. I had this like tube scarf thing made of it when I was a kid. And it was awful. I could wear it as a dress though. Or as a scarf. Where is it? It's the kind of versatility that you don't get with clothing nowadays. Being able to wear your scarf also as a dress. I don't even know what to begin to call this stuff. It's not faux fur. Not hemp either. No, not microfiber. No. Man flesh? No! He bought Tales of Vesperia the other day and the dub is kind of bad. Oh no. Tube poncho scarf hybrid. I think so. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Tube scarf. Oh my God. Knit fur? I don't know what to call it. It's such a weird fabric. Oh! Oh, this is it. I found it. This fabric is the worst. Okay, hold on. Nope, that's not right. This one is though. Such a low quality tiny picture. I don't want to switch over to it until I know for sure. What? Eyelash scarf? What the f— oh my God. No. Oh my gosh. I just want to open this image in a new tab, please. There we go. I don't know how I'm... Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna switch over here to... Can I show you here? No, of course not. Why would I be able to do that? Can I show you... Aha! Okay, whatever. This'll work. This kind of scarf. It's really hard to see. It's so small. It's like awful. It's like really stretchy. Weird. Like plasticky fur weirdness. I don't know. I don't know what to... I can't describe it. It's just a weird feeling on your skin. That's just a rug. No, it's not. Yeah, it's peak early 2000s culture. Yes, it is. Children's TV mascot skin? Oh no. Oh no. Was I an accidental furry? I don't think I was. You got a sky blue one? I had a red one. It was just bright red. All one color. I think. I also had a like body pillow that was also bright red. So now the porpoise thing makes sense. I don't know what you're talking about. Porpoises don't have fur. Okay, we have less than 10 minutes. How come? Ah. Hey. It's not that. Okay. I didn't get to do as much Animal Crossing stuff as I had planned to do before live letter time. I have the scarf tube to envelop myself in. That's true. You're not wrong. Do not lie or exaggerate to ring fit. The game will humble you. That game humbled me really hard. And I didn't lie. I told it the honest truth, and my body would not let me be too full of myself. A personal art project? What personal art project? A spicy pizza. Oh, Pando, sounds good. Yeah. Yeah. It is unrelenting. Fitness game. Fitness game? Make you sweat, make you tired? Not game, just fitness. Fitness pretending to be game. It's kind of ridiculous, because you're, like, really not doing much, and you'd think, like, oh, this isn't gonna do anything, but, like, whoa, my god. Bodyweight exercises for nerds? Holy shit. Who would have thought? Oh, who would have thought nerds would be out of shape, you know? Also, did you know that the more body weight you have, the more that your body weight exercise is actually making you lift? My god. You recently bought a bunch of stickers from Redbubble because they had a 50% off sale for all small size stickers. But you hate the idea of using a sticker and not being able to ever move it, so you went out and bought adhesive magnetic sheets so you could put stickers onto the sheet and then cut it out. That's very clever! Very smart. That's cool. The intent of finding sheet metal at Home Depot to put onto your wall. Oh. Just like put a few sheets of aluminum foil up there and just shove them on. They'll be fine. Just get some tacks and tack that aluminum foil up. Oh, you've got Celeste. I've got Sahara today. The most worthless. The most worthless of all animals that can visit you. You got a bunch of stickers and washi tape hoarded? Me too. I don't like using stickers either. I have a couple of stickers that I put on my, my computer tower. And it took a long time for me to be okay with putting them there. Oh, manuscript. Okay, I really need to get this game turned down so that I can switch us over. Hey! I got my blankie. Why are you not... There it is. Yeah, I gotta say hi to Yoshi P. Yoshi, please! It is cool art. I would like to zoom in on it for you all, but... I can't even see what I'm doing. Hold on. Do I have to... I could turn down OBS. Like this. Which makes that nice and quiet. No, wait. No, I can't do that. Damn it! Because that'll turn down everything. You would like me to zoom in on Merovid? Is she in here? I don't see her. I don't think she's on this art. Or is she? No. These are just like character classes. They're not character. Well, what are they? They're all just jobs? Yeah. I just realized an issue with this. I realized several issues all at once. This was big not good for me. Why is my face tracking so bad? What is happening? I didn't move any. Oh no, I did move something. I accidentally knocked my webcam off my computer earlier this week. So everything got messed up. Never mind. An insect in my room? Nah, it's too cold. There's no insects. I choked on my tea! I choked on my tea! Oh, I'm so sorry. That was really loud. I didn't mean to cough directly into the microphone. Apologies. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Game capture. Please don't crash my stream, please. Don't crash my stream, please. That was so scary! Why did it do that? Let's turn Animal Crossing down. I feel like that's not what you're supposed to do this. Did Animal Crossing get quiet for you guys? It did, right? No? Oh my god, okay. Ah! Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Oh boy. My game capture software was like, assuming direct control. Grabbed it. No, it's still really loud. I didn't have time! I would have liked to have had time, but I really, really didn't. I was in a meeting at work. also don't get a weekend, so. I heard the music for like half a second. I'm about to turn. It's so noisy outside. Can we see this? Oops. Ah! No, not mini player. Oh my god. Why? Oh my gosh, what is happening? Why am I such a mess? Jeez. I want... Nope. Oh, I was already in theater mode? It's just so... Okay. Alright. This is... Yeah. Cool. I'll go like that. Is it playing? So quiet! I can't hear it at all. Is there no sound? Alright. I didn't consider this.
おはようございます。
おはようございます。
Hello everyone. 第68回 Final Fantasy XIV プロデューサーレターライブをお送りいたします。
Whoa.
Thank you very much for tuning in to Final Fantasy XIV Letter from the Producer Live number 68.
There you go.
皆さんに自己紹介お願いします。Please introduce yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Naoki Yoshida, producer and
Yeah, she's not
director
actually there.
of Final Fantasy XIV. 皆さんおはようございます。そしてこんばんは。
None of them are actually sitting next to each other.
Final Fantasy XIV プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いしま
よろ
す。
しくお願いします。そして本日進行を務めますコミュニティチームモルボルこと室内です。よろしくお願いします。My name is Toshio Murochi, also known as a Fox Clone. You are global.
Can you guys hear this at all?
I will do the MC stuff for today's live letter. はい。そして、本日はですね、本日の、プロデュ PLL も、日本語と英語のバイリンガル放送でお送りいたしますので、我らがあゆみさんがスクエニアメリカオフィスから入ってくださっております。So once again, today's letter live is fully bilingual in both Japanese and English. So we have a special member from Square Enix America office. あゆみさんです。おはようございます。
おはようございます。スクエアニックスアメリカの徳武あゆみです。通訳を務めさせていただきます。よろしくお願いします。Hello everyone, this is Amy from the Square Enix Los Angeles office. I'm going to be supporting for the translations today.
はい。で本日の、PLL はですね、このセットアップをご覧になった方もいるかと思いますが、吉田さんが話したことは、あゆみさんが通訳してくださいます。で、私が喋ることは私が自分で、翻訳しながら進めていきますので、で、私からは大して重要な話は出ませんので、私のことを翻訳し忘れてるなというのはスルーしていただければ。
The Encyclopedia Eorzea. I wonder if we're gonna get a new one of those soon.
So today's setup is Yoshida-san explain things in Japanese, and then Ayumi-san will do Yoshida-san's voice in English, and I will translate myself. はい、そして今日の PLL はですね、前半戦はファイナルファンタジー14の挑戦、次の10年に向けてということで、吉田さんからいろいろご説明いただきます。そして後半はですね、休憩挟みまして後半は、フォーラムで事前に募集しました、パッチ 6.0 プレイしてセッションをお送りしたいと思います。So today's letter live has two major parts, and then first half is the kind of presentation by producer director Naoki Yoshida, which is where we are and where we are going for next 10 years. And then we have a taking break, and then latter half is the Q&A session based on your gameplay of 6.0 expansion.
はい。
はい、ということで、始めてまいりたいと思います。
ですね、私がこっちを見てるとき、
はい、
こうなってるときは皆さんのコメントを見てるときなので、今日こういうシチュエーションすごい多いと思うんで、ご理解ください。
So you might see me turning my head sometimes when I'm speaking, but I am actively looking at the comments that people are making as they watch the stream. So you may see me turned this way, but I am still participating. So just wanted to let you know.
まあちょっとね、日本のコメントでね、この手の通訳放送はテンポ悪いんだよなって言ってる人いるんですけど、まあグローバル全体でね、お届けしているので、吉田の長い話をですね、あゆみさん一生懸命ね通訳してくれてるんで、そこはね、それを言われると我々ちょっと悲しくなるんで、そういうまあファンフェスのステージぐらいで思って見てもらえると嬉しいかな。
And we do see some comments about how translations kind of drag on the pace. It doesn't feel as quick, but Amy is here to try to facilitate communicating Yoshida's comments. It makes us sad if you're disappointed that it's in two languages, but perhaps if you look at it like a fan fest stage event where we have the Japanese and English, maybe that might help it make it more fun.
とコメントで今日は 6.1 はがっつりじゃないんですかっていうのもあるんですが、so we see some comments. Do we have any
It's
further
gotta be the Japanese fans, right? Because we only ever get two languages.
6.1 がっつりってことだけはないんですよね。
そうですね、パッチ 6.1 の内容と紹介に関しては、3月4日、
はい、4日です
に、パッチ 6.1 特集パート1の PLL をやる予定なので、6.1
Okay,
の、まあ、
I guess I can
まあ
talk
でも
during
今
this.
日ちょ
I
っ
don't
と
have
出
to
ま
just
すけどね、
watch.
6.1 の詳しいところはそっちに出るんで
I
す。
always have such a hard time while we're doing these.
So yeah, today's broadcast is not literally going to be just about 6.1. We may touch upon it, but then the details are going to be explained on another episode of the live letter on March the 4th. This is JST, but we will go into details at that timing.
You can
あ
still
と
hear
は
Animal Crossing?
まあなんかこう重大発表的なねニュアンスで取られてるけど楽しく気楽に行くので皆さんもですね緊張せず気楽に今日は見てもらえると嬉しいです。
And some people might be bracing for a very important announcement when we talk about today's broadcast, but that's not the intent. We would love for you to just relax and just have fun with the broadcast.
なんかこういうこと言うたびにさ、よしやめんのみたいなの出るんだよな。ついに俺さでもいつだっけ新情報発表会でさ、言ったばっかだよね。ライフワークだって言ってるんで、そういう話じゃないですよ。
Why is it so loud? It's not
I
changing in my
understand
ears. I
we're talking
can't tell
about
if it's
like the
doing
future
anything.
of Final Fantasy XIV, but every time we mention something like that, people are like, "Oh no, is Yoshida going to quit?" And no, I think I told us when we were doing our announcement showcase in February. It's like 14 is my life work. It's not like I'm
I've
going to
checked.
just
There's
up
no,
and leave suddenly.
もうそんなんで嘘つきでやるんで嫌だからなんだろうそんなね自分の去就をね重大発表しますみたいなねことは言わないですよ。
ちょっと恥ずかしいね。
うん。
I don't want people to be going around saying, "Oh, you're such a liar," because I mean, I'm not the type of person who would make these kinds of like my personal announcements on a live stream. So.
さあでは、やっていき
How
ま
about
しょう
now?
早速ね前半だいたいね2時間ぐらい、後半も多分2時間ぐ
Did
ら
I
い
just make everything quiet?
なのでご飯食べたりですね今日土曜日なんで飲み
God.
酒飲みながらとかでも全然いいので楽しくいきましょう。
So we're looking at least for the first part, we're looking at about 2 hours broadcast. And so just you're free to do
Okay,
like
you know what?
have dinner or
It's
like
fine.
eat lunch as
2
you're
hour
watching the
broadcast,
broadcast.
let's
It is a
go.
Saturday, so if you want to start drinking early, you're more than welcome to
I
do
don't know
so.
if I can. Basker, I don't know if that's
さあ行きましょう。
possible.
では、画面切り替えてもらっていいかな。
はい。
はい。じゃあ早速いきますが、改めて今日お話しする内容のトピックおさらいしておきましょう。
Okay, what are we getting?
Okay,
Today's
so jumping right
topics.
in, let
It
me go
does
over
take
the
them
topics
forever
we'll
to do
cover.
this, but
で、まず一つ目はちょっとですね、まあ14これまで、正確にはね、11年やってきているので、まあちょっと振り返りを最初にね、皆さんへの感謝も込めて、やりたいと思います。
Chaka Chaka, yeah,
First
I know.
topic. Of course, it's been about 11 years, to be accurate.
11
how long
years of Final
14 has
Fantasy
been
14.
going on. So we'd like to kind of do a little bit of a retrospect, just convey our thanks to our players
this is
and
gonna be
look
so
back
long.
on everything.
でまあそれを振り返った上でですねまあちょっとこの先じゃあさらにもう10年は僕続けたいと思ってるんで、まあ、この先10年さらに14を発展させていくために、まあ、新しい挑戦をやっていきますよといろいろそこについて、まあ、どんなことやっていくのかというのをお知らせしたいと思います。
I hope that
And then once we do look back on
we can get
our
some good
past,
juicy
then we
content.
look forward to the next 10 years. Because as I mentioned, I would love to continue having Final Fantasy XIV for yet another 10 years. So
That's my phone.
there are many different things that we want to do in order to continue expanding Final Fantasy XIV, many challenges that we want to take on. So I want to touch upon some of those items in today's broadcast.
Somebody hit their microphone.
でここまでいったら一
No,
回
it was
休
me.
憩を挟んで、放送の後半として3つ目、
Wasn't it?
パッチ
Oh,
6.0
God.
行月のフィナーレ、プレイしてみて何かありますかというので Q&A 事前に質問募集していましたのでそれに対していろいろお答えしていこうかなと思ってます。
I'm somebody. Aw, thanks. That's so
And then
sweet.
once we do that, we will
Okay.
have a break in
So-
between, and then it'll go into the latter half of the show where we kind of asked the players, what did you think after playing 6.0? And so we
They
will
have
do a bit of an
They have
Endwalker
sales on Final Fantasy
Q&A.
XIV all the time.
あと10年間吉
You just
田
have to
リーレットを使う気だなみたいな
Put it on your wish list or something.
We're seeing comments like, oh, 10 more years, huh? Is Yoshida going to kick off his living dead?
You're
まああっても確か
protected.
にね
But
吉田の量産を
there are
開始しましたとか
sales and-
クローンの吉田が
and you can use
誕生した
your
ので紹介しますとか
DualSense
そういうのじゃねえ
and
かって考え
it's
てま
free
したね
once you pay for it.
But yeah, I think I've seen comments similar to that, and like people saying, "Oh, we have mass manufactured Yoshida clones."
でなぜか私はもう完了してますよって書いてあるんですよ。
そう
Yeah, then I say I've done already. So something like that.
では早速いきましょうか、まずはまあ正確にはね11年なんですけど大きくくくってまあ10年ここまで皆さんとねやってきたのを
That's
ちょっと振
true.
り返って
No
いきたいと
sales
思い
right now.
ます
But they
Okay,
gotta
so
turn it back
jumping
on soon.
into the timeline here. Of course, accurately it's 11 years, but like we'll call this the 10 years of Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, it was down for a whole year, right? Basically.
まあいろいろありましたねまあ2010年
Wow.
サー
Look
ビ
at
ス
this
開
timeline.
始してその12月に
What I should really do is turn
体制
them
ね
down, play a
全部
little bit of Animal
開発も
Crossing, and come back
一新
later.
して僕はここから参加ですね
So first, 2010
I'm
was
trying.
when it all started. Many things that happened had caused us to sort of reconsider the development structures, and there was a lot of changes that were made in order to kind of reboot the title. So this is when I joined in. Yoshida joined into the project.
で2021年の違う2011年の10月14日に、まあ、14日が縁起がいいだろうっていうので申請をやりますよという発表してま
Let's
す、ね、
pretend that I haven't been playing since the beginning.
And then 2011, October 14th, we were thinking 14th must bring us good luck. And that's when we announced that we are going to have Final Fantasy 14 Reborn.
海外の皆さん
Final
詳しいよね、
Fan-
あゆみさんもインタビューにいてくれたと思うけど、
October
9番を遊んで
14th,
みたいので9番のサーバーを復活させる気ありませんか
Yeah, I
ってクラシックファ
I
イナ
do
ルファ
have
ンタ
the
ジー
fancy
14やる気ありま
tattoo.
せんかってナイトメアって答
I
え
had
たや
somebody
つ
comment on
みん
it the
な覚え
other
てるナ
day.
イトメア
The
ナイト
other
メア
day, like a month
すげえ
ago when I was doing a hunt train.
I love how the comments from the West are. I love how they know all these details, and I'm sure Aimee had sat into the interviews as well. But people were asking about, oh, are you going to make an FF14 1.0 classic like WoW Classic did theirs? And Yoshida answered, Nightmare. And so people are calling the time of 1.0 in Nightmare. It's awesome.
でまあ
Yeah, an
2012
in-game
の
tattoo,
11月
yeah.
11日にですね、時代の終
Anyway, so I was
それ
doing a
や
hunt
公開
train
とともに
and somebody was like,
一
wow,
旦
nice
申請
tattoo.
の準備のため
And
に Q14 の
I was
サー
wearing
ビスを
something that covered it.
終了させていただいてます。
Like completely. So they were running
And
with
of
some kind of
course,
mod.
in
to take my
November
clothes
11th
off. It was
of
very uncomfortable.
2012, we titled it The End of an Era, and we sort of closed the service for the original version of Final Fantasy
Yeah.
14.
まあ、9番からねやってくださってる方も結構いるし、9番の捉え方って結構まちまちだとは思うんですけど、9番の
Of course it's a thing.
ラスト付近はそれはそれでまた独特のゲームデザインの MMO として結構ね好きだった、面白くなったんだよって言
They
ってくれる
gated
人
the
たち
amount
も
of
たくさん
content
い
you could
て、
do every day. That was
まあ
one
僕ら
thing.
シャットダウンす
You
るの
could
を
take
決め
like
ながら
10
も作ってた
quests and they were the
ところに対
same
してそういうね
quests every
評価を
day
もらってたり
and
す
you
る
could
のは
repeat
とても
them
ありがたいことなので、
and get that
僕らもすごい
XP, and then
実
after
は
that
励
all
みに
your
なってま
XP
す。
gain dropped off exponentially.
And of course, people who have been playing
There was no
since
jumping.
the original 1.0 may have their different opinions about how the game had played. But there were people who thankfully acknowledged how 14 was starting to shift, and they did take notice about how the game design was unique, despite we were looking to sunset the original version. And so it was wonderful that people acknowledged that, and that was very encouraging for us as a team.
I couldn't go
ちなみに
into
9
the
番
Black
から
Shroud
今
at
日
all
視聴
because it
してくだ
melted
さ
my
ってる方
computer.
Q14 からやってるよって方、
So like
どうですか、手を挙げて
the maps were all copy pasted the same.
So if I
like,
could have people in
area
the
over and over
comments,
again.
show of hands. I don't know how you raise your hands, but like anybody who's been playing since 1.0, the original Final Fantasy.
I'm
14,
raising my
we'd love to see
hands.
who's been with us since then.
Yoshi P, I'm raising my
す
hand.
ごい there's a lot.
It's me.
Wow.
What?
Thank you very much.
I am raising my hand. You just can't see it. It's so small.
That's amazing. Thank you guys.
Yes, the flower pot that's had more
まあこ
polygons
こから
than
ね、あ
player
と10年
character.
お互い健康に気をつけて楽しんでいきましょう。
But yeah, we're looking forward to the next 10 years. So yeah, let's all take care of our health and keep going. That's awesome.
で、2013年ですね、ベータテストをやりながら、2013年8月27日についに新生オルゼア正式サービス開始することができました。
Okay, I'm
So,
waiting.
moving
I don't
on,
know-
2013, we start our beta testing for A Realm Reborn, and then August 27 of the same year, we were able to relaunch as A Realm Reborn.
Huh?
振り返ると
Okay, I
です
keep
ね、
talking- I keep
2011
talking
年の
over Amy and not
3
over
月ぐら
Yoshi
い
P.
から一気に新生14の設計だけ
14 was like
5
every
年ぐらい
department
設
working on
計
their
を
own
スタ
thing
ー
and then
ト
never
し
coming
て
together to determine how to
2011
implement it.
年の6月から
Kinda, yeah.
6人のプログラマーがコードを書き始めた
Oh
のを
man.
覚えてるので、実質そこから2年2ヶ月で
I have such a hard time
新
with
生リリー
these.
スしてるので、もうちょっと
Talking
驚
over
異的
people is not something I
今振
like
り返ると
doing. It feels
And
unnatural.
looking back, so that it was 2011 in March. We started at least doing the framework, just the design structure first. And it was a very small team that worked on it. It was 5 people who started on the base framework. And then starting June of that same year, 2011, we had 6 programmers starting to write code.
6 whole
And considering
programmers.
it took about 2 years and 2 months.
No kidding.
To relaunch.
Holy
That's
shit!
just
No kidding. No wonder it took
incredible.
for 2 years. 6
で
people.
念願だったですねファンフェスっていうのを2014年の10月からですね、スタートすることができました。今でも覚えてます。
And of course, by 2014, October, we were able to hold our very first fan festival. That was something that we really wanted to do.
I
初めて
hope
やった
someday
北
they
米
hold a
の
fan festival
ファ
and
ン
I
フェス
can
の
go
基
to
調
it.
公演で
That'd be
ス
cool.
テージに上がった時
I'd
の
love to go to
大歓声で
FanFest
ですね
sometime.
もう足が震えて
I still remember it today. The first time we did our fan festival, and we started out in the North America region. And when I took the stage to do my keynote presentation, and just the cheer that I received from the audience, man, my legs were shaking when I was up there.
で初の拡張である
Yeah, the
ヘブンズ
glamour
ワード
chest. The glamour chest that they were like, we can't put these in your house because if somebody, 2 people access them at the same time, the entire server goes down.
500万人を突破したと。
That'd be great. I wish they'd do that
And then
too.
next, we were able to launch our first ever expansion pack, Heaven's Word, in 2015 June. And then soon after, we
Like-
reached 5 million registered players.
They keep having it in
この辺りはですね、
Vegas,
我々開
but
発チーム
Vegas is so hard to get to. It's so
来ないの来ない
expensive.
のって言われてよしや
And
っ
it's
ちゃ
in
う
the
ぞって言
desert.
って
Porpoises don't do well out
キリ
there.
ッキリなのをやったらですね いや難しすぎんだろってなってですね、我々もいろいろな失敗を繰り返しつつですね。
I doubt it. If it were about flying from Japan, they'd have it in California.
But
The
this
number
is
of-
around the time when people were starting to clamor for higher difficult content.
I'd be okay
and the
going to
dev team
LA.
got so excited about, oh yeah, you want difficult? And so we gave you a really, really tough content, and people started complaining now about, oh no, this is too difficult, Yoshida, this is too difficult. And so we were trying to find that balance. It was trial and error trying to get to that nice balance. But I think it was really important that we're making
Yes.
that conversation.
あれで
Cave
僕は
barbecue
人生の格言の一つをね学んだんですよ。プレイヤーの皆さんには、い
Man,
やちょっと簡単だったなって言われるぐらいがちょうどいいんだなと。
And it was then that I learned this very valuable lesson, which is I think it's best to keep the difficulty where the players would walk out of it saying, that was pretty
yeah.
easy.
Oh, the
で
first tier of
グレゴリー
Alexander
発売
Savage was
したのが
rough.
2017年6
They had
月で
to-
まあこの辺りから
it was the,
ようやくこう
the
バトル
Yag
コンテンツ
dolls,
以外
right?
のそのもう40の世界に住
They
む
were
み
the
たいなこと
problem.
を
They were
より
like
具体化
absurdly
してい
hard
け
to
るようになったの
like
がこ
defeat.
のぐらいの時期で、まあそれがね、功を奏してですね、登録者数がまあこの時点で1000万人
Yeah, yeah. Man, people don't know how
And
good they've
of
got it
course,
now.
Stormblood released in 2017 June, and we started looking at various other types of content aside from battle and combat.
Oh, man.
Content that would involve the feeling of living in the world of Final Fantasy XIV. And I think that really struck a chord with people. People were resonating with it, which thankfully got us to our registered player number up to 14 million players.
思い出されるグレンのリベレーター初日
I saw a tweet
ラウバーン
earlier
当滅
today about
すごかったですね。
Soken saying,
And I still remember when Stormblood first
God.
launched, Rauban Extreme, and then I heard that.
ありましたね。
And I
saying that
think we all remember
the
that.
amount of music he had to write was so much. It was like as much as there would have been from like 5.1 to or 5.0 to 5.3.
But I mean,
and then they
with-
usually got, like, a
even
break?
With that failure, we learned from it, and we were able to build a much better queuing system.
そして
But
ですね
then
2018
with
年
this,
になると
he had all of that in
全世界
6.0,
登録者
and then there
数が
isn't a
1000
break. They have to make more music, like a ton more music.
を突破して
So he's, like, scared. He's like-
2019年には
He's like, "This is so much work, please."
1600万人を突破とありがとうございます。
And the comments were full of people being like, "That's no excuse.
So
Just
I'm
hire
sorry,
more,
this is where
hire
we hit,
more musicians."
14 million is 2018 August, and then moving on, we reached 16 million players by 2019 May. So thank you so
Twitter
much
does
for
suck.
all the players that are staying with us.
Cause yeah, like
そうして続け
I
てですね
guess,
2019年に、漆黒の
what is
ヴィ
it?
ラ
Oh my
ン
god,
ズを発売し
Asphodelos
そ
or
の
whatever.
年末に
The
は
new
ですね
the new
全世界
Pandemonium
累計
Savage
登録者数
doesn't
が
have like a
1800
face
万人
change
を
song
突破と
like
な
they
りま
usually
した
have in Savage fights. And people are
And
pissed.
moving on, we
How could you not give us
released,
special music for our
Shadowbringers in
special fight?
2019, and soon after,
So
we
goddamn
surpassed 18
special.
million registered players.
Bunch of whiners.
数字に関して言うと、
ん
単純に数字だけをこう見ていくとそのなんていうの
I'm
増え
sure
る
some
ペ
of
ース
them
って
probably
いう
do,
の
but like
が
who
ばらついてるように
cares?
まあ見えるのかもしれないんですけど、実は体験したことのある人が増えれば増えるほど、
ん
新規が当然減るんですよね。
はい
パイが決まってるところから新しい人を呼ばなきゃいけないので、だからここまでの数字になってるのにさらに数百万増やしていくっていうこと自体は、
ね
とてもすごいこと
That's a
で、
lot of
これは
global
本当ね
registered users.
まあ開発運営チームの努力もそうなんですけど、マーケティング PR チームが、
はい
A good chunk of those are
皆さんと
probably
一緒になって
bots, but
達成してきてる数字なので、本当にこれはね誇らしい数字だと思ってます。
yeah, Ultimate's
Looking
having
at the
new stuff
numbers,
makes a lot of sense
it
because it's a
might
completely
seem
new fight,
like
but
there's no real, like, nothing of note. Oh yeah, the numbers are just increasing. But if you consider
In fact,
this,
Basker.
if we have a certain number of people already playing the
I
game,
think Canada's only like
and if we
32
have
million or
a
something.
single pie that we're taking numbers out of, like, you would expect the numbers to start going down, but it's interesting that we see more and more players join us even after all these years. We are seeing millions signing up. So, of course, I really want to acknowledge the development team, operations team, but also the marketing and PR teams
Yeah, only 32
working
people.
with the community to kind of promote the title and get the word out. So I'm very proud of their achievements.
そして2021年、去年ですね、12月2日にはですね、全世界累計登録
The
者
rest
数が
are
2500
geese
万
raggles,
人
you're
を
right.
突破し、ちょっと昨日の数字とかは見てないですけど、まだ全然まだ上がってって
Except for this one,
で
it's a porpoise.
12月7日ですね、すいません、2週間ほどちょっと遅延をさせていただ
Man.
くことにはなってしまいましたが、行月のフィナーレを発売して、
Basker, you should just
ハイ
give
レ
in
ベ
and
ルゾディアック
play.
編完結というところまで
All signs
こ
point
ぎ
to you
つ
should
けて
play.
こられたなと。
So just do it. Just pull the trigger. You got it.
2021, which is last year, we surpassed 25 million registered players. I did not see yesterday's numbers, or like as of yesterday's numbers, but I do understand that our numbers are still increasing. And then afterwards, I know we had to delay the release by about 2 weeks. Again, apologies for the delay, but we were
Yokai
able
Watch
to release Endwalker, and finally we were able to conclude
In this
the
picture? Wait, you
overarching
can't see
story
me.
of Heidelin and Zodiark.
In the bottom left
まあ
picture?
長かったようで僕は結構あっという間の11年でした、でも本当にね世界中のプレイヤーの皆さん光の選手の皆さんメディアの皆さんもね関係
I
各
want
社の皆さん
information
に
on
本当にものすごく
Island Paradise,
こんなに
whatever
支
it's
えてもらう
called.
タイトルは他にないだろうと
When
思う
do
ぐ
I
らい
get to learn about what
支え
I'm
てい
going
ただい
to
て
get
ここま
to
で来れた
grow
の
on
で
my
改めて
island?
本当に感謝をお伝えしたいと思います。あり
I
がとう
want
ご
to
ざいます。
know.
And it feels like a long time, but man, these 11 years went by very quickly for me. And all of our Warriors of Light, our players, members of the media, all of our supporting partner companies as well. There were just so many people that supported us throughout this all. So I do want to take this opportunity to
Well, maybe
convey
some of
my
it'll be my stuff that I
gratitude
want.
from the bottom of my heart. So I sincerely thank everybody.
はい。
Stop crushing my hopes and dreams.
あ
Stop it.
厳しいスケジュールで
Give me
やって
this
きて
thing.
て
I want
実
it.
際実は拡張パッケージそのものの開発期間って1年とか、下手すると
Yeah, Nox gets it.
1年切ってたりするんで、まあ、本当に頑張ってきてもらいました。
I need it.
And I also
Yeah,
want to
PvP
acknowledge
news too.
the development team as well. They were always working against a very harsh schedule, and even developing some of our expansion packs. Sometimes we have only about a year or even less than a year to get through all of the tasks that needed to get done. So I really want to show my appreciation to them as well.
さて、
This is still
で
just as
はこ
loud.
れを踏まえてですね、ここまで歩んできたその11年、9番のあの状態を考えれば、これ以上ないぐらいの
I'm sorry,
成
I'm
功
about to do
をさせていた
something.
だいたと思ってます。ここ
I'm
は
about to
あんまり言葉を
Open Animal
隠さ
Crossing.
ずに成功できてると思ってるので、それでいいと思ってるんですけど、まあここまではある意味もう過去になったので、ここからさらに次の10年また挑戦を続けていきたいと思います。
And looking at
There's no
the
settings for
trajectory
this.
here and the path we've walked down,
It's so loud.
I think I want to consider this a success from what we had taken and what state it was in when we had first taken on the project, and to bring it to where it is now. I'm not ashamed to declare it. It might be a little awkward in the Japanese.
This is
but
really
I
loud,
believe
right?
it is a success, and I think it's a good thing that we've gotten here. But now that we have
understand.
gotten this far, all of this is now in the past, and so we want to look to the future. We
How
want
does
to
it
see
get louder?
what kind of challenges we can take on.
というわけで2つ目のセクションである
Alright, here we go.
14
This is the important
新しい
stuff.
挑戦と題してですね、まあ今後どういうことやっていくよというのをお伝えしていきたいと思います。
So, for the second part of this presentation,
Give
as
it
you
to
see,
me.
it is entitled Newfound Futures. So, I would like to discuss what we are intending to do.
まずですね、僕としてはですね、社長からやめろって言われるか、まあやめろって言われても抵
No,
抗すると
we're
思うんですけ
already
ど
in the metaverse when we're
開
playing
発
Final
チー
Fantasy
ムの連中
14. Come
か
on,
やめ
man.
ろって言われるか、死ぬか。
You don't need
ぐらい
shitty
の
looking
以外
metaverse.
は
You've got it
本当にやめ
already.
る気がなく続けていきますの
Give
で、
me VR in
この
Final
先もぜひ
Fantasy
皆さんよろし
14.
くお願いします。
And me personally, as Yoshida, unless the CEO
You should be able to look
says
down at
you
your
need to
character
leave,
and see your
Even
boobies.
then, I think I'm going to fight him. Or if like the development team, the operations team want to kick me out, or if I, God forbid, die. Those are the only extreme cases I would even consider.
No, I don't want it for
leaving the
myself. I
14
can't do
project.
VR.
I
I get
want
so
to
sick.
continue working on Final Fantasy XIV. So your continued support will definitely be appreciated.
というわけでですね、まず今
Did
回
the
その
Titan fight in
10年
VR as a
さらにこ
goof?
う14を
I bet people were getting sick.
せっかくねここまで日本初の
I
その
I can play
サービスでこの
10
規模まで
minutes
来れるって
of
なかな
Minecraft
か
in
あること
VR
じゃないの
before I
で
am so sick
こ
that
の
I
先
stay
の
sick for the
10
rest of the
年に向け
night.
てまずは
It's real bad.
7.0をめがけて、新しい
Oh,
ことに挑戦していこうと思
7.0!
ってます
Confirmed!
So of course, with this title, and considering that this game was launched from a Japanese development studio and being able to expand to this global scope, it's a rarity, I think.
You know-
and so my next goal, my future goal, is now looking at 7.0 and leading up to that, what can we do?
コメントが
Where's my blanket?
7.0って言ったかで
大丈夫大丈夫もうシナリオ会議の
Did you
1
say
回目やったから
7.0?
合宿やったから
あ
7.0 はやるよ
People are already speculating about, oh no, 7.0 confirmed? Well, I mean, we are already talking about scenario for 7.0. I'm
Blanket.
not afraid to say that we do intend on doing a 7.0.
Ah.
まずここに向けてちょっとコンセプトを話をさせて
Getting
もらいます
cozy.
まずその一つ目がこちらになります
Now, that being said, I do want to establish what my thinking is and the concept behind what we're trying to do leading up to 7.0. And this
You
is
have
the
missed
first point.
nothing.
まあこれ具体的にどういうことっていうのはこの後ちゃんと、
This is literally
お話ししようと思います
Advancements is a solo and
And of course, I
multiplayer
will go into
RPG
detail as
experience.
to what this
What?
exactly means.
そしてですね 7.0 に向けて、チャレンジとしてですねこちら、第一次グラフィックスのアップデートの
No!
準備開発というのを
Wait!
やっていきます
Graphics update! Graphics!
And next, again, leading up to
Finally!
7.0, and one of the challenges that we want to take on is our first graphical update, at least the preparation and
Oh,
the development
no.
for it.
Labyrinthos daytime music!
かっていうのも後でねこの項目の掘り下げでちょっとお話しようと思います
And of course, when we dive into each of these different points, I will touch upon why we are calling this the first graphical update.
まあ一応先に言っとくコメントが結構多いんで
Oh.
7.0 で
Yeah.
PS4 が
Your poor
遊べなくなるってことはない
550 Ti.
うん
Oh
それはない
no.
ので
Don't worry, in 2 years you'll have a better computer.
I do want to clarify
One way
though,
or
because I
another.
am seeing a lot of comments wondering about this. This does not necessarily mean that we are ceasing the support for PS4 as of 7.0. So I do want to clear that out first.
Yeah, use the
そしてですね
code
今日
Creepo
三つ目
Peepo at
せ
Artisan
っかくなの
Builds.
でパッチ
Dude,
6.0
I wish I had an
シリーズ
Artisan
で
Builds
どんな
code.
ことを
Come
やってい
on.
くかというの
Give
も
me
お知らせし
A
ます
code sponsorship thingy.
And then the third point, I mean, since we are here, I would like to take the opportunity to cover what we are planning to do throughout the 6.x series as a sort of roadmap.
Okay,
はい
come
では
on,
各
give me the
項目
roadmap. I need it.
詳しくよりお伝えしていこうと思います
Oh man. I'm ready
Diving
though.
into the details.
For less crusty looking characters, please. But they better not make Suds look bad.
まずコンセプトの一つ目ですね一人でも
When,
みんなでも遊べ
when
る
WoW
RPG
upgraded
へ
its
まあさらなる
graphics,
進化をしていきますと
My Night Elf wound up looking completely
Our
different.
first concept, and even
She was less
better
cute.
RPG, alone or with friends.
これまあ何かというとですねまあ読んで字の
Look, Basker, you don't even have to play with other people. You can play alone.
一応ジャンルとしては MMORPG って呼ばれてます
So, I mean, it is what it says.
Yes,
of
WoW
course,
did upgrade
but,
the graphics.
Yes, I understand that Final Fantasy
In
XIV as a game genre
Mists of
would be
Pandaria, I think?
categorized as an MMORPG.
Maybe later than that.
そこでですねまあ僕この11年ファイナルファンタジー14をやってきて世界中のこうプレイヤーの皆さんとイベントだったりこうまあファンフェスも含めてですけど本当たくさんのゲーマーの人たちとこう話をしてきました
Just paying a $20
And
liminal
of course,
space.
throughout the 11 years of doing Final Fantasy XIV, we did various events, gaming events, including Fan Festival, and I had the opportunity to speak with
Joy, why do you
different
hate
gamers.
us?
そこでですね、あとそのマーケティングチームに市場調査とかをしてもらって、まあ、これね定期的に拡張のたびにやってるんですけど、やっぱりこうそこで出てくる答えっていうのが、まあ、なかなかブレイクスルーできないなっていうのがあったりします。
And of course, I would have my marketing teams perform market research as well. And this is something we regularly do when we start to plan for upcoming expansion packs. And
Marketing
with the
research.
information that we receive, and there's always like a question that we never seem to find a way to break through.
2つあって、1つは
I'm gonna start drooling
ファ
here
イ
in
ナ
a
ルファンタ
second.
ジーシリーズ大好きなんだ
I'm
よ。
like
す
falling
ごいファ
asleep.
ンなんだ。全部やってるよ。ただし11と14以外ね。
Why would you go into
いうの
marketing?
がめちゃくちゃ悔しい。
Like honest
there's actually
question, not to be like an
two, and
ass, just like
one of them is
Do people
we
find
see
it
there's a lot of players
exciting?
that love Final Fantasy, and many that claim they've played all of the Final Fantasies except for 11 and 14,
money.
which is very
Oh.
frustrating.
まあ11もね今かなり
Money!
アップ
I
デート
hadn't even
かけて
considered
かなりね
money.
ソロで遊べるように快適にしてますが、14はさらにその先へ行きたいと思ってます。
And of course, we are paying attention to Final Fantasy 11 players as well, and we've made various updates. I think it has become very solo friendly recently.
I'm going to-
But with Final Fantasy 14, we want to go beyond that.
あとはこう
I'm gonna get a
もう一つはです
job
ね
playing the
オンラ
lottery
イ
so
ン
that
な
I
んだよ
can
ね。めん
get
どくさい
paid
人
big
と
money,
遊ぶの
millions
嫌
of dollars.
なんかこう人間関係作るの嫌っていうのがですね、やっぱりナンバーワンなんですよね。そ
Number
の
one?
プレイをしない理由っていうところで。
Even further beyond 11? Oh no.
The second point, we
No,
kind of
not
need to
crypto.
break
Ugh.
through is people who comment about, oh, online play. I don't want to deal with having to play with other people. I don't want to develop relationships online, and that's actually a very large reason, if not the number one reason, many players kind of hesitate playing 14.
Yeah,
だから10年かけ
it is
て
true.
MMORPG っていうジ
There are a
ャ
lot
ン
of
ルじゃ
people
な
who
く
do
て
not like
一人でもみんなでも遊べる RPG っていうジャンルにしたいと14
make
を
friends on the internet very well.
So what I want to do here is spend the next 10 years and break out of that MMORPG category. I want this to be an RPG that can be enjoyed alone or with friends.
まずなので、7.0 で
I'm
までの
confirmed
間
toxic? No, I
フェイ
just
ス
don't
システムの
talk.
大規模アップデートっていうのをやっ
No,
ていきま
not
す。
Torp NFT, no.
So as a lead up to
Large scale updates to the trust
or
system.
until
Yeah,
that
let's
time, we
go.
will continue to make updates to the trust system.
Who would do that, Nox? I
パ
don't
ッチ
know.
6.1 から 6.5 までの5つのメジャーパッチで全メインクエストの必須 ID と4人用の透滅戦を全てフェイス対応します。
Wow.
So as it says here, trust compatibility for all main scenario dungeons and
Four-player trials like
trials
Garuda
to be
and
added in patch 6.1
Titan,
through 6.5.
probably.
まあ順次なのでね、パッチ例えば 6.2 とかを見ると中途半端なところまでしか対応されてないとかいうことがある可能性は高いんですけど、
Does that mean we're going to lose some
そ
other
れ
stuff
に
so
ね
that they can
怯
do
えて
this
いる
though?
といつまで経ってもできないので全部一気には不可能なので、もうなのでこの 6.1 から 6.5 つまり 7.0 までの間を次に飛び上がるためにもうどんどん順次やっていくという期間に当てさせてください。
I wish I had
And
some to chew
so,
on.
of course, these are going to be incremental implementation. And so you might look at, say, patch 2 point something and 6.2, and you might notice that maybe not all of the dungeons have been supported with the trust system compatibility. But if we are afraid to make progress and be just in the middle of work in a certain major patch update, we won't be able to make progress. I think it's impossible to do everything at once. So we are trying to address this as we can, and we're looking at this as a preparation for 7.0. And so we would like to ask for your understanding as we lay these foundations.
その第一弾となるパッチ 6.1 では
2.0 scenario duties trust compatible in 6.1. That's cool. That's cool.
範囲をすべて対応します。
Yeah, I don't.
So the first implementation, patch 6.1,
Trusts
will
are so
make
slow,
Realm
though.
Reborn, and this is just patch 2.0 range, and the scenarios duty become trust compatible.
そしてで
Get
すね
back to me when I can run
それに
mentor
伴って
roulette
一
with
部初期ので
trusts,
すねメインクエ
please.
スト ID とか、透滅戦もリニューアルします。
And then further improvements will be made to some low-level main scenario dungeons and trials.
でちょっと
Oh,
注意
is
なん
this
で
how
すけ
they're
ど
going to remove
想定の石ワールドに
MSQ
入って
roulette
から
just by giving us
8人
trust?
透滅戦ストーリー上に出てく
You
る
think that's what they're
あ
gonna
れら
do?
はちょっとやっぱりコストを全見積もりしたんですけどどうしてもこう 6.1 から 6.5 までの期間では対応しきれないので、
Hello.
8人の透滅戦に関しては 7.0 以降順次対応していくつもりです。
You may see the disclaimers on
That
the
would be
bottom,
very
but,
good.
For the 8-player trials, especially those with the Heaven's Word expansion, I'm afraid we are unable to update it at this time. We tried to calculate all the cost and the resources that it would take for us to address all of this within that sort of 6.1 through 6.5 timing, but I'm afraid we would be unable to allocate the resources for it, so we will get to it after 7.0. Yeah, these updates will be considered for 7.0 or later.
まあもちろん皆さんご存知の通り、その
If they made it so that it was only an option for MSQ to be trust, that means that all the really bad players would still go through without trust. So then you'd really, it'd be even worse.
っていうところはそのまま継続していくので。
Hello, yeah, I am. I hope you're doing well too, Bailey. Thank you.
And of course, we don't intend to do away with the regular matching systems. Your leveling dungeons and queue matching and duty finders will still be active and available. These trust compatibility is primarily for those who have a strong desire to play through these story dungeons on their own.
で、
Okay.
ですね、
Yep, there's
8
the
人透滅
answer.
戦は今回
I've only ever done one trust
ハイデリン透滅
dungeon,
戦
so
でテストケースとしても含めてやったんですけど
maybe someday
や
I'll
れること
level
は
them. I don't know.
なんだろう確証を得られたんですけど、まあ相当
It's
やっぱコ
so,
ストがかかるっていうのと
so slow.
ギミックから調整していかないといけないっていうこともあってまずは数の多い ID から優先させていただいてます。あとはね8人なんで責任
Yeah, you know, that's fair. This is good for longevity if they need to have it be able to be single player in the future. This will make the ARR grinds more streamlined. It'll be instant for DPS, basically.
Battles. We did
and maybe
try
less
it
daunting.
out with the Mother Crystal trial, and we were able to see success as like a test case, but it did require a lot of resources for us to build it. And then if we were to start applying that system to existing dungeons, we'd have to adjust the mechanics so that it would accommodate for the trust system. So at this time, we made the decision to move forward with just the instanced dungeons. And with an 8-person trial, I think that sort of reduces the responsibility per person going into the match, hopefully. So we're hoping that players would still jump into like a duty finder and hopefully get the enjoyment out of matching up with random people. So at this time, we are unable to address it within the 6.1 through 6.5 period, but we are looking to it for 7.0 or later.
Reduces the individual pressure, but it doesn't.
まあどうしてもフェイスっていう呼び方をすると
You just feel it harder because your co-healer, co-tank, co-DPS suck that much more.
ストーリー上こうそのマッチングでしかいけないからこそじゃあ俺は他のことをやってくるみたいなのでこうみんなちょっといなくなったりとかしてたと思うんですよ。あれまで全部変えるのはさすがに無理なので。特に序盤とかは、冒険者ギルドのメンバーだったりとか、暁の光の
Talking about
こう光の過去を持っているであろう他のメンバーみたいなイメージで組むケースが多いです。
And I want to make another point of caution here. whenever we say trust compatibility, I think the
Oh.
thought that, oh, can we go into this dungeon with members of the Scions, or any sort of named NPCs? And some of these story dungeons have key players kind of leaving the scene, like where the Warrior of Light goes into a dungeon and say somebody goes up and say, oh, I'm going to take care of matters over there. We can't have them come back just to join you in the dungeon. So in those cases, especially the earlier dungeons, you will see your trust members as like members from the Adventurers Guild, or maybe other people who have
Can we get Hoary Boulder?
Echo accompany you in these dungeons.
ただ、まあ
Yeah, I bet you we get
ス
the.
トーリー上の
I think we
キー
should
にな
get
る
that
ポイント
group
で
of people, that group of
まあ
adventurers,
こいつは
the
やっぱり
Avir
本
and
当は
Edda
ダンジョン一緒に行って
and
ほしかったなって
I can't remember
プレイ
their
ヤーの皆さん
partners.
が思ってるようなポイントは
Hoary Boulder.
シナリオ一部カットシーンも含めてちょっと変更してでもできるだけそれにまあそういうよう
Gobbies
に
help you in Brave Flocks? That'd be
や
great.
っぱりニゼックと対峙するときはエスニアンも行って欲しかったなみたいなやつはできる限りそういう
If you
シチュエーション
failed to
は
heal
なんとか
Avir
対応してい
properly,
こう
would
と
he
思
tell
ってるので
you off?
一部ね
Tell you
それ
you
にちょ
should
っと
die?
変更する
Just like he
部
did
分
to
があるかな
Edda?
とは思います全部は無理なんではいそこはご了承ください
But that being said, there are certain key points in the story where we do understand players might have a very strong desire to have particular NPCs accompany you in a dungeon. So in some extreme cases, and not extreme cases, but like some key points, the team will make some adjustments. We may have to change a part of the script so that it'll make sense for the character to join you. An example I can come up with off the top of my head is probably the Nidhogg battle.
From
I'm
Albert.
sure a lot of people would have thought like, oh, it would have been nice to have Estinian join as part of the Trust NPC. So we're considering having that available. So
Oh.
there may be some content that accommodates for certain NPCs to join you. I'm afraid we can't address all of them. We can't make it happen with all of the dungeons. So your understanding on that would be appreciated.
Huh. Okay.
そしてですね
That's kinda
ごめんね
cool.
ちょっと長くて
I guess this is cool, but then how are you going to level everybody if you're going to have a whole bunch of different trusts?
新生ウォルゼ後半って
It's
結
probably
構
not going
今
to
の
have
レギュレーションと違ってしまってる
achievements
ダンジョンと
for
かが多
all
い
of
の
your
で
trust
かなり
partners,
手が入っ
right?
てますいろいろ
And of course, with the details of 6.1, we will have a dedicated
avatars?
live letter
Is that a
for
thing?
that, and I will delve into details at that time. But I do want to mention that much of the content, especially in the later half of ARR, differ in how the regulation is set up. So there are changes that have been made.
まあ例えば
Okay.
トトラクとかの
Man, trusts aren't really my
ドゥーン
thing,
ってなっ
but
て
more power to
ヘビ
people that can actually handle
ヘビ
them.
がかかる床とかなく
She's
な
so
ってます
slow. I don't have the time.
For example, like when you go into the Thousand Miles of Totorak, and you step on those like poison floors, and all of a sudden you are hit with heavy or slow, we're actually getting rid of that.
まああとはちょっと
It's not a matter of patience. I don't have the time. Like, I just don't have time to do it.
ないなとかいうところのダンジョンもちょっと絵的な調整もそれなりにやってます。
And there are also some aesthetical changes that we wanted to
Aesthetic
make.
changes.
There were certain areas of the earlier part of FF14 when we were trying to quickly just relaunch as a Realm Reborn. So there were areas where lighting may not have been 100% to what we would have been satisfied with. So we went back in and adjusted those as well.
Neat.
そしてですね、まあ他にもです
A
ね、
little bit of like
8人の
overhauling on graphics, kind
8
of.
人パーティーバトルの一番最初である
That's
リッ
cool.
ドアッティン教習戦なんですけど、なくなります。
And then one of the first 8-person party battles that you encounter, I believe, is Camp Westwind. And I want to mention that we are doing away with that.
皆さん大ショックを受けておられますね。People are getting shocked.
What?
帝国の盾としてね、武人として
What?
身を挺してやってきた、ね、帝国将軍の一人、まあ将軍ではないけど正しくは 8人でフルボッコはいかがなものかということでですね、
はい
ちゃんとコストをかけてですね、クエストインスタンスバトルとして、
おっと
生まれ変わりますので、
We can't get rid of Ritalin!
Considering Litatine is like the shield of the Garland Empire.
Uh-huh.
I mean, he's technically not a captain, but like, I mean, he's like a very prominent figure.
Uh-huh.
I think it would be very humiliating for 8 people to come in and just beat him up.
Well, it's been working for him
we
for
actually
years.
allocated the resources to rebuild that battle so that it's going to be a quest instanced battle that you go in.
まあ他にも内閣外閣と呼ばれている
come
8
on!
人ダンジョン、あれらもですね、今回すべて4人用 ID に作り直してあります。
And then, of course, the Praetorium and the Castrum Sorry, I can't pronounce it. Meridianum. It's very long bases that you need to go. They were originally 8-person content, but we are going to be changing it so that these are 4-person instanced dungeons.
With
なの
no
で
forced
アルテマウェ
cutscenes?
ポン戦も切り出して、
It's gonna be even worse,
4
isn't
人用
it?
としてシナリオモードを作って、であとラハブレアが憑依したサンクレットさんを8人でただひたすら無言で殴るっていうのもストーリー用のクエスト
Watch them roll it into like just normal dungeon roulette.
はい、
Just really
And so,
make us pain.
your battle with Ultima, or the Ultima weapon, will be changed to a 4-person battle. We are adjusting the scenario mode for that.
Oh,
And
man.
then where you go in and silently beat up La Habrea, aka Thancred being possessed by La
Hey,
Habrea,
spoilers!
is also going to be adjusted so that it's like an instance during a story quest.
Huh.
というわけで、まあそんな風にコストもですね、レギュレーション今のプレイフィールにできるだけ近づけられるように、
I don't know about this. I don't know about these
改修しつつ
changes.
ですね、パッチ 6.1 から 6.5 にかけて、4.x までの ID ですね、全部対応していこうと思いますので、
You're gonna
よろ
play
し
it.
くお願いします。
So, yeah, in a nutshell, we are going in and making many adjustments so that it fits with, kind of follows suit better with how the game feels at this time.
I see.
So, throughout patch 6.1 through 6.5, we will be looking at the various content up to the 4.x series, the different instance dungeon to make adjustments.
さあではこのセクション以上で
I
次へ
don't
行
know.
きたいと思い
It's
ます。
like good. It's a good change, I'm
So,
sure.
moving on to the next section.
It was hard for me to understand.
2つ目の新しい挑戦ですね。この、
First,
6.1
yeah, let's go!
から
Graphics!
6.5までの期間、まあ 7.0
Let's do
リリースまでの期間を使ってですね、まず、まあ長期運営やっていく上で
I'm ready.
第一次のグラフィックスアップデートを、
Please make me prettier.
裏でね作業させていただきます。
So our second concept, and again, this is going to be the preparation
Yeah, good luck.
we will be doing throughout patch 6.1 through 6.5, leading up to the launch of 7.0. It is a long-term, or like preparations for long-term operation of the game, and we want to be doing this in the background, but we'll be preparing for our first graphics update.
ただ、まあなぜ第一次グラフィックスアップデートと言ってるかっていうと、
That doesn't
まあ
tell me
2時も
anything.
3時もあるん
What
だ
does
ろ
that
う
mean?
もしかしたらってことなん
Please
ですけど、
explain.
なぜかというと、
What are we
ここ
going
ま
to
で
get?
11年運営してきてると、
I wish to know what the
尋常じゃない
actual
リソース
tangible
グラフィックス
benefits will be
アセ
for
ット
me.
が存在してます。
Ow!
So the reason why we named this the first graphical update, and that's of course to imply that there will probably a second and or third after this, but our game has been in operation for about 11 years, and considering all the graphical assets we have produced, it's an insane amount.
やっぱり一気に
That's
極
true.
限まで上げようとすると、絶対コンバートミスがあった
Maybe I
りと
did.
か、そもそもコンバートの
Maybe I
物
did
理時
fall
間が
onto
足
my
りなくて、
keyboard. What of
もう
it?
デザインチームが無理ですよ。絶対
Am I
できま
falling
せんっていう
asleep at my
ことになっ
desk?
て
Just
し
a
まう
little,
ので、
maybe.
まあやれることを一回やって引き上げたら、 またその状態で安定が見えたら次のをやって
I think they probably have
まあその第1回目が来るんだというふうに
I think they probably
思
have
ってください
better versions of the textures in existence
So
already.
if we attempted to update every single piece of graphical asset or resource that we've put into the
Maybe
game
not.
all at the same time, we might run into issues of conversion errors, or it's just physically takes a lot of time to convert everything.
Okay.
And consulting with the graphics team, they already know that we can't address everything all at the same time. And so what we're trying to do is address these in phases so that we can test out certain elements, see how they work, and if it seems to be stable, we move into the next phase. And so I think with our first graphical update, this will be like the first time we start testing some of these elements.
All right, but what's going to be the first graphical upgrade? What are we getting first?
I saw a comment that says 4K grapes. Thank you so much for that. That was hilarious.
あそこに 4K とかね
4K
なんか
grapes
40万ポリゴンとかかけてるとそれこそ940みたいにキャラクター全然表示できねえぞってことになっちゃうのでまあちょっとこれから詳しく説明はしますよ
That's hilarious, but like imagine spending so much resources just to get the grapes to be 4K resolution, and imagine spending 400,000 polygons just to depict a piece of fruit. We won't have enough resources to render
Come
our
on, Yoshi P,
characters on
shoot for the
screen.
moon.
But let me go into the
The
details.
Great Moon.
そのグラフィックスアップデートは一気に、7.0 での投入
Coming
を
out
予
in
定してます
7.0? Okay.
So again, these graphical updates are intended to be implemented in 7.0.
まあその次期拡張パッケージまでの間っていうのを
Butt sliders?
そのグラフィックスのアップデートのシェーダー追加したりとか、いろんなものを追加していくテスト期間だったり
I don't want anybody to get butt sliders because I want them too
グ
much.
ラフィックスアセット
You want them? You
コンバー
can't
ト
have
期間
them.
というふうにさせてください
No fun for you.
So until 7.0,
ESO did have a
this will
butt
be,
slider, it
again,
looks
our
stupid.
preparation period. So this is where our team will be testing out various additions to the graphical elements, including different shaders. We'll
Stupid.
probably need to write more programs.
We already have a
This
boob
is
slider.
when we're going to be doing our asset conversions, etc.
でここが重要なんですけど、あくまでやっぱりマルチプレイのゲームであるっていうのをぜひ覚えておいてほしくて、画面全体の美しさ、9番から申請した時に感じていただいたように、やっぱり総合的な美しさ、世界の美しさっていうのを追求していきますよと、コンセプトとしてはね。
The boobs in 14 already kind of have a balloon shape to them. I'm not a huge
we want
fan.
players to understand is that this is still a multiplayer game, and so we want to strive for the aesthetic quality of the overall picture and looking at
Yeah, if you want that, there's a mod for it. Exactly.
Beauty or the element,
Just mod your game.
aesthetically pleasing sort of overall picture.
だってこうまさにね発売されたホライゾンのさ
Modders take it so far, it's
動くと
awful.
思われたら困る
The
わけだ
things
よ
people do.
あれで
Oh
俺
my
たち
god.
300人とか描画しなきゃいけないんでいや
Freaking-
できはするんだけどみんなの PC 動
It's a
かない
nightmare.
確か
Aesthetic
And
nightmare.
I see games like Horizon Forbidden West, and I don't want to get people to think that we'll raise our graphic quality to that. It's amazing, yes, but imagine having to render 300 different characters.
Anybody
on
who
screen
thinks
at
that
the
we
same
could have
time at that
graphics
quality.
like that is mistaken.
It's not physically impossible, but then I don't think it's gonna run on anybody's PC.
そこは覚えといてねみんなね
So
It'll
please-
run on
please keep
everybody
that in
who has
mind.
the 3080,
なん
right?
か勘違いされるのが一番怖い
I am view characters in 14 with player
that's
mods.
the
Yep.
scariest thing for
True.
people to kind of misconstrue.
で、当然なんですけどアニメーションとかまあその世界全体画面全体の美しさっていうところにやっぱりアニメーションとかライティングシステムっていうのも大きく寄与していると思うのでこのあたりもアップデートしていきます
And of course, considering the sort of
Animation and
overall
lighting system updates are also
aesthetic,
planned. That's cool.
Animation is going to be a key element we're looking at. Lighting
I
is
wonder what they're
another
going to do
element that
to-
we want to adjust as well.
Mocapped cutscenes? That'd be
まあ、例え
cool.
ばアニメーションに使ってい
Going
る
back to that,
よく
they've been
ね
getting a
メモリ
lot
だって言われ
better
ますけど、メモ
at
リ
their
の割り当てを
cutscene
ちょっと増やす
tech.
ことによって今までより
So maybe.
長尺のこうエモートモーションが作れるとか、あとまあそのライティングがライトの数が増えることで実は潰れていたバックグラウンド
I
ディティールがより見えてきて、リソースに手を加えなくても綺麗に見えるみたいなところもあるんで。
Oof. He will not look like
What we
16.
mean
Yeah.
by different updates to animation and lighting systems is, for example, I know people would automatically start talking about, oh yeah, memory issues with animation.
Ooh, ow.
So if we revisit some of the allocation of the memory for animation, it might allow us to create emotes with a longer animation loop, or with lighting. They're just having more lights than we had originally set up would allow for details that would have been sort of washed out or like not visible because of insufficient lighting to kind of show up. And so that will allow
Lighting
for an
engine really
improvement
helps.
in the graphical quality
It's like a
without us even
huge
having
boost.
to adjust the elements that are already in the game.
まあ重要な
Basically
ところ
what
です
base PSO2 got with its
スタンドアローンの
graphics
ゲームクオリティに
update.
はなりません、これをですね皆さん頭にすり込むためにもですね寝る前に必ず
I like the lighting in the Ifrit fight. It's fancy. Housing is
And
very
again,
intricate.
very
Yeah.
important point. I want to stress again, the new graphics will not be comparable to those of standalone titles. This is again very important. I want you to remember.
How
it.
many
I want
people
you
do you
to
think are
repeat it
going to be
before you
pissed
go to
off if
bed.
they're not
That's
fancy
how
graphics like
much I want people to
a
remember.
solo title?
まあとはいえやっぱりグラフィックスいろいろ手を入れてパフォーマンスというかね
People are kind of
処理は
brats.
より動作が重くなるのはするの
Definitely
で
people.
7.0 では最
Definitely
低動作
many
保証スペックの条件がまあ変わるのは確定です。
Why'd you
ただ
even bother
できるだ
making
け
this
多くの
if
ス
it
ペック
wasn't
に
going to be
ね
as
対応できるっ
good?
ていうところはこれまでのポリシーでもあるので、捨てずにやっていきたいと思ってます。
Looks bad. Go play
So,
Lost Ark. Looks
that being
better.
said, we do want to update the graphics for sure, and so that means your processor might require more power in order to render these graphics properly.
True and
or,
real,
like,
yeah.
efficiently. So we will probably have to update the system requirements for your machines and your PCs.
Dude.
We will try our best to accommodate for as many models of machines to accommodate with the changes, but we do want to make you aware that it is pretty much guaranteed that we will have to update the system requirements.
I can't play Final
やっぱり
Fantasy
気になる
14 because it's too
プレイステーション4なんですけど
anime. I don't play
この
anime games.
6.x 期間中に先行投
I
入す
only
ると思いますけど
play real games
PS4 版の最
Like
適
World of
化を
Warcraft
やっていきます。
and Fortnite.
And I know people are wondering about PlayStation 4 support as of 7.0.
None of those weeb games. No way.
I think what's going to happen, and this will probably be done prior to the launch of 7.0, so sometime within the 6.x
World of
series.
Snorcraft.
We
Oh
do
no.
want to optimize the PS4 version for sure.
で、
Optimize it.
そのさらにですね、まあ PC 版にあるようにグラフィックスオプションのカスタムっていうの
Man.
PS4 版少ないんですけど、あれを増やしてですね、
This
新
is
しいその
kind
描
of
画と
a-
か入れるとやっぱ重くなる部分があるので、
Not
重くても綺麗でいいやという人はオンにしてもらえばいいんだけど、まあオフにしてそのフレームレートを優先
Not much
する
of
みた
a
いな
live
こと
letter
が
right now.
できるようにしていくので、
I guess it's
PS4 の
good
サポー
stuff
ト
to
っていうの
have,
も少な
but
くとも 7.0 のタイ
every
ミング
time
で
I
は
watch one
しっ
of
かりやりま
these,
すの
I
で。
think, I could probably have just read the synopsis at
So,
the
and
end.
on top of that, there are various graphical configurations that you can set up on the PC version. Like you can customize some of the like display options, and we understand that it's a bit lacking in the PS4 version. So we do want to implement options in the configuration so that you can select.
Can they optimize the
prioritized frame
PS4 so it
rate,
stops raising the internal
or if
temperature
you
of your
want
house by a
to-
Celsius per hour?
If you're
No.
okay with performance kind of dropping slightly, but still
That's a
have
feature,
the
man.
graphics performance, then you can
They don't
select
have
that
central
option,
heating in
whatnot.
Japan.
So I do want to assure you that we will continue supporting for PS4 at least until 7.0.
Yeah, see? Oh, what the hell's that?
みんなどう思うんだろう。
Please put different lighting on him. He is cursed.
Some people think, oh, is that me?
I would like to not see our Bert this
そう
close
そう
up.
そう
Please,
なんかさ
please
多分ね
smear some.
これじゃないよね多分みんな求めてるの
Yeah,
I
he
don't
does look
think
sick.
this
It's the
is
lighting
what-
is bad.
We are looking for. This is not what we would desire.
なんか疲れた吉田って書かれてる
Some people are saying
well,
this
that's-
looks like a very tired Yoshida.
そうなんか違うでしょ
Yeah,
A test of your
it kinda does
GPU?
feel
Oh
awkward.
no! Oh, thank God.
まあここまで
Oh,
リア
thank
ルな
God.
バランス
Not that realistic. Oh, oh God.
So
Oh.
we aren't going to be working to make it look this real.
God, that was awful. I did not like
まあいわゆ
that.
るフォトリアルを追求していくとグラフィックスアップデートってこっちに行きがちなんですけど
I like my
おそらく
cartoonier looking
Final
game,
Fantasy XIV の
please.
世界やキャラクターが気に入ってくださってる方
The graphic
こっちを
fidelity
求めてはいない
like
と思って
lives
ます
longer when you make him a little bit stylized.
And some games, of course, their intent is to lean towards that photorealistic depiction, and people tend to lean in this direction. But I think for those who enjoy the aesthetic
Oh, boy.
of Final Fantasy XIV, this is not necessarily what we want to begin with.
This will
では
not be the warrior of light. That's right.
今そのグラフィックスアップデートって実はテスト開発もスタートさせてるんですけどテストスタートしてからまだ1ヶ月と
God,
1週間ぐ
they
らいなん
had
です
they
よ
had me. I was a little scared. Not gonna lie.
So with these graphical updates, we are already starting testing.
I should have known better, though.
actually, and it's been about a month and
Square
about
wouldn't do that.
a month and a week.
なのでその1ヶ月と1週間ぐらいテストをしてまあこれだったらもうまあ今出してもまあいけるだろうここまではとまあこれ以上を目指すんだけどまあ少なくとも一旦お見せしてもこ
Happy
こまでは
Friday!
間違いなく大丈夫だよあると 7.0 でっていうのを用意してきたんでちょっと見ていきましょうか
I'm doing okay.
And
Thank
so
you. I
we
hope you are
still
too.
very early in our testing stages. Again, about a month or so testing, but we do have results that we're seeing. That is, of course, we're going to aim higher than what we're going to be showing you, but it's. I
Oh.
think it's coming out pretty nicely.
Do they have
and
things
we
to
are
show?
Relatively confident. So let us show you some of these images.
こちらがですねテスト期間1ヶ月目のサンプルですキャラクター
Okay.
です
All right.
So from first month of testing. So this is one of the samples.
Yeah, that's not bad.
これ左が今で右がテクス
We
チャ
are
ーをハイ
watching
レゾリューション
the
化
Final
して
Fantasy
ます
XIV Live
髪の毛
Letter
も
right
含めて
now.
であとシェーダーを1枚入れてます
You bet this picture's going to be in the
And
YouTube
so what you're
thumbnails.
seeing
Yeah.
is the current image on the left, and then on the right, we've made the textures high resolution,
You
and
know,
we've added a layer of
Yeah.
shaders.
it's shaders.
あと
Shaders are doing a bit
セルフシャド
of
ウって
heavy
言っ
lifting,
て
I
自
think.
分の髪の毛の影が顔に落ちた時
Like
ま
I
あ
said,
その
man,
自
it's
分
the
の
lighting.
オ
Lighting
ブジェ
makes
クト
all
が
the
自分に
difference.
影を落とすのをセルフシャドウって言うんですけどそこも
Ow.
調整してるので結構ねセルフシャドウ実はすごい気になってて
Oh man,
買ってほ
please
しい
make
と
my
思う
Mikode look super cute, please. Please.
And
I
one
need to
thing
be
that we
fluffy.
did pay attention to was the self shadow, or whenever there's like an object that drops the shadow on yourself. Especially if you look at the bangs and the shadow it casts underneath it. That was something that I was kind of I wanted to address looking at the cutscenes in the past.
でまあこれ1ヶ月目のサンプル
You didn't
なの
like
で
the way that shadows
もっ
were
と上目
cast
指
on
せる
your
とは
own.
思ってるんですけど動作保証
Look at that.
あまりにも重く
I
な
don't
ら
know
ない
how well you
っていう
guys
意
can
味
see
では
it, but they've only
今一旦
updated
お見せ
the
できる
face
ようなとこ
texture
ろ
so you can
まあこ
see
の上さらにいろんな
where
こと
the
をやった上で
neck and the
最適化して
head
いって
meet
いって
really,
まあ
really
やれる
well.
より高いところは目指していこうかなと思ってます
So of course we do want to strive for even better, but at this time I think
It's like when you
from
put
one month of
makeup on
testing
and you
making
just,
sure
like,
that the
Do like a
the
skin
game
tone
itself
lighter.
runs properly.
Oh.
I think this is what we can show at this time, and then we'll continue to test and we'll continue to sort of improve and then apply optimization.
I'm gonna be living in the metaverse,
まあ
huh?
いわゆるヒロシ
Where
と
all
呼
the
ばれて
cute
る
boys
彼
are.
でやるとこんな感じです
Of course, our Derplander.
Oh no!
でちょっと
Sorry.
見てのサンプルです
Okay.
Here's a sample of the mikote.
She really doesn't
まあ
look very
戦
much
月
different
賞
though.
のボケ具合が、
うん
まあなくなったりですね、髪の毛の柔らかいそのカールの印象とかってちゃんと
Her eyes have more
まあ
soul
セ
to
ルフシャドウ
them.
がボケてないんでね、綺麗にかかるようになります。
She said
Of course,
Derplander.
you may
Yeah.
notice the face paint. The war paint is a lot crisper now. And then, as mentioned earlier, self shadow is nicer. I think it's brings out the softness of her face.
まあこれが
Hmm.
だいたい1ヶ月目だって
I
いうのを
hope that you can
ぜひ
see my nose
認識
paint
しておいてく
better.
ださい。
Again, just to remind you, this is after testing for about a month.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, the hair texture. It's literally just shaders doing it, right?
はい
Who is this guy? He's a freak.
まあこの
Oh
方
no.
向性で良さそうよね、やっぱりね、
うん
みんなのコメント見て
He still has rough-looking skin, though.
Looking at everybody's comments, it seems
Is this
like
Cog's
we are
face?
on the right track in terms of like the direction we want to take it to.
そうですね。Yeah, it looked like so.
でララフェルがね一番難しいんですよ。
Hmm.
And the Lalfell was actually quite challenging.
な
I
ん
don't
か
know.
リアルにするところがなくて
There are no areas really to make it quote unquote realistic, you know.
Realistic Lalafells are horror.
まあでも髪の毛綺麗にな
horror
って
creatures.
目の周りはものすごく鮮明に
The
なって
eyes
まあキャラメイクしておけばねもちろん
look a lot better.
いろんなパターン作れると
They
思うん
had
です
kind of soulless looking eyes before, I guess.
But I think the hair has definitely gotten more defined, and then the eyes has become very crisp, and it looks a lot more alive, so to speak. And with being able to character create, I think it'll have like it will allow for players for a broad range.
I bet it does mess up your eyebrow. Well,
そう
maybe
ね
it
肌の
won't. It might be
感じを
okay.
どこまでそのなんだろう本当に
It
ツル
might
ツ
be
ル
alright.
にするのかララフェルはこう少しそうは言ってもちゃんと肌っていう感じを出すのかは結構ね調整
It's
が
not
難し
like
い
the
ところ
eyebrows
だ
look
とは思ってる
particularly
ただ
realistic
皆さんが
now.
求めてるであろう方向性は理解してるつもりなのでしっかり種族ごとにですね調整しながらいきたいなと思ってます。
I hope it looks good
And
in
It's still a
motion.
challenge to figure out how do we depict the surface of their skin. Like, do we make it completely like flawless, spotless, or do we actually give it some texture to make it look like skin? We want to believe that we understand
No,
what
they
the players are
don't.
looking
No,
for,
no,
but it
Giga
is,
Chad.
something that we still need to kind of explore.
No.
まあなんて言ったってね11年も皆さんと一緒にこのゲーム作ってきてるんで
そうですね
皆さんが求める方向は理解してるつもりではあります。はい
But again, we've been with you guys for about 11 years at this time, so we want to believe
I'm
that
not sure how I
we
feel about these.
understand what the players are looking for.
ですいませんちょっとテスト1ヶ月目ということでですねキャラクターサンプルとしては以上になります、ま
I
た
think
なんだろう途中でねファンフェスのタイミングとか
I
あ
think
れば
I need
ま
to
た
see them
途中
in
経過とか
movement.
お知らせしていけたらなと思って
They're
ます
also not finalized, so they might be different.
So yeah, because we are still in the early stages of testing, as for character samples, that is all that we have at this time.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
hoping
yeah.
that we can
They're
continue
early,
to
so
update
it's not like a-
everybody on the status. Perhaps maybe next time we can do it at like a fan festival or something like that.
じゃあ改めてですねそのキャラクターまずそのグラフィックス第一次グラフィックスアップデートでキャラクターに関する表現のアップデート項目をお知らせしておきます。
What else?
Okay, so just wanted to recap all of the different elements that we look to update for our first set of graphical updates in terms of characters.
まずですね全体的にテクス
High
チャーを
resolution
高解像度に
textures.
していきます。
That's good.
髪とか肌とかそれから今日ちょっとねご紹介できてないですけど
What if I
装備
look
品のテ
worse
クスチャーの
though?
解像度も
What
上
if
げて
I
いきます
log out cute and I log in and I'm
So
like
the
a
first one would be higher
horrific
resolution
mess.
textures, which includes hair, skin, and we weren't able to show any examples today, but we do want to improve the textures of the gear as well.
They've been slowly doing that, I think.
でさらにですね、
Like,
これまあシェーダーと呼ばれる、処理になってくるんですけど質感の表現というのを向上させていきます。
If
例え
you
ば
look at
肌、
like
それから装
the
備
more
品の金属部
recent
分 あと布って
Crafted gear?
布
For
用
fighting,
の
I
シェ
think?
ーダーっていうのが実はあ
The
って
stuff that's the like
Q14
the
は
Republican
入れ
stuff
てたんですけど重すぎて
from PvP?
外してるんですね。そろそろいけるだろうということで布がもう少し
They've been
滑
like
らかに
slowly
布っぽく見え
updating
るっていう
things
シェー
to
ダー
make
など
them
を今
look nicer.
研究トライしているところ
But
です。
yeah, Hien's gear and to catch
And then
Grandpa
the
are
next
both.
item, and this is
in
relating
desperate need.
to various shader processing, which is improved material qualities, of course, skin, metal, and fabric. It's interesting because in the 1.0 or like the old version of Final Fantasy XIV, there was a shader or like a process that was just applied to fabric so that it would look the textures would the texture quality would look like fabric, but it was too heavy of a load on processing, so we had to remove it in the relaunch. But we're testing various
hated
ways
those
to
shaders.
see if we can apply something like that to make fabric a bit more
Those shaders always look like garbage
smoother
on my
and more
computer.
fabric-like, and we're still kind of researching and trying out various methods.
そしてですね、キャラクターに対してのライティングと
Thank
シャド
you
ウの
for
強
the
化というのもやっていき
12-month sub,
ます。
Thomas.
特にね、
Welcome.
見栄えに直
You
結し
haven't
や
missed
す
a
い
whole lot, but there
セ
is
ル
a
フシャド
graphical
ウ
update coming to
に
Final
関して
Fantasy
はすご
XIV.
くずっと気になってたんで、
So that's cool.
And then again, lighting and shadow, better lighting and shadow effects, especially for the player's shadows.
The
まあさっきもお話しましたけ
Shaders
ど、
are
できるだ
so
け
much.
プレイヤーの皆さんの今のキャラクターに持ってるイメージっていうのが変わらないように、
like
綺麗になったな俺のキャラって思ってもらえるようにしていきたいと思ってます。
Of course, again, our goal is to make it so that the overall appearance of player characters will be altered as little as possible. We want you guys to see the graphical updates and
Excuse
think,
me.
oh wow, my character's become pretty.
で注意点が2つあって、まず1つ装備
I'm
品
not sure. I
信
I
じ
hope
られ
that
な
my
い数の
computer can run
アセ
it.
ットがあるので、
That's really
あれを
where I'm at.
7.0 までに全部コンバ
The
ートす
shaders
るの
can
は
be
不可能で
really,
す。
really like they can hit
So
your
2
performance so
points of
far.
caution. The gear, we mentioned about updating the material quality of gear, but you know, there's an incredible, unbelievable amount of gear available for all of our player characters, and considering we'd have to convert them all, we will not be able to get through converting all of the gear by the 7.0 timing.
なので 7.0 で新しく実装されている装備っていうの
How
は
are they gonna
全て
start
今回
this?
の
What gear are they
グラフィ
gonna
ックスアップデー
use?
トを経た内容で作っていきます。
Good thing we live in a time with affordable and accessible computer parts. Please stop.
So any gear that is implemented from 7.0 will have gone through the process of the updated graphics. So of course
Alright.
those will be of the higher quality.
Nicer gear,
た
and
だ
it'll
し
look like
まあでき
garbage
る
with
限
the
り
old gear
こう
equipped
プレイ
with
ヤー
it.
の皆さんが
But you know, it's
ミラ
fine.
プリとかをしておしゃれによく使っているものに関してはちょっと優先的にできる限り
Excuse me.
対応をしてまたパッチ 7.x シリ
I'm
ー
going
ズで
to
徐々にその
leave
古
you
い装
guys
備
with
っていうの
this
も
and
新しい仕様に
take a
少しず
second
つこ
here.
う対応していけるようにっていうふうに思ってますのでちょっと数年がかりで全体が上がっていくことにはなるかと思いますがよろしくお願いします。
But we understand that there are certain glamours that people use often, so we want to look at those and try to get those done with a higher priority in terms of like which to get to. And throughout the 7.x series is when we will address the rest of the previous equipment or gear. So I'm afraid it will take at least a few years to address all of the different textures.
あと NPC です。今回ね
あー
プレイヤーのキャラクターみんなクオリティアップするじゃんバーンって NPC 全員も無理だと思っていて70までには
The other thing are the NPCs. I know we talked about updating the player characters and the graphics on those, but I'm afraid we're not going to be able to address all of the NPCs by 7.0.
まあ申し訳ないんだがクオリティの高くなった NPC とまだなんと順番が回ってこない NPC っていうのが出てしまうと思うんですけどちょっとそれも許していただけると助かります。
So I'm terribly sorry to say this, but you may start seeing NPCs that have gone through the graphical updates and those that have not gone through the updates. But please, your understanding would be appreciated.
これをね全部やれって言うといやもうじゃあグラフィックスアップデートやめましょう、無理です無理ですってなっちゃうんでちょっとちぐはぐっていうのが出ちゃうタイミングがあるとは思うんですけどそれをやっぱり承認していかないといつまで経ってもできないと思ってるのでちょっと許していただけるとなのでちょっとイルベルドはまだ後でいいかみたいな
And if I were to tell my team that, okay, we need to do everything, then people are just going to throw in the towel and be like, no, this is impossible. So I'm afraid there will be times at which not all of the NPCs will have gone through their graphical updates and it might look a little disoriented or disjointed. But if I don't allow for that to happen, we won't be able to get to it. So again, if you could forgive us for going through that, that would be appreciated. Like your bird might not get his graphical update as quickly as maybe like the Sultana, but
テレジアデレジはっていうお声が結構あるんですよ。ただです
Okay,
ね
they're still talking about the same thing, huh?
テレジアデレジってプレイヤーの
You know, sometimes you just fall into your blankets and you can't get
手を
out.
下さずともあいつ勝手にクオリティ上がってしまう可能性が高い。
This blanket's weighted.
some people
This is
are
a-
asking,
this is a 50-pound
what about
blanket."
Adelegy? And I realize his expression is part of the parts that you can select when you're creating your character. So because we're updating the player character facial parts, Telegy Adelegy is going to have his graphical updates already. So he may be an exception to those NPCs.
Wait,
まあ、
so
というわけでプレイヤーベースで組まれているものはね必然的に
Are they
そうなるん
gonna
ですけど、まあナナモさんとかはねやった方がいいかなとは思ってるんですけど、ちょっとまだ精査まではしきれてな
are
い
they gonna
んですけど
update our
そういう
body
状態が
graphics too? They
出ると思うん
better
ですけど
give us new
よろしくお願いし
skin
ます
texture so that we can't see the seam on
So
our
yeah, any
neck.
characters that are
Please?
built based on facial parts or body parts that are available for players to
They would have to, right?
utilize
Yeah.
will probably be updated simultaneously with like the player
Oh, no.
character graphics.
Half of the
But there
NPCs are
certain
going to be
key
updated and
NPCs
half
that we're
aren't.
also looking at maybe the Sultana, but we have yet to sort of assess, and we will continue to sort of explore the options.
I didn't notice the
で、まあ、ちょっと
Sultana
今
had a
日お
different
見せ
face.
し
I
たの
just
は
assumed she had the same
繰
face
り
as
返し
every
にな
other
りますが
level.
テストをスタートしてまだ1ヶ月ちょっとのデータなので、さらなる
Amaric
ですね
has a
クオリティの
unique
向
face,
上
right?
に向けて他の種族も含めてですねテスト続行していきます。いずれ装備とかもねこんな感じになるよというのもお見せできればと思ってます。
But yeah, again, what we showed you was only about a month or so of testing.
I
So
also wish they'd
we're
get rid of the
hoping to
sandals. I'm not a
provide
huge
you with
fan.
more
Maybe they
updates as
will.
come in.
With the graphics update, maybe
Perhaps
they'll
the
get rid
other
of the sandals and give us bare
races,
feet.
Perhaps we can provide you an update with gear, etc. in the not so far future.
Because all of the like mods you can get for those are very specifically for like a specific kind of person. You know what I mean?
なんとかしてほしいってあれは正直どうにもならないです。
Just a little bit too detailed.
計算でかわすしかないんですけど、それをやるとやっぱ動かなくなっちゃうと思うので、あとやっぱり物理
RTX
装備の
onto Leggy?
干渉
Oh, no.
を許可してる僕が、もういいとこれは割り切ってくれって言ってるから今のペースでそのアセットギアが報酬が装備がリリースできてるっていうところ
Will
も
you
あるの
totally
で、
get like
努力はしますが
half updated? Her old
根本的に
her old outfit will get
オフライン
updated,
で
but her
出る
new
ようには
one
なら
will?
ないので、はい、そこはすいませんご了承ください。
And I'm also seeing comments about can you do something about like gear or equipment or like player characters like body parts interfering with the graphics of equipped gear, and
What?
I'm afraid that is something that we cannot address fully. We would have to put
Like
in
clipping?
a physics engine in there, and that would cause for some of the characters to kind of
Oh
not move
man.
properly anymore. And plus,
Yeah, good luck getting a
I, as a
physics engine.
director, have allowed for those imperfections to my team. I'm afraid we're just moving on with it, or else we won't be able to keep the pace in releasing these different gear and the different designs that is available.
Yeah,
so
the old
I'm afraid
closed
we
physics
are
engine.
unable to address it fully to match something that of a like a standalone game. Sorry.
さあでは次はですね、
Yeah,
ちょっと
I don't
BG
mind that we
マッ
don't
プに
have
関
like
わると
proper
ころも
physics.
テスト
It
1
doesn't
ヶ
really bother me.
月ちょっとのサンプル持ってきました。
Okay,
But
we
then
have
maybe
more
I'm just not
samples,
picky
though.
enough.
This time it's for various backgrounds and like map
Ah.
elements.
まずこれは単純に
Map visuals.
テクスチャとかに何も手
The
を
sound
入
of
れず
Pat
に
deflating. Ah,
配置
whatever.
できる
He was
ライ
never
トの
going to be
数
able
を
to
増
play
やす
Final
って
Fantasy
いう
14 with
テスト
4K
のサン
graphics
プルです。
anyway. He's got to know that.
So this first image is a test of just simply the number of lights we can place in a certain scene without it touching any of the textures or surfaces.
配置ライト数をですね
I can't
複数
imagine he
増や
had
すと
like
こんな
super
感
high
じになります。
expectations when they said they were doing a graphics
So
update.
we just added a few more lights in a particular scene, and what you
Huh.
see is in the right
That's
side.
fancy. It looks
あの
better.
ライトがですね遠くに左側ね1灯しか焚けないので、ちょっと見てほしいのは手前側にあるデスクに
Yeah, like a
影が
new
ほぼ落
lighting
ちてない
engine
の
will
が
help a lot,
右
I
側
think.
複数ライトによってちゃん
'Cause it's
と
like
影が出るようになって
Specific
るんです
lights instead of just like a weird atmosphere
So if you
of
look at
light.
the one on the left, we were only able to place one light source in the scene, but in the picture on the right, we were able to place multiple lights to give it a more realistic look. And as you can see, the desk
Yeah.
is now
1.0 had
casting
shadow
a
mapping.
shadow.
Yeah.
まあ当然分かりやすく上の方にライトさらに1灯追加されてるので、まああそこまで作り込んでたのに
Huh.
ライトが当たらないことによって全部黒で潰れちゃってたのが
Yes, it is. It's the two you
まあ
help
しっ
hook
かり
up.
見えてくるように
They
な
were
る
the
ので、
last thing
こ
I
れね
did
多分
at
プレイじっくり見て
Charlene
いないと
before I
という
gave up
か
on leveling
受け
my
る
stuff because
雰
it
囲
was so
気が変わる
boring.
のでこれによって。
And of course, I think one of the key changes
Helping
that you
other
can
people
see
find
is because
love,
we were
no
able to place a light
thanks.
directly on top. You're able to see some of
I
the
don't get paid
details
enough
that
for
would have
that.
been kind of hidden behind a shadow. And so I think with allowing for more lights to be placed, it will
It looks so much
kind of
nicer.
give you a
Like it's actually
better
kind of silly
impression
how much
of some
better
of
it
the
looks.
atmosphere in some of these locations.
でさらにですね
The
こ
whole
ちら
game will be
今
so
の
like
現在の
fancy
状態
and
の
fresh
ティタニア
feeling
です
without being like
Next, you see Titania
Without being
in her
foreign, I
current,
guess?
in their current state.
でこれはシャドウです。シャドウのテストをお見せします。
So this is where we tested out how shadows appear.
まあ影に使ってるテクスチャーの解像度と計算を上げていくので、これぐらい
That's so
くっきり見えていくようになると思います。
So
That
this
looks
is
really
where
cool.
we tested the texture as well as the calculation formula behind
wanna see
how
old
we're
areas? Yeah.
displaying the shadow
But
underneath
look at it
Titania.
though.
And we believe that we are able to improve the
shadow looks
quality
so
and the
nice.
resolution up to what you see on the right image.
さらにですね、これ複数ライトも置いてみてるので、
You wanna see the
今の
arena-
14だと左の環境しか作れないんですけど、複数ライトをさらにカラー変えたりしていくことで、右のようにね、かなり複雑なライティング
Bigger
の
is
絵作
better
り
in
ができるように
4K.
なります。
Hmm.
And as you can see, we have multiple lights again in this updated picture.
It looks so
and then
nice.
plus we put some colored lighting. So
I think-
the background is
I think it's gonna
exactly the
help
same,
people
and it was actually
feel
quite
less like it's, like,
intricately
washed
built,
out and
but
muddy.
by having these different sort of lighting available to shine on it, you can
'Cause
see
it really does
the
help. It looks a lot
complex
nicer.
details that was part of the structure.
ちなみにこれ
It's like one of the
左
big
の
gripes people
テ
have.
ィタニ
Oh,
ア
it
の
needs
スト
to
ー
be
リー的に
more
は左の雰囲気が
saturated.
いいなって言ってるコメン
And
ト
then
があ
they
るんですけど、
overdo it.
実はこの状態をさらにグレードアッ
And it
プさせ
becomes
た
like
バー
this
ジョンを
horrible
BG チーム
mess
作ってきた
of
ん
like
ですサンプル
rainbow
として
vomit.
ただ開発者目線で見ないと分かんないからライトの色を赤とかにして複数ライトが混ざってるっていう環境を作ってくれって言って僕がわざわざデザイナーがセンスよく統一してきたものをバラしたんで、
なるほど。
デザイナーのセンスじゃないのでこれね
なる
僕のプレゼン用だと
Leave your dusty
デザイナーの名誉のために言っており
fantasy
ます
colors alone.
はい
One thing I do want to clarify because somebody pointed out they liked the look of the original Titania where it has that sort of mood with all the muted colors.
That's not a mood.
Yoshida wanted to, or I want to point out that this is the developers actually brought to me an example of what improved graphics would look like with
God.
that stayed within the color palette of the original picture, but that's very much in the developer's perspective, and I wouldn't be able to tell the difference of what has improved. That's why I had requested my designer to intentionally place red
I guess you're
lights,
right.
something that's more obvious, just to show an example. So don't worry, this is not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to like destroy the atmosphere. The designer was very mindful about keeping the tone of the story, but I wanted a more like overt example. So just wanted to clarify that.
で
Dude,
ここでちょっとね
people go
特に注目してほ
off
しい
the
のが
rails
画面右の
wacky
奥
with
上の方
their
に見えてる
adjustments
ス
of
テンド
color
グ
in
ラ
this
ス
game.
のあたりをちょ
Some
っと
of
見
the
てい
like
ただきたいんです
G-shade
けど
presets are just like the worst thing I've ever seen
And
before.
one part that I do want to point out, if you look at the upper part of the image, where the stained glass is,
Uh-huh.
これ左と右マップのポリゴンは何も変わらないんですね。テクスチャー解像度も変わって
What's
ないんです。
happening up there?
so just reiterating that we have not changed any of the polygons that are in the map layout. We did not improve any of the textures here.
なのでライトを変える複数置けるようになるだけで実は BG アーティストたちがこだわって作っていた箇所っていう
Yeah,
の
that's
が
right.
より明確にちゃんと見えるようになるんですよ。左は全部影で潰れてるんですけどもともとちゃんと凹凸あるんですね。
That wasn't even
And
a
so
that
this
wasn't
is
even a
what I'm
shader,
trying
though.
to show with this image.
Wasn't
is
that just
by
done with
being able to place multiple
just
lights in a
the
scene,
minion, the one
we are able
silver
to
moon minion?
showcase the details that our
I think that
background
was
artists have put
because that was so
into
long ago. That
the
was before
structure.
G-shade.
So above these stained glass, you might see these sort of like tiered
Back in the
sort of
olden days.
molding on top, and the picture on the left, it makes it unnoticeable because it's kind of drowned in the shadows. So by being able to place multiple lights, we're able to accentuate those details that our background
That's
team
cool.
has put into the structure.
They finally have their
ちなみ
work
に
being
バ
seen
ックグ
by
ラウンドアーティ
people.
ストたちはライトの追加をやっていこうって言ったらめっちゃ喜んでました。
おー
So when we were talking about adding multiple lights, the background team definitely had a very strong reaction to that.
よかった。
さあで次はですね、こちらは金属表現を、その質感を上げますというサンプルになります。
So
Is
next
this-
sample we want to show you is how we depict
This must be the place I've
like
never been
the
to, huh?
texture of the metal.
こちらもですね、デザイ
The
ナー
one
の
that
趣
I've
味
never
というよりは
gotten
ですね
to because it's so freaking
悪趣味なぐらい
impossible.
変えてくれって言ってるので、それをご承知おきください。
And of course, this again is supposed to be an example. and
Stormblood
so I
Final
asked
Floor.
my
I
designer
maybe
to
came
make
here
it
a
very
couple times, max.
gaudy at this point. So please understand it is not necessarily the designer's choice.
まあもともとやりたかったけどシェーダーがなくてでき
I
なかっ
think,
たので、
oh.
これぐらいゴールドをちゃんと
Oh, it's so
やってい
shiny!
きますよと。
Whoa!
So up
Nox, your
until
treasure
now,
room's
we
gonna
didn't
look
have
so
the proper shaders
nice.
to apply, but
It's gonna be so
we would love to
sparkly.
improve the look of metallic surfaces.
That looks
for
so
example,
much
gold
better.
here.
すごいですよ。
Wow.
吉田の家じゃんって書いてあるんだけど、オレンジこんなの
Somebody went in there and
仕事してない
shined
わ
everything.
People are saying, "Oh, is this Yoshida's house?" I'm like, no, if I were that rich, I wouldn't be working.
これ怖いもんで、今まで我々が左を金だと信じて
Yeah,
まいり
spit
ましたけ
shine,
ど、
yep.
なんかもうブラスにしか見えないですよね。Yeah, actually we trusted left side screen is gold up until now, but then now it only see brass.
Yep.
No more.
ま
The
あ
left
こういう
side is
形で
brass.
金属の、質感強化っていう
Kinda
の
does
を
look
や
like
っていきます
brass.
まあこれはねとてもわかりやすい例じゃないかなと思います。
Someone Photoshop in
Thank you
Nox
for
with a
that.
dollar
But,
sign
yeah,
bag.
again, we're trying to make improvements to the material quality, so the look of metallic surfaces as well.
さらにですね続いてはマップ に使えるメモリっていうのも、上限を上げてあげようと思っているので、それによってですね、
Alright.
より多くのオ
Map
ブジェクトが配置
visuals.
できるようになって
Currently,
いきます。
Thavnair.
And next was to look at the memory resources allocated to
Okay.
rendering a particular area on a map. And I'm looking to raise that sort of cap so that we can place more objects in a particular field.
まあこれ左側が現在
More
よく
objects.
ちょっと
More
まあ土砂と
objects
出会ったりする
good.
ところですけど、こんな感じになってます。これ現在ですね。
So the left side, you may remember your first encounter with Matsuya.
Mm-hmm.
でそれがですね、今回このぐらいまではいけるだろうと。
Huh.
And
Wow,
with
it's like
testing, we are seeing that we could possibly
very
place more
different.
objects like these.
左と比
ground
べ
is
て
so
です
much
ね、やっぱま
different.
ず注目点としてはその1枚のループで作られた
Huh.
その階段状になってる部分っていうのがそれぞれ素材違いをしかもこう組み合わせで、ずらして配置したりすることによってこう使い込まれた感とかより出せていける。このあたりはね実は
All the
すごく
extra
大きいと思い
stuff
ます。
placed around is really nice.
And so in the left, you may notice that it's just a repeat
I
layered
wonder-
on, like a repeat layered on top of each other. But in the updated graphics, you can see that we are able to place objects not exactly like on top of each other, but like you
Yeah,
can
I was gonna
shift it
say,
by a
I wonder
little
if they're going
bit.
to improve
It'll
our housing
allow
limits,
for
at
a
least
more
the
realistic
outdoor stuff,
depiction
since
of,
they're going to make it
the
so you
area
can
has been in
have more
use.
stuff.
So this is actually quite
On
it helps
maps.
with like the immersion.
I
で
hope
あとは
so.
その床ですね、実は床
Trying to
の
make
上
a
に
basement
もう
bar for
一
a
枚
friend in
テ
your
クスチャー
suffering.
を重ねてブレンドさせることでですね、
I
床がこう
really, I want to
ひ
see
び
what
割
we
れ
get in
だ
the
ったり
next
細かい
patch, because
今だとねメモリがないの
it's going to
で
be time
巨
for
大
me
な
to
床を1
redo
枚
our
貼って
free
どう
company
にか
house
ってところなんですけ
soon.
ど、そこを
If
さら
we
に
get to
こ
move
う
to
スカンバ
Ishgar.
上げていけるようになる。
It's going to be a big
And then the
undertaking.
floor or the ground, with the graphical update, would be able to add another layer on top to give it more texture and kind of blend it in. So like cracks in the ground. Previously, we wouldn't have enough memory, so we would just have to paste one giant floor and deal with it. But with the graphical updates, I think we'll be able to improve on the texture quality as well.
そしてですね、続いてがちょっと BG でお知らせする最後になるんですが、
Next is, I believe, the last set of samples that I've seen for the background elements.
こちらです。我々開発チーム最大の敵
Okay.
自動草って呼んでるやつ。
Where is this?
So this is one of our pet peeves, arch nemesis, I should say. These are like these automatically generated grass.
これがですね、カットシーンのチェックをやってるとですね、割り込んでくるんですよ。自動で
tell.
生やされるんで。
Is it
多分カッ
Elpis?
トシーン
Oh,
作っ
yeah,
た
yeah,
スタ
yeah.
ッフ
I
の
bet that
時に
is
生
what
え
it
てなか
is.
ったん
I
ですけ
haven't
ど
gotten really
僕
close
がチェッ
to...
クする時は生えててです
I
ね。
haven't really done much
ジャ
about
ギジャギが
this.
すごい入ってくるんです
But
よ。
yeah,
カメラに
this? Exactly, the
And
bane
this
of
is-
low
this
angle
is
screenshots.
so-
I
It takes away
absolutely.
from cutscenes when it barges in. I'm sure when the cutscene team is creating the composition, they
Yoshi P
don't
very
see
much
the
does not
grass
like it.
because this is just automatically generated after the fact. But sometimes it's like so close up and it's so pixelated, and that pixelation it bothered me very much.
That's
今回
funny.
もね、実はちょっと裏話ですけど、
はい
See, even Yoshi P hates
まあ
it.
エルピスで、
I know. I really wanted to take cute
Helmets.
screenshots that were like Final Fantasy VIII inspired a few years ago, and I
はい
couldn't
はいはい
シーン
because the
夜空
flowers look like garbage.
で
They're so bad. They look great far
Mm.
away, but
あそこがですね、何度チェックしてても
as soon as you get up close to it, it all
で
falls
頭
apart.
にきたので、もう BG 班に頼んでこの辺もう草生やさない設定にしてくれって。
あ、なるほど。除草剤を撒いてしまったんですね。
Okay.
So one behind the scenes comment I wanted to make when I was looking at the cutscene in Elpis, sorry spoilers, but Hermes when he's talking to Meteon
Spoilers!
about I want to show you the flowers in Elpis, and he removes his mask, the grass automatically generates and it gets in the way. So I got so mad. I told the background team, like, can you make it so that you don't have grass being generated in this part of the ground?
でそれがですね、今まだテスト中ですが、こんな感じになります。はい。
Whoa! That's so much better!
Again, we're still testing, but this is a sample image of what it could look like.
That's insane! It's so much
まあ
better!
種類もね、複数持てるようになるので。
You still have like 2D petals, 2D flowers, but like...
何も手入れてないんですよ。
Oh my god!
全く今のままなんですけど。まあこんなに変わるですよね。
Oh my gosh.
So
yeah, at least they're not
plus,
blobs.
we are
Absolutely.
able
Like
to
this is good. This is
generate,
way
a
better.
variation of different grass or plants. And so while we haven't added or modified anything in the background, like the trees and the field in the background have not been modified, the look of it is different because of how we can
so different.
Process these automated grass.
これはですね、自動草そのものを
Yeah,
入れ
it's still
替えるので、
PNG textures.
申請
Yeah, it's
か
just
ら
like
現
higher
実まで
res
全ての
textures.
なるほど、マップで自動で生えてる草
So
が
much
綺麗にな
better.
ります。
And for this update, we will be replacing the system that generates these grass or plant life. And so this should be applied throughout all of the areas from A Realm Reborn throughout Endwalker.
Oh man, I hope we find some really funky looking glitches.
実はね、まだあるん
I'm
ですけど、
excited for
ちょっ
weird
と
graphic
どんな
problems.
表現バックグラウンドを上げ
Like
ていくかというのを
smooth
お知ら
rock.
せしておきます
We've done various other testings in terms of background elements, but
Yeah!
allow me to summarize again.
まず先ほど、サンプルでも見ていただきましたライト配置数の追加、質感落とす表現、ね、雰囲気の強化っていうのがこれによって、行われます。
Okay,
So,
so new
again,
lighting.
we are
new
going
textures.
to be doing
I'm
additional
happy with
lighting
this, but it's going to be
tweaks, so
years from
improve
now.
Visual quality, depth, and immersion.
そしてですね、影の高解像度化、
That's the only sad
影のテ
thing.
クスチャ
I
ー
have
を
to
高
wait
解
so
像度にする
long.
ことでですね、ちらつかなくなったりですね、影がよりメリハリが効くようになります。
And then higher resolution shadows. And so we'd be improving the texture of the shadow and how it's depicted so that it will allow
Years from now
for,
means you can start saving up for a new
like
PC.
flickering, decreased
Fair.
flickering.
ちょっと嘆きの海のマップを思い出していただきたいんですけど、あそこ実は雰囲気を宇宙空間にするために、ライトの距離をすごい遠くして、
I could use a new PC soon.
全体
I mean,
の
mine's not
暗さを
old,
こう
but
締めるようなことをやってるんですけど、結果そう
when
す
I
ると
bought it,
影が
I
も
don't
のすご
think
く
I had
長く
streaming in
表示されるんだ
mine.
けど、テクスチャー解像度が低いが
Not
ゆ
like
えに
this.
すごいじらついたりボケたりする箇所が結構多いんですよ。ただ雰囲気を優先したんで我慢してたんですけ
I
ど、
still had some
そういうところ
false
もですね
sense that I was going to
より
make
綺麗に
art
ちらつ
with
かず
it.
に影が出てくるようになると思います。
So
Oh,
if you
but
would
I was
recall
fooling
Mare
myself.
Lamentorium and how we were trying to depict or make it seem like you're in
Feels
outer
bad,
space
man. Yeah.
and make sure that the
Yeah, it
lighting
does.
had been placed in a very distant location so that we emphasize that sort of darkness that surrounds you. Because of that, whenever you're on the moon, your shadow gets to be very long, but because the shadow textures were not optimal, you would see frequent areas that would cause the shadows to flicker or it could get blurry. So
Yeah,
with
8
the
gigabytes
graphical
of RAM is
update,
not
we're
enough.
hoping
I think
to
16 is like the
improve so
standard
that,
now.
those shadows would come out a lot crisper.
Your desktop's 4 gigs of
そ
RAM!
して質感表現の向上です。これもシェーダーでですね、金属とか、
Dude!
まあそれ以外のちょっとシェーダーも今検討してます。
Dude!
And then, of course, improve textures, which includes metals, fabrics, and we're also trying to consider what other elements can we improve.
そして最後にご覧いただいた自動配置植物
It was top of the what? Yeah, 10 years ago! God!
Lastly, more and better auto-generated greenery, which is increased resolution, variety, and its
画面全体にフィルター効果として非常に重要なアンビエントオクルー
Yeah,
ジョン
I have 16 and I also struggle.
いわゆる
I need more. I actually almost just bought RAM the other day
これらに関しては
because my
今テスト
computer
をしてるんですけど
was
まだちょっと
chugging a little bit. I was like,
状態です。
I could go for some more RAM. I wonder how expensive it is.
We're also considering other effects.
Just download
or
it. I know, I
filters that
should. I
would
should just
apply
download it.
to the overall screen, including ambient occlusion and fog effects. Now, those
God.
are still being tested, but we couldn't produce results that we can present at this time.
めちゃくちゃ雰囲気
Yeah, I'm
めち
getting
ゃくちゃクオリテ
GPU
ィ
bottlenecks
上がるんですけ
too.
ど、
The
画面全体に
1060s.
パフォーマンスの影響を与えるものなので、慎重にテストをして、しっかりこれだったら大丈夫だろう。その皆さんが極端に PC を買い替えたりとかしなくても、
But it's just
あとオプションでね、ちょっと切ることで軽くできるとかっていうのをちゃんと用意した上で、ここまでやれますよ。
I think I've got an i5 processor.
まだちょっと1ヶ月じゃそこまではいけないので、
I don't
まあ
know
ただこれらも
how
強化は
close
してい
to
きます
not
ので、
being good enough that
また
is.
続報をねお待ちいただければと
Or
思
if
います。
it's still fine.
And we
Basically,
totally
I
understand
research
that
when I'm
it
making a
will
computer and
give
then I
it a
totally ignore it
different
for the rest
sense
of forever until I have to do it
atmosphere,
all
or it would
over
really
again.
improve the mood if we had those kinds of textures applied or those filters applied. But it does affect the overall performance of the game. So we will need to test it very carefully for sure. So we want to explore our options, but we also want to make sure that we are at a state where we're comfortable and not requiring for so much resources that players would have to like update their PC to an extreme, or be able to provide an option to shut it
time.
off if you want to optimize your performance.
Time
So
for
I'm afraid
updates.
we're not able to show you anything as of like a month or so of testing, but we're hoping to bring you updates further down the line. So yeah, if you could please stay tuned for that.
Please look
さ
forward
て
to it.
では、グラフィックス第一次グラフィックスアップデートの、まあ、今日お伝えできる範囲としては、ここまでとさせていただきます。
45 terabytes.
Right,
Dude,
so in terms of
45
the graphical
terabytes?
updates and the preparations that we're making for it,
Damn
I
it.
think is all
You
that
don't
I
have to store
for
all of the
today's
pornography
presentation.
for later.
さあでは続いて、3つ目なんですが、
That's
まあ、
so
引き続き多くのアップデートこれまでと変わらずですね適切なスケジュールでお届けしていきますよというお話です。
Provide
So,
regular
yeah,
updates on an
we will
appropriate
continue to
schedule.
provide regular updates on an appropriate
Yeah, I am
schedule.
gonna call him out. The port is
せっ
like
かくの
30
機会
terabytes.
ということで
I'm
ですね
judging.
ちょっと 6.1
I'm
から
judging. It's what I
6.5 ま
do.
で現状決まっているもの
You
って
come
お
here
知
on a
らせで
Friday
きそうな
night, you
ものをお
expect
知
me
ら
not
せ
to
してお
judge
こう
you?
と思います。
So I would
I'm
like
gonna do
to
it.
share information that we know that we're
Judgy porpoise.
we're going to have from 6.1 through 6.5.
まずパッチ 6.1 なんですけど、こちらねリリースタイミングが読み切れないと思うんですけど、皆さん4月には出します。はい
So 6.1 series. I understand that
Oh,
it's still
man.
kind of hard to see when it's
Yeah,
coming,
Tataru,
but
whatever, but
we are
Hildebrand!
looking at April at this time.
当然ですがメインクエストのアップデートっていうのは 6.1 から 6.5 まで
Do you
新
think
しい
she'll
冒険をお
become-
届けしていこうと思ってます。
Stronger?
Of course, part of those updates will include the updates to the main scenario. We will have a new story with each
Oh, wait.
installment.
そしてですね
Is Tataru's grand endeavor just JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
事件や紳士ねついに帰還でございます。ヒルディブランドの行
Is that
列
just
戦
the
が
same thing?
始まります。
Of course,
Are we going to
we've
solve a
heard many
murder?
people ask for him to come back. This
You know, it would make sense
gentleman
if it were the relic, since she's the one who gave
Mr.
us our
Hildebrand,
relic
will
gear.
be making his return.
Yada yada does
新しいサブクエストシリーズとしてですねタタルの大繁盛商店というのが、連続として始まります。
Tataru's
And then,
Endwalker
of
art
course,
pose in the
a
quest
new
line.
series
We
of
got it
side
already,
quests
didn't we?
named Tataru's Grand Endeavor.
ちなみにヒルディブランドが最後に目撃されたのはパッチ 5.3 で実装された漆黒決戦ノルブランドで
Yeah, she did the pose at the very end, I think.
エリディブスによって召喚された中に
いましたね。
確率でたまに出てくるんでねあいつID の中に、あそこですね最後に
Oh,
目撃
for
されてるのは
us, I see. Oh, to
I
do?
believe the last
Oh!
Hildebrand, last time
Yes.
Hildebrand was seen
I want
was
that
in
animation.
patch
That would be good.
5.3, the Hero's Gauntlet. And
Hildebrand
this is a
characters
random
only have
occurrence, so you may or may
hyper-realistic
not have
looks.
seen him. But when you are doing your Warrior of Light battle, he is one of the people that is summoned.
Huh?
さあどんな冒険とかね珍道中になるのかぜひ楽しみにお待ちく
Warrior
だ
of
さい
Light battle?
But yeah,
In that one dungeon or
we
somewhere
hope
else?
you enjoy whatever odd adventures that he gets into.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
まあどんどん行きます。パッチ 6.1 まだまだあって
Does
ですね
he not always show
ア
up
ライアン
on
ス
the
レイ
first
ド
time
ミソ
through?
ロジー・オブ・エオルゼア十二支にまつわる物語ですねスタートします。
Continuing with patch 6.1
A rare
updates,
chance? Oh, huh.
we will have our Alliance raid, Myths of the Realm, Part 1, implemented.
Oh,
This is
right,
going
that's what the
to,
24 man is.
delve into or touch upon the mythos of the 12 gods.
I forgot that we already knew what it
そして
was.
新 PVP のクリスタルコンフリクトというのが、スタート
My
し
bad.
て蛮族クエストあるかそうだら続編があって、ゼツは本当お待たせしました、レイド大好き
Ultima's
勢、
Bane Unreal.
本当お待たせしたんですが最新ゼツリリースしま
I
す。
actually might be able to do the Unreal shit this time.
And so,
Oh,
next
thank
is
God.
a new PvP. the
Ultima's
Crystalline
Bane's so
Conflict.
easy. I
We
can do
will have a
this.
new Beast Tribe quest, or like a new tribal quest, Arkasodara
Arkasodara?
tribe quest in their dailies, and
Who's
then
the
a new
Arkasodara?
ultimate content. Thank you
Are they
so
the
much for
Matanga?
your patience. Our new
Okay.
ultimate duty will be implemented as of 6.1.
The nice
ゲームは
Matanga,
ね、ア
yeah.
ルテマになりますが、もうバランスチェック
Calling them a beast tribe is kind of
結構
offensive.
むずいですよ。
They're people.
And of course,
What
we
the
will
hell?
finally be reopening the
I guess we
Unreal
called the
battles.
dwarves
Ultima's
beast
Bane
tribes
will be,
too, so.
What's coming for the next battle. We are currently testing this out, but it's quite challenging.
I bet you we get the Garleans as a beast tribe. I hope so.
IL が結構みんな上がってるんで、
はい、
いろいろギミック無視できたりとか、被弾してもそんなになんですけど、レベル90でバランス取り直してきっちり
Oh, did they?
レベル確
Do
定
they
させたら、ね、
remove the beast part?
やっぱ面白いし、
Oh, you're
や
right,
りごた
they
えある
did.
なこれって感
I
じ
never
で
even noticed. Hold on.
Of course, when we first designed the Ultima Weapon fight,
Why is this so bad?
it was done in a rush, and then by now, I think people have raised their item level, so even if you take damage, it's not as bad. But with the Unreal battles, we have adjusted the boss fight so that it matches that of a level 90 player. So, and we've kind of finalized the item level. So testing it out, I enjoyed it. It was a very interesting battle, and it's very challenging for sure.
でも今ちょっと
Matanga Laport's in the cafe at the end of the universe?
蛮族って呼び
Yeah,
方や
probably.
めたいなってコメントがあって、確かにそうだね。
But I want it to be the
ちょっと
Garleans.
考え直そう。メモっといてもらっていいかしら。はい。
Come on.
表現変えていきましょう。
There was a comment about the Beast Tribe quest, and it seems to not be very favorable to call it that. I know we're trying to shift it to say tribe quest, or like we're just calling it by the tribal name in the English, but we are going to try to figure out a better way to phrase it.
Huh. There you
そし
go.
て絶なんです
Somebody else pointed it out.
まあめっちゃ調整続いてるんですけど、多分一番難しいと思うんで
There's gonna be a anti-woke
やる方は
movement in
覚悟
Eorzea.
しておいてください。
And I want to
As certain groups of people push back on, how dare you say that these people who are clearly beasts.
Balancing right now
Yeah.
and making adjustments, but it's quite
Politics in my
difficult.
video
So,
game?
If you're up for a challenge, that's fantastic. But yeah, it's going to take some. It's going to again be challenging.
実はロ
Final Fantasy XIV is not a political game. That's right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ultimate would be not.
Yes,
6.1,
true.
but
We did have people who
6.11,
thought Garble was
so it
right.
might-
Dude, people are
it's probably not at
crazy.
the same time as the major patch.
まあメインシナリオをやったり、
はい
Posture check. Hydrate, Thomas, please. Although, you know what? It's been like a couple hours since the last one of those.
We are hoping that players would enjoy the main scenario first,
I was
and
getting
then
thirsty.
6.1 is also when we
shrimpy.
open up the Ishgard housing. So I'm sure people will want to sign up for like housing plots. So we're going to wait 2 weeks after the launch of the major patch, and then
Absolutely.
release the ultimate duty.
まだまだあってですね、6.1。
Why do you want your
さっきお
points
伝
back?
えしたメインクエスト ID のフェイス対応 2.0 範囲やって、それ以外のID もちょっとグラフィックスの調整とかいろいろやってます。
So continuing on with the 6.1 series updates, so the main quest, the trust system for A Realm Reborn patch 2.0 main scenario dungeons.
Hey, yeah,
そして
Emilion!
新しいリワードシステムとしてですね、キャラクターカードっていうのの、システム実装が、ドーンと始まります。
We get to go to mom and she gives us a sticker, a little golden star if we do good job.
UI. So this is going to be a new reward type system that we
Calling
plan
card?
to start implementing.
まあこの辺の詳しい内容はね、
Like Monster Hunter for ourselves?
またパッチ 6.1 特集パート1、パート2の方でお伝えしていきます。そしてお待たせしたロスガルの、新髪型対応が
It is going to be care packages to make for the twins. Absolutely.
So for this,
Maybe for her
calling card
husband.
style UI, this is something that we'll cover in our next two live letters. There's one definitely planned on March the 4th, and we'll do like a 6.1 feature, part 1 and part 2. So we'll delve into details at that time. So next item would be new hairstyles for
Wait, what did it
Hrothgar.
mean?
Thank you so much for your patience on this.
そしてハウジングイシェガールドハウジングが秋
March 4th live letter. That's like 2 weeks from now.
アルフィナ・アリゼのお母様であるアメリアンス編となります。
I'm not.
Next two items is
I'm not gonna do a
the
live letter
of
stream again, am I?
Imperium or Ishgard housing,
so-
and then custom deliveries.
I mean-
You get to meet with Alphino and Alizé's mom, Amelian's.
Oh no, the 69th live letter? Uh-oh.
新 PVP はいつですか、まあ、またちょっと PLL で詳しく言いますけど、6.15 を予定してます。
Will it really?
We had a question about when is the new PvP going to go live. Again,
We
we'll
can
cover
dress-
this in the
we can dress their-
upcoming
I hope we
other
can.
PLs,
Oh,
but
I didn't
we
even think of
are looking
that.
at 6.15 timing for that.
まあそれ以外にもですね、透滅戦など多数のものが、まあ透滅戦名前言えないですけど、
Oh my god, it will be
あります
the
んでぜひ
69th.
ご期待ください。ここまでがまあ 6.1 の
Give her the
ざっくり概要
butler
です
suit? Yeah.
And of
PvP in
course, new
6.15?
trials, we can't
Good.
say what, but other assorted updates are planned for the 6.1
Joy,
series.
please!
そして続いて 6.2 ですがこんな感じになってて、
God.
まあ、一番の注目はやっぱりお知らせしていた、無人島開拓が 6.2 からスタートになります。
So next up is the 6.2 series. This is one of the large, like the anticipated content, I believe, is the Island Sanctuary. That's when we're going to start opening this up.
昨日全体を一通りチェックしましたけど、めちゃくちゃでかいんで規模。だいぶね組み上がってるんでもう。
What?
I had the opportunity to check the overall sort of content yesterday, and
That's so far away,
quite
please!
large scale, but I think it's coming along nicely.
That's so
またち
far!
ょっと今日は時間がないのであれですけど、詳しく説明する機会は取ろうと思いますが、基本的には外の世界と全く異なるそこだけで完結できる遊びになってますし、まあゆっくり本当にゆるくやれるので楽しみに待っていただけると嬉しいです。
So I'm afraid we don't have the time to cover it today, but we will take the time at another opportunity so that we can explain the details of this. But it is going to be a
I'm not
different
sure.
sort of area that you can enjoy, and it's a very self-contained sort of content that you can enjoy.
で
Alright,
まあ
self-contained content.
2.x 残り新生オルゼアの 2.x シリーズのメインクエスト ID を全部対応し
I-
想定編にも突入します。
Oh.
あとは武器強
Maybe
化コン
if
テン
it,
ツの
if
新
it
しい
does
シリ
come
ーズ
out
に
for
スター
August,
ト
maybe
し
it'll
ま
come
す。
out for my birthday.
So
And I'll
going
get
back
a
to
nice
the earlier bullet points, we
island
will
for my
be applying
birthday.
the trust system for the 2.x main scenario dungeons, maybe partially into Heaven's Word. It says here
ああそうだもうね多すぎて入れてないんですけど、ミラプリの拡張もね 6.1 から第1弾始まるんで言っときます。そういうの。
よかっ
Oh, we also want to mention we will be expanding on glamours. Glamour ミラプリのごめんなさいミラプリはグラマープリズムの方でしょうか。
ね、
言えない感じですか。
第1弾はプレート増やすをやっていくまず第1弾。
What?
So glamour related updates. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure how to phrase it, so I squeezed it out of Yoshida-san. We will be addressing and expanding upon glamour plates as part of the first
Okay.
glamour related updates in 6.1
More
series.
plays.
まあちょっと
That's
全部
good.
書ききれないけど
That's good.
いつもの討伐討滅戦のノーマルと極があるとかいうのは、まあ、いつも通りやってくる、
Probably
まあその
just
辺は
plates for
書かれて
now.
なくてもあると思ってもらえると助かります。
And of course, we will have whatever content that you
Time
can
to go
expect
through
in
your
the patch updates, so
Closet
like
and
the
figure
trials,
out what doesn't bring you
etc.
joy anymore,
It's not
alright?
written here because we couldn't fit it all in the slides, but yes.
収納数増やすトライもしてるから
I know you're not wearing all 400 items.
どっかのタイミングで増やします。
Time
And
to
we're
do it
also
again.
looking at,
Spring cleaning.
like how to expand upon like the number of
Nothing brings you
sets
joy anymore.
stored.
Nothing.
So we're hoping to find an opportunity to do that update, like not an overhaul, but like an
You
update
don't
on
need
that as
joy
well.
brought to you
そ
because
して
you
で
are
すね
joy.
さりげなく書
Haha.
かれてる新しいこの 6.2 から
はは
新しいバトルコンテンツタイプが全くこれまでと違うコンテンツを今開発中です。
And then the fourth bullet point, it's just kind of snuck in there as part of
Wow,
the
Thomas.
update, but it's a new thing
Laying
that
it
we're
on
trying to do.
thick.
It's a dungeon with variable difficulty.
Oh?
これ難易度可変ダンジョンって今開発コードネームなんですけど、1人から4人でチャレンジできて、1人で行く2人で行く3人で行く4人で行くっていうので自動的にそれに合わせて難易度がコントロールされるっていうチャレンジ型のコンテンツになります。
And so the code name that we're using here is like Criterion Dungeons, but so you
Chalice
can
dungeons?
attempt this with 1 to 4 people. And what makes it variable is that if you go in, depending on the number of people you go in with, so 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, the difficulty sort of varies. It will automatically scale. So it's like a
Oh.
content where players can sort of challenge themselves.
まあ
Okay.
こちらも組み上がって
That's kinda cool,
は
I
きてるんですけど、まだ調整いろいろ
I
チ
wonder
ェ
what
ックや
it'll
ってた
look
りするんで、まあ6点に近づいてきたらしっかり特集していきたいと思います。
It seems like Palace of the Dead, kinda.
It is coming along nicely, but and we're still performing checks on the content. So please stay tuned for new information as they become available. When
It already
we can talk
exists, it's
about
called Duty
6.2.
Finder. No!
そして 6.3 になるとですね、メインクエストの ID フェイス対応が争点編をここで完了させる予定です。
Oh,
And then
man.
moving into 6.3, so we continued to add more trust NPCs. We should be able to
This is
address
dire
the
music.
remaining main scenario instanced dungeons in Heavensward.
でかいのはですね、世界中からですね、ディープダンジョンシリーズの新しいのがやりたいという、お声をたくさん頂戴していたので、今企画をやっている最中です。
Deep Dungeon?
6.3で、ディープダンジョンシリーズの第3
Deep
弾
Dungeon?
実装予定です。
And then players from around the world had asked about
Deep Dungeon?
when do we get a new Deep Dungeon? And so we are in the planning phases at this time. We're hoping to launch the 3rd in the series of Deep Dungeons at 6.3 series timing.
Okay.
そしてですね、すでに、
Nice.
開発ス
I'll
タ
take
ートして進んでるんですが、Z シリーズの第5弾を
Deep Dungeon?
6.3でリリース予定です。
And then we are already starting to make plans for this, but we do intend on adding one more ultimate duty. So this will be the 5th one in the series.
Huh.
そしてですね、6.2 でリリースされた、
Only one
無
more?
人島開拓のアップデートももちろん行っていきます。
And then, of course, because we will be opening up the Island Sanctuary as of 6.2, at 6.3 series timing, we will continue to update it.
Cool.
でまあ、4と5はちょっとパッチ 6.4 と5はまとめてのご紹介になっちゃいますが、この4と5でグレン編のメインクエスト ID のフェイス対応を全部終わらせて、まあ、これで、
We're almost
ストーリー上
done
に
with
登場する
the
全
main
部対応が終わ
bit
る予
of
定で
this,
す。
actually, I think.
And then
They don't have a whole lot of time left.
Next page covers both 6.4 and 6.5 series, but by this time we aim to complete the trust system implementation into all of the Stormblood main series scenario main scenario dungeon series, and so that should get through all of Stormblood.
で難易度
I have so much stuff to do in Animal
新
Crossing
しい
still.
バトルコンテンツシリーズの第2弾とか第3弾も入れていきますし、無人島開拓の開拓エリアを追加したりっていう予定ももう当然ね我々長期計画で進んでいるので計画予定されてます。
Hi, Shark
And of course,
Missile.
our Criterion
That is
dungeons
old.
will see
BRB
an
banner is
update. We
that?
should have numbers 2 and 3 implemented, and then for Island Sanctuary,
Is it his, like,
at this time
creepy
we want to
Resident Evil
expand
one?
upon the
Did he use that as
area, so
BRB?
we'll have an additional area.
でですね、例えば
It's
青
been
魔
such a
同士
long
のレベルキャップをどのタイミングにする解放をどのタイミングにするのとか、そういう状況を見ながら調整しているものに関してはどうしてもまだ言えないので、それらもちゃんとどっかのタイミングでやっていきますんで、
Oh, that
ま
is
たそれぞれでですね、
so old.
パッチのこう特集をお待ちいただければありがたいなと。やらないとかいうわけじゃないんで、ここに書かれてないものはね、まだ詰め切れてないものはちょっと言えないのでさすがに。まあこのあたりはもう全部確定しているのでお知らせして
Yeah, I did
おります。
do the art for Paige's about page. It's true.
I'm
And
sure
her
some of you might be wondering about, okay, when is the next time
offline
the Blue
screen,
Mage
I
is going to have their level cap increased?
the one with her holding
And,
Elmo with like a or
some of
holding
these
a small
items
Pat
we
with an Elmo
need to monitor the situation.
in the background.
And so I'm afraid we aren't able to determine exactly when this is going to happen, but we do intend on doing it. We will share more information when we are going to do like a patch specific like updates live stream. Please note that even if it's not written in the document, it doesn't mean that we're not going to do it. So yeah, there might be information that we're still in the planning phases and we weren't able to solidify at this time. So we will continue to look at the various existing content and provide updates when we can.
まあなんかパッチ情報を出すとみんな細かい
Yeah.
ところあれはどう
I
なの
actually was
かな
looking at that
わかんない
art, just the tip art
まあ
yesterday,
皆さんが思ってることは基本的にやってるんで
and thinking to myself, I should update it for her. It's
I see that
it's a little
people
old.
in the comments are talking about various granular areas of patch updates, and I think it's safe to say that things that we know people are expecting in a regular update will more than likely be included. So I want to make sure that yeah, don't be worried.
まあアルカスソーダラの次が
You've wanted to update the overlay you made for her a billion years ago every time you see it. I
全部
know,
決まって
right?
ちゃんとマイパッチやっていくので、まああれかな
Well,
これか
look at me
なって思いながら待っていただけると嬉しい。
My video's frozen?
And the
Oh my
travel
God,
quest,
no
beyond
wonder!
Arkasodara
I was
is,
wondering why nothing was
I'm sure a
changing.
mystery, but we have a plan. We do have like which group
Whoops.
to focus in on, and
Sorry,
we
guys.
do want to have
I had
content
Firefox
available
minimized.
for
It didn't
each of the
update.
patch. So
See?
it'd be great if you could wait,
Sorry.
not wait, but like speculate, kind of imagine which tribe will we be focusing in on.
あとゴールドソーサーも予定してるんですけど、4になるか5になるかまだ決まってないんでちょっと待ってください。
And we do intend on making Gold Saucer updates, but we still haven't determined if it's going to be 6.4 or 6.5, so that's why we're not mentioning it at this time.
I want
さあというわけで
Blitzball
まあ
at the Gold
変わら
Saucer.
ずですね、
Blitzball
モリモリでやっていきますよという
Please.
お知らせでした。
Please.
But yeah, just wanted to go through all of these roadmaps just so that we know that we continue.
You love the
or
art
we
for my
plan
donate button.
to
No,
continue
thanks.
providing very hefty updates.
Oh wait, I don't
ただ
have
ですね
one.
ちょっと皆さんにこれを踏まえてですね、ちょっとお知らせをさせてください。
I do have a subscribe button down there,
But
right?
with that being said, allow me to make
I don't check my
one
page like
announcement.
ever.
メジャーパッチのサイクルについてです。
And this is regarding the major patch cycle.
これまでですね、申請スタートからですね、まあずっとできるだけ
No
この
way.
3.5 ヶ月に1メジャーパッチ配信っていうのをまあ目標に掲げてやってきました。
So of course, since the relaunch as A Realm Reborn,
Yeah, you
we've
press the join
tried
the
to
pod
keep
art.
this pace of
and it
one
becomes
major
a,
patch update
sub
per every
button.
3.5 months.
でこれをですね本当申し訳ないんです
One
が
patch
2週
every 4
間プラスしてですね
Yeah, that's
4
fine.
ヶ月にさせてください。
And I'm terribly sorry to ask you of this, but we need to extend it by 2 weeks, and so we want to change it so that it's one major
I
patch
honestly
every 4 months.
Didn't realize it
で
was
この
only
2
3 and
週
a
間って
half.
何かっていうとですねまあ我々開発内では実装期間っていうのと調整期間っていうので大きく2つあるんですけど、この実装期間にプラスあと1週間、それから
One extra
調
week
整
for
期間
summer
に
and
プ
New
ラス
Year's
あと1週
holidays.
間の時間をいただいて、まあマイメジャーパッチを 3.5 ヶ月でなんとかやってきたのをちょっと4ヶ月、まあプラス2週させていただけると助かり
It's
ます。
been inconsistent for sure.
So of course we have periods of our development cycle where it's development and then implementation, and various adjustments,
Golden
fine-tuning
Week?
that we do. So
Is that a summer
those
holiday?
2 weeks
Or is that
that
just
we
for,
ask
like, Oban or whatever?
of you for your patients is 1 week for
May?
additional implementation, and then 1 week additional for fine-tuning. So that makes it
No, 6.1's not
that
out yet.
3.5 months now turns
It'll-
into 4 months.
Probably
で
be
です
out
ね
at the end of next month,
夏
I
季休
guess?
暇期間とか、
Or
まあ
yeah, the
我々
beginning
や
of
っぱり
April?
サマーバケーションスタッフに渡したりですね、年末年始やっぱり家族とねゆっくり過ごしてほしいっていうのがあるので、まあ夏季休暇期間とか年末年始の場合にはまあこれにプラス1週間ね。
Is there going to be nudity in the new build? No, probably not.
And in addition to that, we do have breaks, like summer vacation or summer
Only Godbert,
holidays,
you know,
New
fair.
Year's holidays. I'm sure people have family.
I
They
still
would-
have
they
to
would
put
visit
oil
over
on
the
that old
holidays.
man.
And so,
Someday.
for those holiday seasons, we might see an additional like 1 week's, not delayed, but like 1 week's
Yeah,
time
grease him up.
added as well.
Make him real
まあやっぱり
slippy.
ここまでその前半の10年間っていう
No, I've
ところ
gotten.
でも
No, I
お伝
got
えし
to
ま
it.
し
I
た
got
け
to
ど
it. There's
相
a.
当みん
There's
なの
another
開発
quest that you
チー
get
ム
Star
メンチームのモ
Spangled
チベーションっていう
Subligar
ところ
from.
に頼って
And I never did
やっ
it.
てきたところがあるなと思っていて、まあそれは僕自身のこう稼働の高さも含めてなんですけど、まあ休みたいというよりはやっぱり適切にみんな
Don't
健
you oil
康
up
で
Hildebrand?
健やかに開
Do you
発
oil
に
up
取
his
り
dad
組
in
む
that
ことで
one?
よりクオリティも上がっていくだろう。でもまあ事実足りてない無理をしてきたっていうところもあるので、
Multiple
それが
times.
理由に
Oh,
なってま
I
す。
see. I see. You oil
As I
many
explained
men.
in the first
Oh,
half,
I
when we were
see.
looking back at our first 10 years, we really depended on the motivation of each of the developers that are on the team, and me included. I was moving around and very hands-on with my team, but looking at our schedule and how we work, I do want my team to be healthy and be able to sort of maintain a good level of quality because they are taking the necessary breaks.
Good.
And
Fight for
to be honest,
breaks
there
for
were
your
areas
workers,
where
Yoshi
we
P.
might not have performed as well as we should have because some of us may have been pushing too hard. So that's the reasoning behind why we want additional time.
Works for me.
でまあ非常にね皆さん優しいコメントいただけてるんでとても嬉しい。特にスタッフの健康とかね気遣っていただけてるんでとても嬉しいんですけど、まあこれまで 2.0 からねなんとか 3.5 ヶ月でこうやってきたそのこの
Yeah,
実証
oiling up- yeah.
10
Oiling up muscular
Nanshi,
lads
Chose
is to
Nanshi
Final
みたいな
Fantasy
のが
XIV what
やってきたんですけど、
handling poop is to WoW.
ちょっとね
Yes,
比較
this
を
is
持ってき
true.
ました。
This is very true.
And thank you so much for the kind comments regarding our
You gotta go out and
staff
harvest
and,
10
making sure
sacks
that
of
you're
zebra poo or
showing your
whatever.
concern to our staff members. It really warms my heart, and I'll make sure to relay that. But considering what we've been doing,
You don't
in terms
understand
of,
either?
providing an update every
Come
3.5
on.
months since 2.0, and we work with a schedule of like such and such weeks for implementation and whatnot. So we put together this comparison chart for you to take a look.
まあこれまで
Comparison chart.
企画
Let's see it.
開発
What are we looking at?
調整デバッグっていうのをまあ 3.5 ヶ月で
Man.
やってきてたんです
I
け
feel
ど
like I was gonna say something. I forgot it completely. Oh,
Of course,
excuse me.
our development largely is broken down to planning, development, adjustments,
Wow.
and debug. And this is some of the numbers that we've pulled up.
まあ、パッチ 3.3 の時が左の列、5.3 の時が右の列です。
Jeez.
So the column of the
Some
left
of those like
is
are huge.
patch 3.3 series timing.
Huge jumps.
And then the column on the right is patch 5.3 series.
まあ、コンテンツ数がねそこまで極端にってわけじゃないんですけど、やっぱジョブ数がまずね11だったのが18になってたり、ボス数は作ってるボス数がもう17から23って増えてるんですね。これ当然調整コスめちゃくちゃ増えてるんで。
So, I mean, the number of content, like types of content, may not have varied over the years. But if you look at, say, like the number of jobs, from patch 3.3, 11 jobs, we've now jumped up to 18 as of 5.3, which means a lot of different balance adjustments for those. Number of bosses have gone from 17 to 23.
Yeah, 2 extra hours of cutscenes. It sure is. And we had even more in 6.0, I think.
チーム規模も当然上がってるんですけ
I
ど、
bet you.
じゃあ人が増えればそんなに簡単に
I bet you it'll
工場
be
製品作
a
ってるわ
lot
けじゃ
more
なく
in
て、
6.3.
量産が上が
Even.
るかっていうとやっぱりそうではな
It
い。
just keeps
トレーニ
getting
ングも
longer
必
and
要、
longer.
経験も必要。やっぱりそんなスーパーエース
My
たちが
duty.
中川とか須藤とかがバンバン育っていくわけじゃないの
It's
で。
true. That was one of those voice lines.
Of course, with our development team, thanks to the support via monthly submissions or subscriptions from everybody, we are able to strengthen our team. We were able to hire additional staff. And so
Nice.
our team has definitely grown, but I mean, we're not in a factory manufacturing, like, we're not an assembly line.
You would be
So
surprised
we require training. We
how many
require
people think you
for
can
our
just
staff
throw
to
more
gain
bodies at
experience.
a
Not
program
everybody is
and
a
have it come out faster.
super ace player like Nakagawa or Sudo.
例えばこの
It's so
開発チーム、
stupid.
運営チームを三角形だとした場合に、この三角のスケールはめっちゃ大きくできるんですよ。
はいはいはい。
Body them
だけど
for thinking that?
結局
Yeah.
上の方に行くと、どこまで行っても最後は頂点は
Good,
ディレクタ
as you
ーと
should.
かプロデューサーってなってくると、ここがやっぱそんな簡単には増えないんで、まあ、何でもかんでもたくさん調整もチェックもせずに出すってわけにもいかないから、まあ、吉田を別に分身させろとかその培養して増やせばって考えもなきにしもあらずだけど、ちょっとまだテクノロジーがそこまで追いついてないんで。
If you have a million people write one line of code each, it'll be
So
done
if you would
fast.
imagine
True.
our sort of team, I guess, our staff, or how we're organized as like a giant triangle. And of course, we can always scale the triangle to be larger, but I mean, it's still a triangle, so the tip is very small. And when you get to like the director and producer level, I mean, we train fantastic people, but like
It shouldn't
doesn't
be
grow
a
in
triangle,
numbers as
it should
much
be
as,
a
like,
mule.
when you scale the lower part of it. And there's
You gotta have a round top.
requires a lot of adjustments that need to be applied on the things that we do create. And of course, it would be awesome if we can create like multiples of Yoshida. Maybe if we can clone him or
Multiples of
like-
Yoshida.
I don't know. But still, it is quite a challenge.
吉田にハイデリンキックして分割しようって言われたけど、それ薄くなってんじゃん、一吉田。
Engines made in house may be more optimized, but new employees won't know how to use
Perform
them.
the Heidelin kick
Yeah.
on Yoshida and sunder him, then we'll have 14 of him. But then
Wow.
we know what he's sundered, so he's like thinner. Like you have a diluted version of him.
いやいや、まあでもね、例えばそのカットシーンの
That's the thing with Square. They really love making in-house engines and then never reusing them, spending 10 years developing one game and then never reusing the engine. For what? Just use Unreal, come on.
作ってもらってるんですけど、どうしてもねディレクションする側っていうのの人数は限られてくるので、それでも
Artisanal engine, yeah.
And if you look at the cutscenes,
Using
we went
them to
from
make an
2
MMO and it
hours,
works like
25
shit,
minutes
yeah.
to 4 hours and 30 minutes. And this is like if you let the dialogue autoplay. But I mean, we have brought on many talented people onto our teams, but we still require somebody to look at the product that they create, and there needs to be a director that makes sure that we're aligned.
This song makes me feel like I'm gonna cry every time I hear it.
能力の薄い吉田のただのやからやんけって
Comments still going on about
tearing up a
Thunder
little bit
Yoshida, like,
here.
but what if he's like that's I think
It's
a low
funny.
quality Yoshida. It's just a man.
Final Fantasy VII Remake was done in
まあという
Unreal,
わけでですね
right?
これからもちょっと今日お伝えした
It wasn't
内
their
容
own
7.0に向かっていろいろやっていきます
special
パ
engine?
ッチの物量というのも頑張ってまた作っていきますしクオリティとか調整っていう
It
ところも
looks fantastic. I don't know why they didn't just go that way.
まあその分ですね
Although
ちょっ
wait,
と
it's the
これまで
not
の
made
パ
here or
ッチ
whatever, right?
サイクル
It's that mentality.
3.5 ヶ月にプラス2週させていただいて4ヶ月っていうサイクルでですね、ここから先まだまだ楽しみに
Alright,
お届け
let's
してい
go.
こうと
10
思っ
more
てます
years of Final Fantasy XIV.
But yeah, we are making various plans leading up to 7.0, and we still want to continue bringing you the different patch
Let's
updates. And so,
go.
with the different elements
see
that we
Orchard Fawn
implement,
up there.
as well as the balancing that we do, the fine tuning, we
Oh,
don't
and
want to
Brita.
compromise any of that. That's why we do want to continue producing.
It's so
the
much
patches,
cheaper
to the
to just
quality
use an engine that
we
exists.
Hold ourselves up to. So we do want to ask for that initial 2 weeks so that we will
Like-
have the 4-month patch cycle.
I
But
guess
we
the
will
cost up
continue
front is
to,
probably higher,
bring
but
you regular updates.
まあ本当に
Or is
あと
Unreal
10
free
年やっていけば
now?
とてつもなく長
I
い
can't
旅に
remember
な
if
る
it's
と思って
like
ます
open source.
皆さんとね一緒に今度は
Or not
20
at
年
this point.
歩んでいこうってことになるかと思います
Ouch.
And we strive for another 10 years. This is our
Everything
our
is free,
goal.
yeah.
And I'm hoping that we will
If you
get
pay
to
for it,
a
it's
point
true.
where we will be celebrating, or like we will be looking back at our journey in our 20th
That's true.
anniversary.
まだまだやりたいことねチャレンジしてみたいことあります
God!
驚いてもらえること
You guys gonna
やってい
join
こ
me
うと思いますの
to
で
watch
ぜ
the
ひこの先もですね一緒にまた
the 20-year anniversary live letter?
はい
We do want to
Oh.
do more.
Get my freaking
take on
cane
more and more
out.
challenges, bring you more surprises. So I want to continue building this together with you all. So yeah, it would be great if you could continue to
Be
keep
here
with
even
us.
as I become creaky porpoise.
はい
Great.
では前半
はい、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. So this is all about the
You
first
can-
half of today's letter live.
you can give them a
今日の前
nickname.
半
Oh,
プロデューサー
man.
レターライブの前半戦はここまでとなっ
あ一個忘れた
ています。
I mean, it's so
DC トラベルがい
blurry.
つが結構多くて
は
今のところ予定 6.18 かなで予定してますんで
Sorry, one more thing. We did see a lot of comments about, so when is data center travel going to be implemented? We are currently looking at 6.18 timing for that.
Ah,
はい、ありがとうござい
6.18.
ます。Thank you very much. ではこの後休憩に入るんですが、ですね、今日は後半戦は、通訳は別の方にお願いすることになっておりますので、あゆみさんがここまでとなります。So before going to break, because we have another person for translation for the Q&A part. So that's it for あゆみさん today. So あゆみさん、皆さんに一言ご挨拶お願いします。
はい、長い間お付き合いいただきありがとうございました。Thank you guys so much for your patience as
Hello.
we navigate through all of this. But yeah, I will see you guys
Oh,
at another opportunity.
Thomas
Hello,
unlocked
very much,
potential for
まあ
other
僕が
people.
ね安心してこうゲームシステムの話っていうのを全世界の皆さんにこういつもの調子でお届けできるのが
Alright.
本当
Am I
に
gonna
あゆ
watch
みさんの
the rest of this?
高い翻訳スキル特にね僕の性
I don't
格
know.
を把握した上でのやっぱりトランスレーションがねもう長くなりますのでね僕らもコンビを組ま
Is
せ
the
てもらうね
realistic photo of
なんで本当
Derpland
助
is
かってます
already a
いつもありが
meme?
とう
Of
ございます
course it is. I did not like it at all.
どうやって訳しましょう。
ぶっこが言えばいい
吉田さんは
Yeah,
Thank
because
you.
あゆみさん really knows Yoshida-san's characteristics very well, so it's rely on. We are very
I'm pulling
relying
Animal
on
Crossing back
Ayumi-san's
out here.
translation For, I mean, when he explains
doing
the game
it.
systems or mechanics.
Maybe.
So thank you very much, あゆみさん again.
Can I?
Thank you.
はい。では
Come
今
on,
から休
turn on.
憩に入
Let's
る
go.
んですが、1時40分再開。So we want to restart the latter part of the letter live at the 1:40 p.m. Japan time, which is in 20 minutes.
20 minutes!
でですね、今日の休憩の音もご紹介したいと思います。So During the break, we have 2 videos today for you to enjoy.
20分あるから1本ならいいやと思ったら2本あんのかよ。
Yeah, we have a
Videos.
3-second
Hold on.
digest preview of all the songs from the upcoming Endwalker soundtrack, and a time-lapse video of mosaic art we created live using screenshots that we were submitted by
That's
our
cool.
players during another broadcast. 2本ありまして、1本目は、先日つい最近公開しましたエンドウォーカーのサントラが出ます。それの3秒ダイジェストの全曲紹介
Yeah,
の
I'm kind of surprised
ト
that
レーラーがありますので、そちらをご覧いただ
Island
き
Sanctuary is coming
そ
out
の
on
後
like
ですね
an
こ
actual
れも
like
先日ご紹介しましたが、
real content
別の生
patch.
放送企画でモザイクアートを
But I guess
皆
it's
さん
to
から
give
送りいただいたスクリーン
casuals
ショットで
something to
モザイク
do.
アートを作るという
Since
企
the
画がありま
24 man's
して
coming out.
それのタイムラプスビデオがありますので、
6.1
そちらの方を続けてご覧い
More
ただいて、
casual raid
また
content.
1時40分から再開したいと思います。
I don't know.
それでは休憩で
I'm
す。
just-
では
I'm
ご覧くだ
surprised.
さい。どうぞ。
Here we go. I'm gonna just go like this. Wait, what happened? What happened? Why does it look like this? Please. Don't look at my highly scuffed nonsense here. Let me just go like this. Oh my gosh. Perfect! Okay! What is this music? It's so... It's so... It's so jarring! Why are they doing this? Alright, come on. My... Uh-oh. Hold on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on. Little lad's frozen. It's true. All right, hold on. Come on. They see my sins. Posture check and a hydrate. Okay, got it. Pat's not gonna stream the Q&A. I actually also might not stream the Q&A. I don't really know if I care. I might just do a little bit of Animal Crossing and call it a night. Cause, I don't know. It's late and I have to work all weekend, so. Yeah, the Nook twins have caught me in the Tsukuyomi. Oh no! Why is my game frozen? I'm scared to change my my capture card settings because it'll crash my stream sometimes. So I guess goodbye, cruel world, if it's too late, I suppose. If it destroys everything, we'll see. Oh my god. Okay. Come on. Radzahan night theme, yes. They're doing this. It's just like a, well, there. It's a soundtrack ad, I guess. For some reason. This is just their like little like intermission commercial part. Okay, come on. Please. not working? This is so strange. It's like actually, it's like not, it's straight up not working at all. Do I unplug it and plug it back in? I feel like that would cause my stream to crash for sure. Oh yeah, dude. CDs, media from Japan's really expensive, but also the CDs that you get for Final Fantasy XIV are like Blu-ray CDs. Yeah, they're like not like DVD, or no, they're not like music CDs. They're like on a Blu-ray. You put it into your PlayStation and it like has like video stuff. It's weird. And then you need a special thingy to grab all the Blu-ray music off of it. I don't know. It's a pain in the ass. Let's see. Why is this, like, seriously, why is this not working? I don't want to be stuck in Final Fantasy XIV world all night. Please. Huh. This is so strange. It's like, it's just super duper not working. Huh. Well, maybe if I just... Nope. This is a new level of weird scuff that I'm not used to. I don't know how to fix this. It kind of looks like... Well, anyway. Time for tier list? Maybe, I guess. I guess I could do something like that instead. I don't particularly want to. Man. Ice cream flavors tier list? I could, I guess. Creaky porpoise? No. Do my own Q&A? Alright. Ask me a question, I'll answer it. Come on. Give me a question. What's my social security number? Basker! Where are the bodies? I'm not telling. I mean, what bodies? There are no bodies. Is the water from my blowhole technically I don't have a blowhole. I have an ahoge. What sparked the VTuber idea? Geez, April of 2020, I saw a small rabbit by the name of Pekora, and she was very funny and also very cute. Yes, rat. I love Pekora. She's great. But yeah, I saw her and I was like, oh, that's cool. Being an anime girl would be fun. I'm gonna look into this. And then 10 months later, 10 months later, I was born. Mood? Yeah. What's my fighting game taunt? I don't play fighting games. So maybe I would do a strange body roll and make sustained eye contact. A weird dance. Not a sexy one though. Kind of like a gremlin. Porpoise Voldo. I do love Voldo, not gonna lie. I did birth myself just like that, it's true. Do I ever decorate things for people? How do you mean? What kind of things? Sometimes I've decorated my friends' houses in 14 before. Yeah. I'm sure I've decorated other things before. Oh, in real life? Have I ever decorated things? For other people? Only for my own family. And only for, like, holidays. That doesn't really count. I don't think I've ever decorated anything. Yeah, I don't think I've ever... Yeah, no. Nope. What's my looping emote? Probably a really kind of plain, like shifting my weight from side to side and looking around kind of deal. Maybe with a stretch involved. Favorite game and why? Oh god, that's a tough one. I wonder. Tough to impossible. I'm really bad at ranking things. Like, I can say I love certain things, but I don't know if I'd be able to say they're my favorite. Because I really, really like Donkey Kong Country 2 a lot. I really like... I really like The Adventures of Cookie and Cream. I love Final Fantasy VIII. I love Final Fantasy XIV. But I don't know which one my favorite would be. My favorite member of chat? I'm not gonna play favorites with chat. You're just gonna have to try to guess. Do I have any collections? I collect art books, I guess. I have quite a few art books. And I have quite a few plush toys too, I guess. And, I have a bunch of albums from one K-pop group, but I don't know if I'd count that. And I have some anime figures, which is also a collection, so I'll take that too. Oh, Disco Elysium. Also very good. Very, very good game. Not my favorite game, but very high rated. Very good. Big good game. Why do I like chickens so much? I had pet chickens. I loved them. One of them died, and I had to give the other one away. And it was very sad. Very, very sad. I cried. My favorite things about Final Fantasy VIII and 14? Final Fantasy VIII's all nostalgic, because I played it when I was a little kid. But I liked that it was like a kind of simple romance story. It was how I got my, like, my first OC. Well, no, not my first one, but my first one that, like, stuck was built into Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy XIV has so many things. I love the story. It's a very good story. I like playing games with my friends. She said, unsure sounding. I don't know why I sound so unsure there. But you know, like, I don't know. It's also stupid. I like playing games with my friends. There are so many moving parts to Final Fantasy XIV. So when I do feel like doing something, there's usually something to do. Although, every year that goes by, I find myself less and less inclined to log in and just hang out. I don't know, I've done a lot of stuff already, so it's less interesting. I have too many other things I could do instead. What's my internet service provider? I don't know. I have 30 minutes to hide a horse from the police. What do I do? Oh god! I put a scarf on it and some glasses, and it's just my relative. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And a hat too. Maybe a corncob pipe. Let's see. Oh, the Metal Gear Solid art books? Yeah. I would love that. I have all the Final Fantasy XIV art books, and I have a Yoshitaka Amano art book. I've got some random artists, a few of them. Satoshi Kon. I've got Bloodborne. Maybe some other ones I can't remember. What's my favorite barista / coffee shop drink? I don't know. That's a tough one. I always go back to dirty chais. I love a good dirty chai. I call it spicy dirt. Spicy from the chai, dirt from the coffee. It's good. It's tasty. Dirt's not bad for you. Dirt's good for you. It's full of good bacteria you need to stay strong. Which Vision Quest did I get in Disco? I don't know. Which one did I get? It's been a little while since I played. I think I was a commie. Maybe? Maybe I wasn't anything. I was an art porp, I know that. I'm not sure if I went hard enough into any specific school of thought. Ultra liberal or centrist? I can't remember. Yes, art porp, art porp. Why are the police after a horse? Good question. It is, in fact, the Sky box of Yoshitaka Amano art books. It was on sale, I think, when I got it. Because I saw it, like, multiple times. I used to go to the bookstore all the time before COVID. And, I saw it and I was like, ooh, I want that. And then one day it was on sale, so... Ooh, it was mine! You hated when people called it dirty chai, but that's what it's called! That's what it's called! Although, the other day I went to the coffee place and I ordered one, and the barista was like, sorry, what's a dirty chai? And I had to explain it to him, and it threw my entire groove off, and I stumbled over every single word I told him as I explained it, and it was very embarrassing for me. I felt bad, because it might have been embarrassing for him too, I'm not sure. Weirdest interaction with a stranger in public? Well, he wasn't really a stranger, but back in high school there was this kid. You guys are gonna cringe and maybe hate me a little bit for this one. There was this kid who was a grade younger than me, and I guess he had a crush on me. One day in the hallway, we're walking at each other, and he holds his hand out, and I'm like, oh shit, he's going for a low five. So I go in for the low five, and I slap his hand and grab it into the shake, you know, like the bro shake. This kid was going in for a hug. He was going in for a hug, and I shook his hand. I don't think we talked after that, actually. That stuck with me. Yeah. He wasn't like a stranger, but he was definitely not close enough to me for me to be comfortable hugging him. I'm sorry. I'm not big on hugs.
Based on your gameplay through the Endwalker. So we have a Yoshida-san to answer your question. ということで吉田さんよろしく
あ
お願いし
で後
ま
半戦ですが通訳にはローカライズチームの
A vanilla chai with espresso?
So for latter
But it's not a
part,
vanilla chai, it's just a normal
will
chai
be
with
covered,
espresso.
By Keito さん from our localization. ご挨拶お願いします。
はい、
Front mission? I don't know what front mission is.
Hi, I'm Kate from the English localization team.
す。まあ緊張してると思うんで。
Alright.
でまあちょっと注意点を3つね。
I did aggressively friend zone somebody, I'm sorry. I feel kind of bad, but
ということでですね
I'm sure he got over it.
質問とかすごい多い
I can't even remember what his name was.
ネタバレ炸裂しまくりなのでクリアしてねえぜっていう人はですねちょっと、後日クリアしてからご覧いただきたい
Why does my model not have arms? I have arms.
So first of all, Kate's probably pretty nervous. Yes, I am. So we'll distract from that by talking about something to watch out for. If you're about to watch this session, please know that we have a lot of questions about the plot and lore of Endwalker. So if you have not finished Endwalker, you're going to get spoiled, so maybe come back to this later when you're done.
Do we
で
want
もう
to?
一個はですね、
Do I wanna watch
設定間違いがないようにですね、今回いただいた質問は
It's
で
so
すね、
late
私
already.
ちゃんと石川夏子と小田万里とですね話し合っておりますので、ちょっと
Videos
たび
from-
ち
Again?
ゃんとメモを読む可能性がありますので、
Please.
下を見る可能性があります。
What is veto?
And
Tubing is not a
also,
one-way
I'd like you
road
to
to
know
aggressive
that,
friend
in order
zoning.
to not make any mistakes
Fair.
when talking about this complicated lore, I did talk to Bonnie Oda and Natsuko Ishikawa before coming here, and I made a lot of notes. So if you see me obviously reading off a paper, I'm checking to make sure I don't mess up.
でですね、3つ目なんですけど、でねケイトさんをね、意外とご存じない方が多くて、ちょっと、まあ、今回ね、まず、
Okay.
まあ、ここちょっと
I guess I'll watch
あなた
some
の
of this. I don't think I'm
はい
going to stick around for the full
まず
thing.
ね、
But I
ローカライ
also
ズチームものすごい稼
I also
働
wish
して
I
です
could
ね
get my
めちゃくちゃギリギリ
Elgato
の
to
ギリギ
start
リま
working.
で
Come on.
ハイクオリティにね努めようとしてくれたので、まずまあ、どうしても日本語チームがこ
why is it
う
not working?
言われや
I'm
すい
gonna
んで
do
すけど、
something. It might disconnect the whole stream, and I'm really sorry if it
クオリティ
does.
叩き出してくれたので、
Okay.
まあ、それのお礼を言いたいです。ありがとうございます本当に。
はい、じゃあ、I take a translation for this part, and then for the
Oh, whoops.
localization team,
Hold
they
on.
did their super hard work until very last minutes.
Wait, which one is it?
Until the launch of Endwalker. So, I mean,
Didn't mean to do
we
that.
see. I mean, we tend to receive lots of the appraisal voices to the Japanese team, but
I
we
unplugged my
would like
computer.
to
Yeah.
take this time to thank you to all the localization team members. Thank you very much.
でですね、特にね、ケイトさんの場合、まあ、
How the
北
hell?
米の皆さんがね、よくね、こうレディットとかで講師講師ってなってるんだけど、漆黒のヴィランズも、行月のフィナーレも、ケイトさんがメイントランスレーターなんで、英語は。
So also, Yusa-san would like to address one thing. That I mean, since Shadowbringers, especially on Reddit, people are excited about Koji. Yeah, he's great, Koji. But the truth is, since Shadowbringers, that Keito-san is the person who is taking the lead of the English translation.
Man, it's
Yeah,
just
well,
not gonna
yeah,
work.
Koji だって
Okay, I just can't get it to work. And I'm
とか
sad. I
まあ
just wanted to play
ケイ
some
さんが
Animal
悩んだ
Crossing.
時にコージが相談に乗ってたりとかっていうのはしてるから、
うん
別にチーム離れてるわけじゃないんだけど、
はい
今メインほら第三開発事業本部もう一個 FF 作ってんじゃん。
Uh-huh.
まあ工事はちょっとそっち側もね
あー
なんで、はい
Get it?
So
I
I
unplugged it
mean,
and plugged it
Koji
back
is
in.
still
even.
in the team, and then he is actually doing the supervising, and then Keito-san take lead, and then Koji is still doing the writing of lyrics of the some songs, and then sometimes Keito-san is asking Koji for his advice. But I mean, as a whole of the business, development. BU3.
Elgato is
Creative
Spanish for the gato.
Unit 3.
Thank you.
I mean, they are working on the other Final Fantasy title, and then Koji is kind of busy for that one. So I mean, he is still working with us, but I mean, the main portion for him is something else.
いやほらねこういうことを言うとほら主力は16かとか言う人いるけど、
うん
漆黒行月とクオリティ下がってないでしょ全
What the
然
hell?
なんでまあ先に言っちゃうとねまあわーわー言うからあんま言わないようにはしてるんだけどまあ一丸となって第3全体でおティモ16も作ってますって思っておいてもらえると嬉しい
Koji's working on 16?
So,
That's
yeah.
cool.
Why we didn't say this? I mean, beforehand. I mean, when we say this beforehand, I mean, we know some of you are saying, hey, the BU3, I mean, the dev team are working more
I
on
did it
16,
again.
and then I mean,
God damn
14 is left over, but that's not the fact. And then entire team are working both on 14 and 16, and then that's the thing. So, and then the both Shadowbringers and Endwalker has a super high, comments and then appraisal. So, she's actually doing very well.
はい、というわけでじゃあ質問パートに入っていきましょう。
If I...
はい、それでは
Oh God, how can I do this
Q&A の
without
方に行
causing
きたいと思いま
issues?
す。So let's move to the Q&A.
I
So the first part is
can plug my monitor
scenario
back
and
into my
lore
computer,
stuff.
so I
で
have
最
two
初はシナリオ
monitors.
設定に行きますので、ネタバレの方向でございますのでよろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
So the first question is システムを説明します。
はい
私が英語で質問を言って日本語で質問を言います。
はい
その後吉田さんが日本語で回答したものをケイトさんに
Tataru
翻
is
訳して
definitely going to be the
ください
relic quest giver
So
for sure.
let me explain,
Hold on.
quickly explain how it works. I read the question in English
Okay.
and Japanese, and then
He's
Yoshida-san
gonna
answers
tell
in
us-
Japanese,
oh God.
and Keito-san translate it into
Don't
English.
look
Yeah.
at me. Don't look at my
Okay,
neck.
the first
Okay, just
question
don't look.
is, I'm wondering what Azim was up to during the
Look.
final days. Did they hear about what
Don't
was
look.
going on from Bina? And how did they end up parting ways with Emmett Silk and Hitodeas? Will we learn more about Azim in the future? 古代世界を襲った週末の際、アゼムがどのように過ごしたのか気になります。ベーネスから週末のことを聞いていたのか、エメトセルクやヒトロダイオスとどう別れたのか、今後アゼムについて語られることはあるのでしょうか。
Oh, good. It didn't.
まあベーネスからアゼムの座を託された、まあ人がね、まあ古代を襲った週末の際に何をしてたかっていうのは、まず秘密
Do I
で
just
す。
need to restart stream? Maybe. It's fine. It's not a big deal.
So what the Azim who took over the seat from Vinod did during the final days is a secret.
で、
Is that the
まあ
issue?
いずれ語るかもしれないし、語らないかもしれないです。ここは決めてないです。ただ
So
何を
long,
してた
so
かは
elegant.
ある程度は決めてます。はい。
So we do sort of have an idea what they were up to, but we're not sure if we'll have a chance to talk about that in the future.
で、ただま
How
あ
do I do this?
皆さんさ非化戦だしまあもしかしたらねアゼムの分化された魂なのかなみたいな予想も立ってると思うんですけど、まあその皆さんだったら仮にまあ告げられたとしたらどう行動するかっていうのを想像してみれば大体まあ近いんじゃないかなみたいな気はしますけどね。
なるほど。
はい。
However, I also think because you are all the warriors,
Can't
of
really
light
reveal what
yourselves,
your Azim did.
probably what you imagine when
Yeah.
you think, okay, if I was Azim, what would I have done if Vinod had told me this? That's probably pretty close to the truth.
ほらねハウジングしてたかとか
It's
さ
both,
まあ
dude.
なんかなとかさ
Anime people don't have
その
short
お使いに
necks.
走り回ってただろうなとかいろんなコメントがあるじゃないだからまあきっと
Yeah, they have to give
まあ
room
その
for
中に
people to have
近しいもの
headcanon.
が
But
もしかし
like,
たらあるのかもね
For
Yeah.
instance, we have people saying, I don't know, play around with housing, like do some mahjong. If you think so, then yeah, that's probably what happened.
yep. Whatever you
はい、
choose is
以上
what happens.
では次いきます。Moving to the next questions. Why did Xenos dream of Armor's final days? Also, how did he come to be a Reaper and learn to manipulate his avatar in time before 6.0? なるほど。
Huh.
ゼノスが以前に週末のアーモロードの夢を見ていたのはなぜでしょうかまた彼が 6.0 までの間にリーパーになり
I feel like
アバターを
Yoshi
刺
P
激できる
always
ようになっ
looks
ていた
so
経緯も知りた
over
いです
answering these questions.
まずちょっと思い出していただきたいんですけどゼノスの父親はバリスでしょでバリスの祖父に当たるのはソル帝ですねソルですね
So the first thing you
What
need
if I
to
did my
remember
Final
is
Fantasy
that,
XIV
Xenos'
stuff?
father is Varus,
Well, I was doing
and his
this.
grandfather is Solus.
でソルは
What if I just
ま
ran
あ、そ
some
もそもエメトセル
roulettes?
クなのでゼノスはエメトセルクの血縁者がひ孫に当たるのかな
Would you guys be okay?
So if you think about it, Solus is Emmett Selk, which makes Xenos
Okay.
a direct descendant of Emmett Selk, like his grandson or so.
でこういうなんて言うんだろう DNA の特殊性って、まあ、必ずまっすぐ受け継がれるわけじゃなくて、こう突然こうなんだろう思い出したか
Yeah,
の
my
ように
neck
発
is
言
pretty
したりす
long
る
if
と
you
思うの
look at
で
it.
まあその辺をイメージするとちょっとなんとな
This
く
is
見えて
pretty
くるん
much
じゃない
the
かな
full
とは思
length
う
of it, though.
If you think about, how sometimes when things are passed down through DNA, they don't appear in every generation, but eventually it suddenly remembers. If you think about it like that, maybe you can sort of understand what happened here.
でまあ漆黒秘話の中にも、サイド本当サイド
Genetic
サイドの
edge
ストーリーですけどまあヒントがあるのでちょっとクリアした今ね
Excuse
改めて漆黒秘話とかを見直してみるのもいいかもしれないです
Don't
ね
worry, guys. I'm gonna go
Obviously,
under the
this is
knife
a
soon,
side
and when I
story,
do,
but,
I'll
if
ask
you
them
look
to
at
shorten my
Tales
neck
from the
just a little
Shadows,
bit, maybe, huh?
you may find another hint in there, so perhaps right now is a good time to go reread those stories.
でリーパーになってアバターっていうのはねまさかこの質問が来るとは思ってなかったとても良い質問なんですけどなんか話せないです
Creepy
as
giraffe,
for
yeah.
how Xenos
Well, it's
became
not-
a
yeah,
Reaper
knock a
and,
vertebrae out of
got
there.
to
It's no
use
big
his
deal.
Avatar, I didn't actually imagine anyone would ask this right now.
Oh,
it's
you
a
asked
very
me that.
good
Sorry,
question.
Tanarath.
Unfortunately, I am bound to silence on this matter.
I'm looking
考
forward
えて
to
なかったわけじゃない
Elden
ですけ
Ring,
ど
Final Fantasy
話せないです
16.
話せないものは話せない
It's not that I've not
Oh,
thought
geez,
about
there was
this,
something
but
else.
I absolutely can't tell you right now.
Hold
あり
on.
がとうございます。Thank you very much.
No, I had it. Now,
Okay,
oh,
so next one.
Plague
I'd be
Tale,
interested to
Breath of the
know-
Wild
to
2.
know
Yeah.
How the unsundered Ascians, so
what else?
Blair, Elidibus, and Emetselk, avoided being kicked into 14 pieces by Hydelin.
No, I'm gonna go- I'm gonna go under the knife. Not get a knife. I have a knife.
14分割されなかった理由が知りたいです。
The rat game did grab me,
テ
yes.
キストをちょっと思い出していただきたいんですけど、まあ、物語行月の最終盤でエメトスセルクがまあこの時代まで私を残したのはっていう
I
セ
never
リフを
played
ま
Horizon
ず
Zero
言ってるんですね
Maybe
So
I'll
if
play
you think
that
back
sometime.
to the text, towards the end, Emmett Selk did imply that Vinal let him live on purpose.
なので
Wait,
そ
how am I gonna do
の
this?
ハイデリンがかつて放ったその光の一撃っていうものには、まあエメトスセルクならギリギリかわせるだろうなっていう
ギリギリ
まあ加減が入ってます
So in fact, she did intentionally leave a tiny flaw in her sundering attack, a crack that Emmett Selk, you know, being Emmett Selk, could find a way to wiggle through.
これね、
Ah,
なんて
I
言ったらいいんだろうな加減って
He
力を
wiggled.
加減してるのと
Wiggled like a
ちょっと
little
違って
worm.
意図的にこれを使えば
A worm.
っていうまあニュアンスだと思ってもらえればいいです
Wormy self.
It's sort of like, yes, it was a very powerful attack, but intentionally, she chose to do it in this fashion.
ただシナリオ中でも語られている通りその光の一撃ってハイデリンにとっても本当にギリギリ視力を振り絞っての一撃だったので加減までしてる余裕はなかったのでなんとか彼ならやってくれるだろうっていうまあ賭けみたいなもんですね
So we said this in the actual game as well, though, which is that, you know, when Hydelin did this attack, it was a very strong attack. It was the limit of her power, so she couldn't really fine-tune it. So, you know, as intentional as this was, when she did her big, massive light
Oh my
attack
gosh.
And sundered the world, she couldn't guarantee that Emmett Selk would live. She was kind of making a gamble.
Uh-huh.
でまあその光の一撃が放たれる時にエメトスセルクは、まあ、その場に居合わせたラハブレアとゾディアークの核から抜け落ちてきていたエルディブスらしきものと協力して
this is kinda scuffed,
一時的
but it's
に
gonna
次
have
元の
to do.
狭間に逃げることで、まあそれをかわしたっていうことになってます
But in fact, what happened was at the time
He
that
does
Hydelin
look done.
performed the sundering, Emmett Selk was with La Habrea and Elidibus-ish. It was the Elidibus
Alright.
that had come out from Zodiark, so a
It's
little bit
a me.
different from the original version.
Oh,
But
I'm not-
nevertheless, he had those two, and he joined forces with them. And then that's how they escaped into the rift without being sundered.
Thank you, thank you.
エルディブスはね、ゾ
Alright.
ディアークの核から抜け落ちてきた時に記憶もいくつも失ってるし、まあこの辺りちょっと漆黒秘話でもフォローされてますけど、まあ 5.3 の
Wait,
ラストに
what?
エルディブス
Why?
の
How did
失ったものをっていう
how did Suds ruin
まあ
Final Fantasy
ただ
XIV
居合わせた
lewds for
オリジナ
you?
ル三人
Excuse
が
me.
まあ協力してたっていう感じですね。はい。
Would she go crazy if you were to
Yeah,
use a
I mean, you
laser
may
pointer in her
recall,
sight line?
If you've read Tales from the Shadows, that Elidibus, when he came out of Zodiark, he had
Maybe.
sort of lost some of his memories, some parts of himself, and that's sort of the point in 5.3 when
Alright.
he dies. We sort of know that, you know, he's lost a lot as well, just like Emmett
What am I
Selk.
doing?
But, that's how the Unsundered got out, was by working together.
Okay.
その3人だけ世界に放たれた頭割り攻撃から頭割りに入らなかったって言われてるシェアダメージ
Yeah, it's just my idle
How is it
pose.
just the three of them that managed to do this from this thing that busted the entire world into 14 pieces? Well,
I
you know, good question.
hold on
あり
here.
がとうございます。では次です。 Okay, next
There
question.
are many sea
Are there
poses.
standard ASEANs other than Fandaniel or
Oh,
Blackmaster ASEANs? with
why?
lower
That's
ranks
weird.
still
There's so
around?
many loons of
I'd also
so
like
many
to know
Mikote.
which ASEANs those two red masks that Gaius carries around
Huh.
belong to. なるほど。
That's
ファニエル以
strange.
外の転生組アシエンや黒い仮面のカイアシエンたちはまだ残っている
So
のでしょうか
hold on.
あとできれば
I need to
ガイウスに
change
狩られた
my-
赤仮面のアシエン2人が誰なのかも
Can I change it here?
教えてほしいです。
細かい
I can't.
な
How do I do
し
that?
っかり見てくださってますね。転生組のアシエンは
Here?
まだ確かにまだ何人か残ってるかもしれないですね。
That is a really good question, and wow, you guys are paying close attention to this game. But yes, I do think that there are probably still some of the sundered blast mask
Where is
wearing
that?
ASEANs around.
ただその転生組のアシエンがまあ何人か残ってたとして彼らが
Here.
原初世界にいるの
There
か
we go.
まあ共存世界のどっかに身を潜めてるのかっていうのに関してはまあちょっとまだわかんないですね。
But those sundered ASEANs, however many of them there are, we can't really say whether they'd be in
Oh.
the source or in one of the reflections.
ちなみにガイウスが持ってたその仮面はウルテマとデュダルフォン
There we
Yes.
go.
As for the other part, the masks that Gaius carries around, they once belonged to Ultima and Dudalifon.
ただまあ仮面を持ってい
I'm
る
not
だけ
paying
で
any attention to this.
まあ果たして本当に倒されてるのか
I'm not promoting Mikote lewds. I just, I don't
言
know.
ってないので
There's so many of
まあそ
them.
こら辺はまだ推測しておいてもらえるといいかなと思います。
Wait, that was big lore? Wait, what
However, just because he
happened?
has the
I missed
masks,
it.
that doesn't necessarily mean that he vanquished them. So you'll have to come up with your own theories as to what has gone on there.
まあその
Oh, Dudalfon
アシエン
and
を倒す
who?
っていう方法ってまあこれまで何回かね描いてはきてると思うんですけどまあその辺ともこう重ね合わせて
That's fair,
話とかを
Thomas.
考えてもらうのもちょっと
Ultima and
面白いかも
Dudalfon.
な
Okay. I see.
We've had a lot in the story so far about what it takes to truly defeat an ASEAN. So maybe think back upon those things when you're theorizing.
はい、ありがとうございます。では次いきます。Next question.
There we
In
go.
your mind, in Yoshida-san's mind, how much
Dead,
time has
dead
passed
via
during the story
Orosite?
spanning
Yeah.
from 1.0 through Endwalker?
Okay.
I want to know how many years older the Warriors of Light is now. 吉田さんの中では Q14 から、行月のラストまでで劇中ではどのぐらい年月が経過した想定でしょうか非化線が14の世界でいくつ年
Yoshi
を
P
取ったの
said
か
the
気に
other
なりま
ASEANs
す
might be on the
なる
shards.
ほど
Ah.
言われてみれば
Oh, the little weirdo?
実は特にはイメージしてないんですよ。
This is my little,
トレーラーを
My little
そのまあ
golden
自己
Luna
手
tender.
個人のコンテを書いてまあこのぐらいの
He's a
その
Sabo
風貌にしてほし
Slundy.
いっていう時ってなんとなく現実の
It's a
経過時
cactuar
間
from the
拡
moon.
張だとまあ2年か2年半に1回とかっていう
Isn't it
間
cute?
で皆さんと同じようにそのヒロシと呼ばれてるウォリアー・オブ・ライト代表もいろんな冒険をしてこうなってるだろうっていう予想で作ってます。
So to be honest, that's really hard, and I don't have a particular figure in mind. When we're making the trailers, when we're coming up with the storyboards and things like that, we
He's
actually
tiny, but you
think
hate
about,
that
like,
body
okay,
type?
you know, the
Oh, well,
Warrior
you'd
of Light
really
has
hate
done
the
these
princess
different
one.
adventures. How would they look
She's
now?
very big.
Imagining it with a time frame of 2 or 2.5 years each time, just like in reality, what you all have done.
なのでまあトレーラーとはあんまり作中ねゲームの中をまあ紐付けないで時間経過のイメージをね結びつけないでいただけると嬉しいです。
But the trailers are really not reflecting the length of the story itself, so I would appreciate it if you guys could think of them as separate things.
Oh man.
まあ
Okay.
作中での時間、そ
So
の
I have to do this
2.0
on
から
my-
6.0 まで、まあもうなんか数年としか言いようがない、あんまりイメージしてないです。
As far as the actual story is concerned, I don't really have an exact
You
figure
do.
in mind or an
Here,
exact
let
imagining
me get a better
of how
view of
long it's
it.
been since 1.0.
もう突っ込み出すとキリがないでしょ。
Oh, this is what I was
Yeah,
wearing
so
when the
it's
guy
a-
was like,
yeah,
nice
yeah.
tattoo. You can't see it.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
unless you're
because
like
if I go
really
down that
zoomed
rabbit
in, there's no
hole,
way
like,
he
I will
was.
never stop. But how old is your soul?
So he
I don't know.
definitely
I don't wanna
took
think
this
about it.
off
うん。まあなんであんま深く考えない。フィーリングで
with
感じ
mods.
It's better not to think about it and just
聞いて。
feel vibe.
Yes.
Do I have a better? I don't have anything that shows it off.
考えて
I don't.
Hear, feel, think, perhaps.
Thank you very much. では続いていきます。Question. As I understand it, Emmett Silk and his Slodea
I don't have anything that
returned
shows
to
it
the
off.
Cereal Sea, so they can now be reborn. if their souls are reincarnated, will the people
Huh.
they become to be able to use creation magics like the ancients?
I've got this one.
メトセルク
There
と
we
プ
go.
ロダイウスは正界に帰り転生できるようになったように見えますが、彼らの魂がもし転生したら古代人のような想像力を持つのでしょうか。
まあ正解に帰って
The chaos tattoo or a chaos tattoo. Ah, yes.
第に宿るとしても、まあそれは原初世界の人としておそらく
I
やる
don't
のみ。
Know that they've given us a
Well,
lore
their souls
explanation
have been
for
cleansed
what
from
it's supposed to
Imperial
be.
Sea, So even if we say they're reincarnated, that's just their souls being reborn into new bodies in the
But-
source, like everybody else.
まあ分割されてないっていう、
うん
まあ
It's the tattoo we got if we were there for the calamity, and we also have
復活してるのを
our original chocobo,
ましたけど
this guy,
まあほぼ前例がないんで、まあどうなるのかって
and
いう
he's
のは
got the
まあ
mark on his beak.
まあおそらくは普通の人プラスアルファちょっとぐらいなんじゃないかなっていうのが
My
イメージです
memory
けど、まあ
blot
わかんないです
preventing me from remembering 1.0. Hmm.
As for what would happen if they were reincarnated in that fashion, we've never had an example
Um,
of someone who was
I think you
unsundered,
had to be.
being reincarnated like this, so we can't really say for sure. I think maybe it would be just like a normal
on.
person, but maybe a little bit cooler, a little bit better, but there's really no way to say.
まあこっからは僕の、 僕個人の妄想ですけど
You had to be
でも
paying for the game when it
やれる
wasn't
ことをやりたくして
required to pay a
世界に戻ったん
sub, I
であれ
think,
ば記憶も
to
なくつかず
actually
綺麗に現れるんじゃないかなって思ってるので
get the
その
mark and the
俺を
goo
引
boo
きずって
and some of the
転
other
生する
stuff.
イメージは僕の中にはあんまないかな。
Okay.
In my opinion, they really at the end they
Eh.
had accomplished everything that they had
Ver.
to do. So their souls would be
Goo-boo,
completely
yeah.
purified, and I don't know if they'd even really want to come back. They have nothing
Oh,
remaining.
I'll show you
no
after.
lingering memories to address.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So the next question. Please tell us whether the star will be named Iseris going forward.
You don't get
or
one.
if
Oh
you are
God!
sticking with Heidelin.
Okay,
Also,
well this
does
is
everyone
big
know the
spoilers, so
name
if you haven't
Iseris
played
or just
Endwalker
the
and you
warrior
like
of light and their lies?
don't want to be spoiled on the final boss, please don't look.
今まで通り
What the
ハイデリスと呼ぶの
fuck?
か教えてください。また、アーティリスという名前は非化線と周辺の人だけが知っているのか、全
I don't have dancing out Emmett. I can't do it. Someone bailed.
まず今のところですね、光の戦士、まあ主人公プレイヤー皆さんですね、その周辺で、まあ週末の仕組みとか週末の結末っていうのを詳しく知ってる人は、おそらくアーティリスって呼ぶことになるかなとは思います。
I think people who are close to the Warrior of Light or otherwise
Alright.
very familiar with what happened actually in the final days might
Well,
start to
here
call
we
it
are.
Theris.
で、
I can't
逆に
believe.
世界中のそれらの真相を知らない大多数のエウロゼア人は、
I can't believe I got the biggest spoiler right at the like immediately.
On the other hand, most of the people on the star, most of your average Eorzeans, would probably just keep
Watch
on
me be a
calling it,
bad tank.
Heidelin, 'cause
Get
they don't know
ready.
any of that stuff.
まあ、ただそもそも東方の人たちとかそれから新大陸にいるような人たちっていうのはもともと惑星ハイデリンと呼んでない地域もあるので統一されてないんですよ世界でなので呼び方
See if that Ardbert actually looks like Ardbert.
呼び方
Hold
変わ
on.
る可能性はあるかなと思います
Is there actually there is an Ardbert?
However,
Wow.
there are peoples in the East, for instance, or the New World who never called it Heidelin
God.
to begin with because they have different cultures. So if we visit those areas, we might find another name entirely.
Oh, new names for
まあ一番
Heidelin.
実は困ってるのは
Aetheris. Oh God, no.
宣伝チーム
No,
じゃない
not
か
stream.
気がします
I think the people who are going to be struggling with this the most is.
It's
PR.
fine. I've got tank privilege.
だって
Spooky
新規
stacks
向
can't
け
keep me
に
down.
さ
Oh.
すでに
惑星ハイデリンを巡る冒険があって言ってさ光の戦士たちがさ、いや分かってねえなアーティリスだろみたいなツッコミを受ける可能性もあるしさ
Like now, if you make catch copy that says
Right.
like, "Oh, a grand adventure on Heidelin," then the Warriors of Light are just going to be like, "Did no one tell them?"
すでにね、エンドウォーカー前の時点で
The person who sings all the songs. Yeah, definitely.
すでに PR チームがしてる We already, I mean, the PR team already had a problem on if we call it
Oh, what's the over under on me blaming you if I mess up?
はい
Alright, thank you very much. 次の質問、シンプルなやつ。
I don't think I'd blame
The
you.
very
I would
simple
blame
question.
looking over,
Will
which would
Xenos
probably be
come
pretty
back to life
accurate.
again? ゼノスはもう復活しませんか？
This isn't exactly
まあ
a.
彼の肉体はまあ世界の
This isn't really something I should be looking away from
なんだろう
to read
今
chat.
みんなが活動してる場所
but here I
で
am
もな
doing
い
it anyway.
世界の割と断りとは切り離された空間にまあ放置されてるっていう状態。
No, I would not.
So
I
as
can't
we
believe
saw,
you'd say I'd
Xenos'
blame you.
body right now remains in a dimension that is separate from our universe and all of its laws.
まあゼノスの運命に関しては正直カットシーンで結構丁寧に演出したのでそれを見た直感がそのまま答えです。はい。
Basker,
I mean, we
please.
depicted his ultimate fate at length in a cutscene, so I think your answer is to watch that and see how you feel.
ちゃんと呼吸っていうか心臓止まる演出されてるでしょ。
Oh man.
I mean, we did show him stop breathing and his heart stopped beating, right?
はい。
はい。
Wait, who's? Wait, what? Wait, who?
では次の質問です。
Who stopped breathing? Whose heart
If
stopped
you look
beating?
at the
Oh,
source and
Xenos.
its reflections today, they are inhabited
Don't
by
even talk
various
to me.
races such as Mikote, Aura, Lalafels, and the like.
I'm not
However,
convinced he's
all
dead.
the ancients seem to be of a hero-like race. Is there a lore regarding how mankind came to have such varied appearances?
He's always going to be
現在の
a
現象世界
possibility
共同世界
for the
には
rest of
ミコってアウラ
forever.
ララフェル
I'm never
など
going to
様々
trust
な外見
them.
の人がいますが、古代世界にはヒューラン風の人しか存在していないように見えます。
Ardbert
今の
right.
ようにいろんな外見の人が現れた理由について設定があれば教えてください。
全然質問が頭に入ってこなかった。コメントでさごめんね。
はい
本当にいやまあゼノス
All right,
がさ
Ardbert. Yep,
友よ無人島で待っていたぞ。
yep. He looks like Ardbert.
It's really distracting because I'm looking at the comments and everyone is writing like Xenos stuff like my enemy.
I
my
agree,
friend.
Synchraphy. I agree.
But
But
無人島だっつって
because I don't particularly want him around anymore, I definitely could see him coming back.
Look, just leave us alone. Okay.
で
質問はですね
種族が
はい。
It's whatever.
古
I
代
don't
人は
care.
全部ヒューランっぽいんだけども、いろんな種族、外見の人がいる。
My lad's not coming back.
Races, races.
世界が分かたれた時に
What if he came back but not by
全ての
choice?
生物が不完全なまず存在になりました
That's kind of what happened already, actually.
Okay, so when the world was
Kinda?
sundered, all livings became so-called incomplete.
でも不完全だからこそ長所と短所っていうのがより強くこう現れていくことになります
That would be a very
But
big
it's that
departure.
very incompleteness that allowed them to develop strengths and weaknesses, and that over time sort of compounded into racial traits.
その長所と短所っていうのが、まあ、長い世代をこう経ていくうちに種族としての外見
The ring that you're seeing here is the enemy's hitbox.
というふうに僕らは解釈してます
It's sort of things like
I've been
you know,
staying in it because I'm melee, and
so
I
if you have
can.
something that's a little bit less or a little bit
That's
more. Over time, it will increase, be stronger, and you know, in certain tribes, will compound into distinctive features.
まあここは世界設定
I'm a
だ
tank,
から
so I'm going to pretend that I'm, you know,
ちゃんと設定なんですよ
doing something by being closer to the
って
boss.
書いてあって多分もともとすごい聞こえてたのに聞こえなくなって一生懸命聞こうとしたんだろうね
What's she
多
doing?
分その人は
Look, I don't know the official lore for this, but people are asking things like, okay, but why are the Mikote's ears so big? And I think, you know,
Why are the
maybe
Mikote's ears
they
so big?
couldn't hear that well, and they tried super hard to hear,
What?
and maybe that is what led to them eventually developing those big ears.
What?
もうララフェルはじゃあなぜ縮んだ
What?
多分圧を強くしたかった
That's a weird one.
So why are the Lalafels so tiny? I don't know. Maybe they were
'Cause they
under a
live
lot
in
of
sand
pressure, maybe they
dunes.
were really
Because
intense.
they were bred for finding rats.
はい
Thank you very much. では次の質問です。
That's why Lalafels are so small.
The
They're like
ruins
terriers.
beneath the bounty, treasure islands, and fabled golden cities mentioned by Emmett Silk haunt by my daydreams. Can we expect to be able to loot them someday? エメット・セルクが言っていた壮大な伏線
Which one first?
北上海に、潜む海
This
底
planet
遺跡
mechanic is kind of a
向こうの
pain
島
if you're not paying enough
青い黄金
attention.
などが気になって仕方なく夜しか見られません、これらの回収は期待してもいいのでしょうか
No, there's no reason. I think it's just for visibility. I'm not really sure.
まあこれまでファイナルファンタジー
That one
14ってまあ僕が引き継ぐ前914っていうのがあってまあいろんな地名っていうのが出てました
Having a hard time
Some
seeing where I
days.
am.
Yes, well, I mean, as you know, we've had a lot of different place names crop up
Yeah,
in
visibility
2014
for
in the
smaller
past.
scale things. Yeah, most of them aren't
シュ
this
ガルドの門
large.
も開いたし、アラミゴにも行ったし、あなたは東方にも行き、オールドシャーレアでまあ到達してね、サベネアにも今回行ったので、
And you know, we've been able to go to a lot of places. The gates of Ishgard opened. We went to Alamigo.
Yeah.
To the far east.
Yeah,
We
Extreme's
went
gonna be
to
great
Old
for
Sharlayan,
this.
And even Thavnair.
I actually kind of
まあ
am
これ
looking
まで
forward
出
to
て
it
きたチーム
though.
はなんとか行けるようにこう頑張ってきたんで、今後も頑張るんじゃないかなと思います。
We've tried really hard to make sure that you could visit the places we've mentioned so far, and I want to keep doing that.
Can't wait for 5 planets at once.
はい、あ
Ugh.
りがとうございます。Thank you very much.
It'll be fine because it'll be the
Next
same
question.
like easy
In
pattern
Elves,
every
Metal
time,
Silk-
where it's like
Silk
stand on like
adjusted our
one
warrior
specific
lights
spot.
to
Oh
be
god damn it, I
closer
used
to
that
the
all.
ancient height.
Stand on one specific
Given
spot.
how tall Median was compared
If it
to
looks
us
this
then
certain way,
versus
and
in
it's like
the
always the
present
same
day,
pattern.
I feel like she shrunk.
And then Vel will just call it all
Something
out for
happened
us,
to
and we'll be
her
fine.
in the intervening time, or is there another reason for this? エルピスで非化線はエメドセルクの術で、古代人サイズに大きくしてもらいました。その状態の非化線とメーティオンの身
Yeah, you
長
can
差
see
を考
like
える
oh
と、
okay, well now
現
it's
代で
gone.
非化線
This
と対峙
one
した
had
メー
like
ティオ
two
ンはか
small
なり
rings
縮んだ
too.
ように思います。長い時の中で何かあったのか、理由があれば教えてください。
わかりました。もうその前にさっきのね、
はい
まあ行
Too
け
early? Maybe.
いうところはまあできるだけ頑張りますみたいな。もう楽しみすぎて夜し
Not
か
too
寝れない
early.
みたいな
Perfect
ことが
timing.
多くてね。
Just before that, I want to address everybody seems
Stole
really
that from
excited
Darius.
by
He
my
couldn't have it.
response to the previous question, and is saying things like, "Oh wow, I will only be able to sleep at night because of this."
正常ってやつよね。まあまあでまずちょっと思い出して
I'll stand with everybody
ほしいんですけ
else.
どウルティマトゥーレっていうのは思いの力のみが作用する空間だっていうことをちょっと思い出してください。
Uh oh.
Okay, but back to size issues. So I want you to remember that Ultima Thule is a space where emotions are the only reality.
その冒険の中で皆さんに、ね、経験していただいた
Oh my
よう
god,
に
I'm having a hard
その
time
見えている通りに
following chat,
物
following what
が
I'm
存在
doing,
するん
and
じゃなく
also
て
not talking
あの
over
認
the
識
English translations.
あなたがどう認識しているかっていうのが光景に反映される注意なんで
Gunmetal
すよ
Soul is a cooler name than Last Bastion. I
So
agree.
what you see when you're in Ultima Thule is in accordance with the Warrior of Light's internal experience, not some kind of physical reality that's out there.
だからあの時光の戦士冒険者が思っていたメーティオンに会いに行くっていうその思いが投影されてます。なのでそのメーティオンの姿っていうのは当然非化線がエルピスで見た時の光景を
This
再現しよう
cutscene
とす
in
る
the
ので
middle of
な
our
ので
our
その
trial.
エルピスの時本人がとのだからスケール比をそのままイメージされてるので姿でビジョンになってると思ってください。
So, as the Warrior of Light, you are traveling to Ultima Thule to find Meteon. So the space reflects
Man,
that, and it
everything
reflects
here
your
is
internal
big spoilers.
perceptions. And the Warrior of Light has memories of Meteon from Elpis, in a certain proportion relative to themselves. So the Warrior of Light is thinking, she's about this tall, and that's why she appears that way in Ultima Thule.
だからこれはそのウルティマトゥーレに現れたエメトセルクやヒトロダイエスも同じで、そのあくまで中域はデュナミス思いの力がビジョンを取るので、まあやっぱり相対的に光の戦士である自分から見た時のスケール
You cried ugly tears when this happened the
再
first
現されて
time?
るって思っても
I didn't have a chance to cry. I don't think I felt like
So,
any
and the
strong
same
emotions
kind
about
goes for
anything in
Amitsak
this,
and Hythlodaeus,
as I was
when we
speeding
call
through it
upon
so
them.
much.
Ultima Thule is a
I really
place
gotta-
controlled by
I
dynamic
can't wait till New
emotions.
Game Plus so I can actually
So
experience
really
it.
is your internal conception of these people that determines how they appear.
確かに光の戦士大概記憶ガバガバだって言ってきたけどよっぽどあれだったんだね大事な局面だって思ってたんだろうね。
This might make you judge the Warrior of Light just a little bit, but this is how it's remembered to them.
はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So the next question is, I wanted to harvest some Sabinarian onions while I was in Sabinair. Where are they keeping them? サベネア島で
I wanted to harvest Thavnarian onions while I was in Thavnair. Where are they keeping them?
生息しているのでしょうか。 なるほど。
Nah.
こちらはですね、世界設定に確認してまいりました。
おお。
I asked the lore team about this and
Wow.
came here.
チョコボの餌としてね、
うん
格別な効果を秘めているものなので
チョコボ、
サベネアの野菜っていうのは、おそらく高原キャベツのように
No,
サ
I
ベネ
think
ア島の中でも
it's
特別
4
な場所で
months
しか
from
栽培
when
で
it
きないも
launched
の
in
と思われま
December.
す。
So wouldn't it be actually early April?
So these Thavnarian onions have these surpassing effects as chocobo feeds, so they must be a really unique cultivar.
And then
I think
early
similar
August
to
for
in real life, the cabbages they
6.2.
can only be grown in a certain village in Gunma. They're probably only available in a very small area of Thavnair.
すべてはライブ班ノンコンバットコンテンツチームという名の神様の、さじ加減次第ですというふうに回答が来ております。
Such things, they are dictated by the whims of the gods that we call the non-combat content designers.
つまりこれは
The gods that are the non-combat
華麗
content
に世界
designers.
設定からライブ班へヘイトをスイッチしたということですね。
シャークされてしまいました。
In other words, it's their fault that this is how they've interpreted the setting.
仲良くやってください。はい。ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次の質問です。
Wait, what's killing you? What do you need to know?
Completely destroyed? Or there are still standard parts of them on the other reflections? なるほど。ゾディアクとハイデリンは今回で完全に消滅したのでしょうか、それとも共造世界には分かたれた体があったりするのでしょうか。
Okay.
どうでしょう。
これはもう明確に答えてしまいますが、
はい、
ハイデリンは完全消滅です。
I'm just going to give a straight answer here, and that is Heidelin was completely destroyed.
そしてですね、ゾディアークに関しても、ファダニエルに乗っ取られて、核を完全に破壊されたので、ゾディアークも完全消滅です。
Yeah, double
Similarly,
dragoon.
Fandaniel crushed Zodiark's heart, which is his core, and that completely destroyed Zodiark.
Dang.
各共造世界にこう分割されて封印されてたんですけど、ゾディアークって、だからまあ見てもらえれば分かるんですけど、ゾディアークっていくつかのパーツまだなんかこう
Oh, bunny boy ear tuft?
次
Ugh.
元の別
You
次
should
元
go
の
ask
可能性が
Pat.
ある
He's a
みたい
bunny
な感じにな
boy.
ってると思うんですけど、各共造世界に当然封印されてたんですけど、本体が完全消滅したので、それらのパーツも全部消滅してます、同時に。
There were, of course, parts of Zodiark in the other reflections. When he was sealed, he was split across all of them. But at the same time that his main body was destroyed, they all would have also faded into oblivion.
Have to ask Paige? Yeah.
はい。
なるほど。ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次です。Next question.
I don't know why
I
everybody's
don't
wondering
really
if the characters are
understand
dead or
why the
not.
Wall of
If
Light
they're not
is
dead, they're not
Marvel
going to tell you
didn't
here.
create any alternate timelines.
What the heck? I
Can you
never get
explain what happened?
I never get level appropriate stuff when I go in.
エルピスで過去に
This is
干渉した後
BS.
未来が枝分かれせずに繋がった理由がよくわかりませんでした。その辺の仕組み
Hold
を教えてほしいです。
まあ
I have to finish my
正直
Wondrous
なところ
Tales.
自由に解釈していただいても構わないっていうのがまず前提です。
Why
I
aren't they asking when
think the
Dragoon
most
2
important
gets
thing is
added?
to say, I think you all can come up with your own theories for this one.
ただまあ僕個人の解釈としては、
I hit the
まあ
wrong
そ
button.
もそも繋がっていたんだっていうふうに解釈し
Oh,
ま
it feels bad.
My personal interpretation is that the timelines were always the same.
す。でまあ、
Oh,
繋がらない可能性
semi-sarcastic
っていうのも
reference to
当然
Templar?
あったと思うんですけど、ベーネスが光の戦士に対して、まあその
Is-
全力で対応してきた結
Is a
果、
Templar like a
なんとか繋が
Dragoon
ったん
at
だ
all?
ろうっていう解釈もまあできるかなと思います。
I didn't think they were.
Another interpretation you could have is that maybe Vinal worked really hard behind the scenes to make sure that the timeline didn't go awry.
まあだ
Okay.
からそのベーネスが描いた計画っていうのに
お
光の戦士はまあ知らないうちに
What am I
こうね
doing?
全力を持って皆さん
Shield
が
Dragoon?
対応してきたことによって
Bleh.
まあつながっていくという
I wonder if they will add like a shield class for DPS though.
And you know, therefore, the Warrior of Light was sort of always acting in accordance with this plan of Vinal. So the timeline that we're aware of
Magic
didn't
tanks?
change when
Oh.
we went back to affect it.
嘆きの海で初めて光の戦士が降り立った時に
What are they? Are they like a
アルゴスが
shield and a
つい
lance?
ていたという時点で
Instead of a
つながること
shield
が
and
確
sword?
定したかなという認識ではいます。
I personally think that when we went to Mare Lamentorum and we first met Argos, and Argos, you know, really took to us and we were able to ride him, that is basically proof that, okay, at that point, the timelines were going to work out.
まあ6.1 で強くて
I
行月のフィナ
I
ーレ
don't think they're gonna add any
も
more
し
tanks
気
or
になる方は
healers for a
もう一度ね
while at this
全部見
point.
た上でもう一回おさらいしてもらえるとまた
But-
見えてくるものあるんじゃないかなと思います。
We are adding all of this stuff to New Game Plus in 6.1. So if
Yeah,
you're
New
interested in
Game
this, I suggest
Plus.
you replay it and think about this question while you're playing.
はい、
Oh
ありが
God.
とうございます。
You know what? Nope,
So,
that's fine.
To next question. 次の質問いきます。はい。In the trailers, only the
You'll be
Warrior
surprised if they add any
Warrior
more
of
jobs.
Light seems to age, where the other characters always look the same. Will we ever get to see a grown-up Alfino and Elise?
Everybody wants adult Alfino and
トレーラーで
Alize.
は主人公であるヒカセンの
Please
年齢だけが上がっていて
give
他の
us
キャラク
the
ターは年齢が
older
変わってないよう
children
に見えます
instead.
アルフィノ・アリゼ
They're
が
so
成長し
small.
た姿を見られる日は来ますか？
悩ましいんですよねこれ。
That's really hard to say.
いや僕もね
They're never gonna do
正直
it. They're gonna stay the same age
ディレクターとしては
forever.
そびっこっていうのまあゲームの開発者として
Considering it's been like 2 months
そ
or
の
whatever
そして
since
数年後ってや
1.0.
って物語の中でね成長したもう実年齢としてその身長も伸びね
You feel like 90% of the reason is so they get the legal age finally? Well, you know what?
そのより
You'd be
こう
wrong if you
可愛
think
くっ
that
ていうのはちょ
people
っと違うな
that it stops people at all, that they're not of
意
age.
外と見たいって思いはあります
Because the Final Fantasy XIV
On one
community
hand,
is
so as a director
fucked.
and a developer myself, it sounds fun to me when I think about depicting, you know, years later, a taller Alfino and Alice who are cooler and maybe cute in a different way.
ただねやったらやったでね
Yeah, I have a point. I
あれの
do.
フィナルが良かったってすげえ言われる気がしてて
There was a
On the other hand, I also feel like if
God,
we
I'm
did
gonna
that,
gossip
we'd get a
here.
lot of comments being like,
This
"Oh my
feels so
god, I
stupid.
really liked them better before. I hate this."
でも
But,
さ、一回やったらさ、時を遡る以外にもうほぼなくなるじゃん。
And you know, if we do it once, we can't go back. So that's a problem.
だからなんか
oh shoot, I'm not stacking.
ちょっ
No.
とやりづらいんですよ
Sorry.
ね。
Oh shit.
Kind of hard to pull the trigger on that one.
Hold on. They're talking and I'm having a hard time not talking over them because they're so
っていう漫画とかでよく原作者の小田先生が
First, thank you Vice for 14 months sub. I appreciate it.
読者の皆さんに何歳
Your
に
wife
なった
asked you why you were
頃
doing the
の
dishes
ゾロ
while
を
sitting
見たい
down.
で
You
す
told her it's
って
because you can't
書かれ
stand
て
doing
る
it. Ah!
あんな感じで
Oh, very
もし
good.
もし年を取ったとしたらみたいなのを
Um.
アートとしてちょっとつけてみるとかはありかもしれないけど
Oh god.
Sometimes you'll see with manga like
Ah!
One Piece, the author Oda Sensei, he will have a corner where he answers readers' questions, and they might say
doing it.
like, "Oh, I want to know what Zoro would look like at such and such age," and he'll draw that for them. So if it's sort of like a what if scenario, we might be able to give you something in that vein.
あれだね、意外とコメントではしない人はそれはやらなくていい。なんか何年か飛ばして
Anyway.
成長した2人が出てくるとかはまあ別にいいよ。
Oh!
いいよっていう声結構多い。
Whoa! Big
I'm getting
wind.
a lot of
Holy
comments that are
crap.
like, it's really fine. Like no matter how many years.
What's my
pass, it's
favorite
fine,
Endwalker
you can just leave
job
them as is.
So far?
コラム的にアートをやってほしいはすごい do it
I really like the changes to Monk actually.
Yeah, we see lots of comment to that.
Like I'm having a lot of fun playing Monk.
I see.
And I took Astrologian back up again, and I'm actually kind of enjoying that too.
Everyone's just yelling, "Do it!"
It's pretty
over and
nice.
over.
But Monk is my favorite. Monk's always been my favorite.
チェックしてフィニッシュしない
Even when it wasn't, it
怖い
was.
変なことになる。
We really have to be careful about the heights. Then I'm kind of freaked out.
はい、ありがとうございます。次の質問いきます。Moving to next question.
But yeah,
Benar said
there was
that not
somebody
even her
who,
soul will
um,
remain. But what does that mean? I'm very fond of her character and would like to see her again.
huh?
ベーネスは魂も残らないだろうと言っていましたが、魂が残る残らないの違いは何でしょうか、好きなキャラなのでどこかでまた見たい気もしております。
魂というものもエーテルではあるので、
Okay.
まさしく本当に全ての魂の
Monk mains scare you?
すら全て
Have you seen the I retweeted it the other day, but
the
there's
answer is that
come on.
souls are also made of ether, and she used up so much ether that also all of her soul was gone.
ゾディアークはその召喚のニエ
So,
吸収し
yeah.
つつも
The Dragon Kick P1S God. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. You can press one button and be the top.
ハイデリンってベーネス
I
含め
can't
て
go
召喚
now.
者のその
Our
魂
healer
を
DC.
保管しておくほどの余裕がない。なぜなら14人
It's okay,
以
they're
下
back.
の決断としてはゾディアークを作り出すなので、猛烈な少人数なわけですよ。
By contrast, okay, so Zodiark.
What are these
was
two
summoned
doing?
Using
You know,
sacrifices of a lot of
being-
people, right? But he was able to only use their aether aside from their souls up, because he was very
My
strong.
remaining
He was
brain
summoned by the
cells.
convocation of
Great.
14 and all of that. But Hydaelyn had a much weaker summoning, and because of that, she didn't have the option to sort of leave the souls untouched. And including Vinaz, she ended up using all of their ether.
All right. Here we go.
パッチ 5.
Made a spreadsheet that showed exactly why that only works on P1S with the exact calculations.
今
Really?
一度ちょっと
Wow.
理解してもらったりするとまた
So it's like
ちょっと面
hyper
白いかな
specific. That's kind of a shame.
全世界の大多
I was
数の
hoping it was like
人たちが協力している
I could just be the best.
ゾディ
The
アーク
best
と
ever.
いうものに対してっていう
If only I
まあ
pressed
その
one
辺の力関係ってい
thing.
うのはちょっと思い出してもらえるといいかなと思います。
So in 5.2, there was some discussion of Vinaz group that assisted her in doing this, and also of how much of the ancient people were sacrificed to create Zodiark. So if you look back at that time, it might be of interest to you now.
だから最後の最後に
So
その
what was I gonna
自
say?
分の
Somebody asked me a
魂という
question
力だけをベーネスは残していて、
or said
それを
something.
まあ光の
was it?
戦士というか暁と戦うために
Oh!
使ったっていうのがまあ回答です。
At the very end,
It was,
Hydaelyn, she
a long
still
time
had her
ago.
own soul, Vinaz's soul. But that was the very power that she used in fighting the Warrior of Light.
だから言ってましたよね。ベーネスさん
Asking Pat after sending $5 about the bunny boy ear tufts and blaming me. How dare you?
魂をそこに当ててるっていうふうに思っ
You
て
can't blow me up like this,
もい
man.
いと思います。
When she tells you before the final battle with her that she saved enough ether for this fight with you, that is Vinaz's soul that she's referring to.
Whoops.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So the next question.
Now you might have to. No!
大変重要な質問な気が
I'm
し
getting
ます
super distracted.
Very
I can't
important
believe you would
question.
distract me like this.
Now that Hydaelyn is gone, will the warrior of
You're
light
making me press
no
all the
longer
wrong
have
buttons.
The blessing of light?
How could I
Or will
make
it
you give
stick
Pat
to
money? I
armor
don't
like
know.
the illusory armor? 今回のストーリーで
When you do it and he brings it up that it's
光
weird,
の戦士に
I'll just
かけ
be
られ
like,
た
you're
光の
welcome for the
加護の実は
$5 from me
消
to
えた
you,
のでしょうか
man.
それともアーモロートの芸のよう
And
に
he
まだ
won't be able
残っている
to
のでしょう
refute it.
か
It'll be true.
まあベーネスが施した光の加護は、まあ、消えないと
I
思ってます
blamed
し
you
まあ
specifically
消えないで
because you
あって
said I
ほしい
would,
なっていうふ
okay?
うに思ってます。
I had to. I had to do
I
it to
really
you.
don't think that the blessing of light will disappear, and I wouldn't want it to.
Blessing of Light is staying.
最後にまあハイデリンというか、まあ、ベーネスが私の思いがいつまでも愛しき子らを守りますようにっていう願いがちゃんと加護として残り
I
続
think
け
I'm
て
like
る
screaming
いく
into
って
my
いうのが、
microphone.
まあ、ある意味最後にかけ直してくれたかもしれない加護だというふうにまあ思っていたい。まあ僕個人的にもはい。
Perhaps she re-granted the blessing at the very end, but either way, I want to think that it will always protect the Warrior of Light, just like she said, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
まあそれこそが改めて
は
ね光の加護かなという気がしてます。はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Those words, I think, will be the blessing you carry forward.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
では次の質
Yeah,
問
she-
に行きましょう。So going to the next question. In the
It's just
cutscene
a
after the
blessing
level
on our
87 dungeon,
ether.
we see a red sigil
Can't go
appear
away.
before Emmett Selk's face. does that mean such sigils aren't an ancient thing, but rather identify one as belonging to the convocation number 14? Please explain them more. レベル 87ID の後のカットシーンで、エメットセルフが顔に浮き出る赤い印をね、こう発動させていました。
Midgar Sormer nerfed us and we took it back, yeah. Man, it's been forever since I've done any of that stuff.
改めて設定を教えてほしいです。
まあ身分証というのはちょっと違うかなと思うんですけど、まあ14人委員会のそれぞれの座に選ばれる。
I just watched Darius play through all of it earlier this year, and I've already forgotten again. I can't remember it at all.
解放した時にその浮かび上がるっていう風に思って、もうリミッターというかね、を解除したみたいななんとなくイメージだと思ってくれればいいです。
So it's not really just there for identification purposes, but yeah, if you think about it, every person who takes a seat in the convocation of 14 has really intense magic power. So basically, it's like it appears whenever they use grand magic, almost as sort of a limiter to constrain.
I have a terrible memory. I don't.
あれはマークは14人
I don't know why, other than I don't sleep enough. That's really the only thing I can even think.
委員会以外の人が
would explain it.
解放するぜってやっても
Port New Game Plus when never.
However, each sigil does indicate the member's seat on the convocation. So you know, even if someone who's not on the convocation was like, "Oh yeah, magic time, wow," it's not going to show up on anyone else's face.
そう勝手にね、俺は第15の座を名乗るぜって言ったところで出ないです。
You can't just name yourself the 15th seat and blast it and hope it'll appear.
まあなのでまあわかんない由来いろいろ想像もできるかなと思っていて、まあそれだけ強大なパワーを持っていて世界から認められる14個の座についてるってことは、まあそんなに無尽蔵にバンバン力を振るうなよっていう意味もあって。What does a port feel like?
I don't know.
14人委員会の人間であるっていうのが
スムーズ
可能性はあります。だから座を引き継げば多分。
It's a good question.
ベーネスには出ないですね。多分座を渡してるので。はい。
I think it's also probably connected to sort of the convocation's responsibility. These are people who have been
smooth and squishy. Hey, who are you calling squishy?
Power and taking up these seats. So you know you don't want
fat around them for hey.
wandering around blasting magic without knowing who it is and for what purpose. So it sort of indicates that they've been chosen for this role and keeps them in line.
Excuse you.
I also think that when you leave the seat, for instance, when Vina gave up her seat, she would have also given up the sigil, so it would no longer appear on her.
吉田の座はって聞かれてる。吉田の座はね、継ぎたいものが誰もいなくてちょっと寂しいんですよ。
So people are talking about the seat of Yoshida, but it just kind of makes me sad because I think there's nobody who could take up the seat if I gave it up.
The ocean's cool. Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Also, I don't have a little symbol on my face.
Don't you boop me.
はい、ありがとうございます。
All right, let's see. A Porp watch party where I watch sea documentaries? How would I get my hands on some sea documentaries?
In concluding this story, were there any
can I watch them? I guess we can all watch them separately. I don't know how that works. I don't know how watch-alongs work. They watch them and they don't have the sound come through, right? And they comment and we all start at the same time?
こちらもですね、世界設定チーム、小田さんからいただいてきました。
Which way am I going? This way.
This is also one that I had to
Nope,
ask,
wrong direction. God damn it.
初期設定とか裏設定と呼ばれるものはその時点での想定でしかなく物語を書き進めるうちにより詳細化されるものもあれば
Amazon Prime? I could do Amazon Prime ones, yeah.
The initial setting and background
But all of you have to have Amazon Prime also.
So it's not unusual for
free
the
ones on
details to
YouTube? That could be
change or
nice.
Disappear as we write the story further.
まあそれはね、行列のフィナーレに限らず、
maybe sometime when I'm like really low on stuff to do, we can all snuggle in with some popcorn and some, I don't know, hot cocoa.
That's not only true of Endwalker. Like,
Sody pop.
you'll probably remember if you played
And we
1.0,
can watch some
there was
documentaries.
a lot of changes between 1.0 and A Realm Reborn, and some of them we couldn't really retcon properly. For instance, in 1.0, the Warrior of Light had a partner character.
9号店知らない人に説明するとね、相棒っていうキャラクターがねいたんですよ。で何者かよくわかんないんですよね。
Well, we had this very temporary
Okay.
partner though, and like so we didn't really know
Did I do it?
who exactly it would be or anything, and so
I'll
we
be
kinda
alright.
just ignored it when we.
Yeah, I'll be okay. They've got me. They wouldn't let me die.
自分が来てたんだとかね、いろいろいやなんかこじつけようかなと思ったんですけど、
They would-
どうにもなら
They wouldn't let me
ない
die.
なっていう。
They
When you're making this world, you're sort of just like, I don't know what to do.
They
and
wouldn't
you'll
let me
sort of
die.
Sometimes ignore things that are inconvenient.
まあなので、まあ時々ありますよ。付箋として使おうかなと思ってたけど、まあ使えないからもう
What's
そのまま
perfect for me?
にして
What is that?
けど大部分は綺麗にいけたと思う。黒曜石サビクなんかまだ
What's the title
い
of
けるか
it?
とは思ってたりする。
What am I going to be
あれです
clicking into?
And so yeah, there are some things where you'll just be like, we'll just ignore that going forward. But in most cases, we do try to wrap up
Oh God.
things.
Ugh.
Maybe if there are things.
Wait,
we
no,
haven't
that's not
addressed
it. That's a
yet,
chest. Ah!
はい。
All
あり
right,
がとう
let's go.
それでは続いて
I'm
ですが
scrubbing it up here.
Next question. Will we
The
have a
enrolled
chance
band.
to learn the identities of the full convocation of 14? は
I'm sorry.
今後
My
14人から
healers. Oh, my healer died.
全
Uh-oh.
員の、
Uh-oh.
真の名前を知る機会はありますか
Oh.
黒
What happened?
曜石黒曜石ってさめっちゃ突っ込まれてる。
あ、プロ成績ですね。
はい。
さ
で14人委員会のその座とともにある
Degenerate
そのチームが
anime
まだに関してはすでに決まってはいます。はい。
So yes, we have decided the true names and identities of every convocation member.
まあそれらを皆さんが知る機会があるかどうかは今後の展開次第ですねって悪い顔をして終わっておきます。
Whether we tell you that in the future sort of depends on how the plot develops.
All right.
Sorry to tease you.
スマイ
I totally. I'm missing every single thing that's going on in this live letter.
次の質問です。Going to next question. Benar had good intentions and her plan worked out in the end. But as a result, the world was sundered and most of the ancients suffered for it. Was sundering the star really the only way to save it? ベーネスは善意の上で行動して結果的に良い方向にはなりましたが、その経過では世界を分断し多くの古代人を不幸にはしました、今回の結果を導くためには世界を分断するのは必須だったのでしょうか、
まあシナリオ系とかはなっちゃんとも話をしてこうテキストをまとめているんですけど
That was not what I thought. I thought it was going to be a moment of silence. Oops.
まあ少なくともベーネスってヤシトラがまあ推測したようにエーテルが強すぎる古代人ではデュナミスにそもそも干渉することができない結果、その終末を根本的に止められないっていうふうに考えてます
So I also consulted with Natsuko Ishikawa and the scenario team
Let's
to
do 'em
come
all.
up with
All
an
at
answer
once.
that hopefully will make sense when we explain it. But at the very least, as Yashola theorized, Vina believed that the ancients, being so dense in aether, could not control Dynamis, and so she thought that they could not have stopped the final days at its source.
じゃあ別にそのゾディ
That
ア
makes
ークで
sense.
まあ根本的に解決できなかったとしても
Of course.
天の断りまあつまり天脈
Wait,
を
who's
強
asking
化してまあ絶望ビー
a
ムを弾き
question that was-
返してるんだ
Oh,
から
ah!
そのままなんとか
Requires that kind of answer. I almost died.
いずれ今の古代人たちの考え方では
I guess she doesn't have a
大々的
benediction
な末
ready.
を辿ってしまう
Yeah, it's fan submitted. I know. Who's asking that
そ
question?
の
The ether
まあ
dynamis
テレビの伝道とかを
thing
見てても
seems pretty
自分
well
自身から気づかされるところがあったんだろうなというふうに思ってます
So you know, there were the other ancients who thought that
But-
okay, we summon Zodiark and that'll be our solution. But she saw them summon Zodiark and sort of use
No,
that
it's
to
fine.
deflect.
The healer's
despair
fine. See, the
being,
healer's okay.
And thought, you know, even if we do this, if we keep going along as we are, the ancients, the rest of the ancients, will probably be unable
Probably-
to change.
probably
she's
the
looking
official
at Hermes
forms.
and everything. She thinks, okay, we can't change as a people, and we will always be our own undoing.
But I thought that was part of the surface level story, wasn't it?
まあ言いはしないですけど、最終ダンジョンのラストレムナントの
Wasn't that like the whole thing? Didn't Vana talk about that?
暴れ回ってるところはなんとなく古代人たちがあのまま続いてったらこうなってただろうなっていうイメージで作ってはいます。
If you look
I'm
at
paying
the
attention.
dungeon, the dead ends, at the very end there's a boss
If
called
sundering was
Rama,
the only way.
and that is sort of our vision for what probably would have happened to the ancients if they had just continued as they were.
They were just repeating the same mistakes over and over again.
人が持つエーテルをとにかく薄くして
Because they were
いずれ
stupid
っていうもの
and
を
stuck in their
使いこな
ways.
し人が終末そのものと戦えるようにしたっていうのがベネスの考えです。
So for that
Actually,
reason, she
rewatching,
chose to sunder the star to dilute mankind's ether, so that
Hold
someday
on.
they might be able to use Dynamis and to fight back against despair and the final days at the source.
まあ、本人も言ってましたけど、これは善悪で語られているわけ
Watching
ではなく
the
その
Eden
行いが
raid
果たして
series
正しかった
over
のか
again
どうかって
and
いう
seeing the
苦労
way
は
that
ベーネスが全部自分で
Logrith?
背負っている
Was that his
っていう
name?
感じですね。
No. Yes?
As she herself says, this is not really a simple matter of good and evil.
Artemis? Metron.
And
That's
she
what it was.
agonized
Metron.
over whether her decision was
Seeing the way that
correct,
he like
and took all of that upon herself for all of those times.
refused to let
Yeah.
Gaia go.
僕特に思ったんですけど
Refused to let her just live her life as a shard of Logrith. There we go, yeah.
な思いをね、プレイヤーの皆
It
さん
was so like,
くれて
God, you people just didn't stop.
疑ってごめん
You didn't
はい
learn.
じゃなかったって
Vana did this, and for what? You learned nothing.
I think everybody has a lot of
Yeah,
different
Vana was
feelings
totally
about
right.
Vana, and, you know,
Also, he was creeping on
we
like a
wanted to
15,
communicate that
16-year-old
Hylian's
girl,
not
and
a
he
bad
needed to
guy,
chill.
but
こんなね、世界を分割して人を14に分けてそのデュナミストを使ってね、その主演を歌うものにぶつけようなんていうことを決断し考えれる時点で、
Oh,
やっぱり
man.
彼女も古代人なんだなって思うんですよ。
Gotta say, I like
But
me
it's
some
this very
speedy
decision that
roulettes,
she
and this
made
is
to
not a
say,
speedy
okay, I'm
roulette.
gonna split everybody into 14 parts so they can use Dynamis.
Yeah,
so
that's
they can,
true.
Kill the Endsinger. That decision really makes me think. Yeah, she was definitely Vana herself was definitely an ancient, huh?
だから5.0 の、まあ、ラストでね、エメットセルフがこれが最後の最低だって、反じるっていうことをやるでしょ。何度も反じてきたんだと。その度になり損ないどものなんかダメなとこ見てきたんだ俺って。もういいよ、じゃあ最後もう一回だけ見てやるよって言うじゃない。
It's so strange
At
to
the
me.
end of 5.0, so we find out that Emmett Selk, this whole time, he's been making these decisions about all of humanity, about how they were imperfect creatures these days. But at the very end, he gives you one more chance and reevaluates his judgment.
で今回ヘルメスも
Darius, please.
改めて正しく判じよう、人の行く先をものすごいなんか不必要なぐらい公平性を
Yeah,
そう自分の記憶も全部消して
I don't
お
know.
いて自分は人間側につくから
What was I gonna say? I completely lost it.
Hermes is also concerned with this to the degree that he erases his own memories so he can once again reevaluate humanity and everything. He's really concerned with fairness and humanity's worth.
でも
Oh yeah, they're like
ベ
weird
ネ
like
スこそ
decision
判じる
that
っていう言葉は
you
一度も使っては
do
ない
everything in life and then you die. You just kill yourself. It's fine, no big deal, and then you just come back.
剣を構えて
But like
今
they
から
refuse
私
to
は世界
accept
を
actual
分か
death.
つまああれってまさにもう
I don't
判じる
know.
だと思ったんですけど
You gotta
全
do
世
it. You
界
gotta
丸ごと
accept it.
判
It's
じ
a
るのか
part
この
of
人っていうのが
actually truly
やっぱり
being
ね
alive.
僕が思う古代人の怖さというか完全性
But I
という
guess I
か
didn't see it that way.
普通あの決断人間にはできないぞって思っていてその先の苦労も含めて計算した上でというか計画した上でだから、やっぱり彼女も古代人だなっていうふうに思ったりしました。
Vana herself never talks about herself in this lofty way that she's making a judgment on all of mankind. But when we see her in that cutscene holding the sword and saying, you know, henceforth he shall walk and sundering the world, that really is a very ancient moment, like that shows you how different
That's a pretty cool moment for Vana.
wholeness of the ancients were, because normally we wouldn't be able to make such a decision for all of mankind. So when I see that, I really think, yeah, Vana was one of them.
まあだからエメトセルクね人気は高いけど、そもそも私が判じてやろうって、
Oh my
まあ
gosh.
アルフィノに言わせればなぜお前にそんなもん判じられなきゃいけないんだっていう話だし、まあベーレスに至ってもそうよね。だから、その辺を意識してまた物語全体見るとちょっと違ったというか、もう一段その古代人っていうのがどういうこう人たちなのか、それがいろんなテキストにこうまぶされているので、今回サブクエストも含めてだけど、その辺見てもらえるとまたちょっと面白くなるかなとは思います。
Where's my Gubu? That's what I was
You know,
gonna
M
do.
itself is very popular, but I sort of agree with Alfina when Emma's talking about judging people. What right does he have to do that? And that may actually be the case with Vana as well. Like, what right did she have to do that? We've shown various things about the ancients and how different they were from us as people, and how they were sort of the same. So I think if you
There's
go
my
back and
Gubu
look at all
boy.
of the different parts, including the side quests, with
You
the
think Suz
ancients,
is very pretty?
you
Thank
might
you.
find it interesting.
そういうお前だって9番を判じてメテを落としたやろって言われた。
She is my cat child.
People are criticizing me as a hypocrite for being the great decider here.
人間にはできない。
どうしようもなかったんだよ。
I mean, I had to, though, to make this.
She is
古代人だった。
いやいやいや。
not ladylike
Maybe ancient.
or polite
He insists.
or pretty really. She's got a really shitty
では
personality.
設定からもう一
She's a little
問いきたいと思います。The solstice
But, you know,
was meant to imprison Zodiac.
You can't see
after the
that, so
Sundering.
yes,
But
she is
what
ready to
about the
suplex. It's
first
true.
moon? Was Iseris the only thing divided among
Do my
parallel
character
event
lore?
dimensions,
I
or
guess,
did
yeah.
the Sundering affect the surrounding part of outer space too?
I like this,
現象世界
like,
から見えてる
top, I
月は
guess.
世界が分
And
か
the
たれた
shorts, they
後
look
に
okay.
ゾディアークを封印するために生まれたと思うのですが、第一世界
Yeah,
から
I
見えてる
couldn't
月は一
answer
体
them all.
何
They're
な
so
のでしょうか。
difficult.
アーティリスだけが多次元に割れていて、惑星外宇宙には影響なかったのでしょうか。
Where's my actual glam?
まず共造世界にある月にも
That's the
意味は
glam.
あります。
My proper glam, but I'm not going to wear it
First
because
of
it's
all,
the
I
wrong
want
hair.
to tell you that the Reflections moons have their own significance.
Barefoot
あり
thing
ます
still
なんです
confuses you?
が
Why?
今はお話
How?
できません。
What about it?
They do, but I can't tell you
A
what it is.
Persona student?
ま
Were they?
あハイデリンキック光の一撃でまあゾディアークごと世界が分割されて、その後
No?
共造世界におい
This
ても原初世界でそうしたのと同じよう
Why
に
doesn't Suds like
分断
shoes?
されたゾディアークの一部を封
I
じ
don't
る
know,
ために
'cause she never wore
月が
them.
作られてます。月がまあ生じてるって言った方がいいのかな。
So
Because her
after the
toes
Sundering,
aren't free?
after the star was sundered and Zodiac was imprisoned in the moon that we know, moons were created, or you could probably say appeared, in all the other reflections with pieces of Zodiac in them
Moons.
as well.
なのでこの辺りは破綻の
Shoes
ないよ
are
うに
stinky.
きちんと作ってはあるので、まあそれが何なのかはまだ
Why don't you like it? It's just feet.
We're going to show this properly later, so I can't.
It's so much
give you
easier to
spoilers
climb
now,
with bare
but
feet, right?
yes,
You can
there is
just
some meaning
grip
to
to the
this.
wall with your
はい、
toes.
ます。Thank you very much. それではですね
Her feet are
ここからは
probably really
シナ
gross.
リオとか設定以外の、動画関連の質問に行きたいと
You
思います。
can't make me take a
So
bath,
from
she
this point,
says.
The questions are not related to scenario or the lore.
Suts is really pretty.
So the question is,
Straight into,
during
oh
the
god,
development
no.
process,
Not
what
anymore.
part of
This is the
Endwalker
worst.
Were you a perfectionist about?
Alright.
行列のフィナーレの制作の中で吉田さんが最もこだわった部分をお
Okay.
聞かせください。すごい海外インタビューみたい。
How common
い
is
や
doing
もうね
character
あり
lore?
とあらゆるところなんですけど、まあ特にっていう意味だと
Probably actually not all that
今回
common.
より特にですけど、各
But
カッ
Final
トシーン
Fantasy
における
XIV Twitter is full of
キ
character
ャラ
lore.
クターのこう目線、
It's just a
それ
small
から
portion of
会話
the
と会話の間の間、
player base,
あ
though.
と喋ってる最中の仕草
Because it's role playing.
はかなりその1カットシーンずつ細か
But
く
I like
その
doing it.
演出やって
I
る
like my character to
それぞ
have
れの担当者と
personality
話をしてこだわらせてもらいました。
beyond what the
So
game
if we're
gave me.
just saying the things okay that I am the very most particular about, This time, I would say in every single cutscene, I was concerned with the direction the characters were looking, and also the time between dialogues and conversations.
Oh, wow.
And also the motions, especially at the beginning of each character's speech.
I don't roleplay anymore because I also roleplayed a lot as a teenager. And I just don't have time. I don't know. I don't like how people roleplay in this game. It's weird. It's like, it's too mundane. There's so much just, so boring. That was my big issue with it. It was just like sitting around at like a bar or a cafe and having a little chat. And at that point I'm like, well, why don't we just become friends then? Why am I role-playing with you when I could just talk to you?
Personally, I think
without the weird
of the gaze and how your gaze works is really important.
I don't know.
Your eyes convey a lot of emotion. It's not just, okay, your whole chin moves and that's your gaze, right? So in the stage directions and such, I was really concerned with, okay, are your eyes going to move first? Is their whole head going to turn? What's the most natural way to convey this expression?
Is it weird you could picture this glam for Suns being a dealer in a casino? No, it's not weird. The actual glam, can I open it here and see it? No, I can't. The actual glam uses, where are they? Oh god. Where's my casting stuff? Low level casting stuff. Hold on. Is it these ones? Yeah, it is. This is the actual outfit. Because it's my Blue Mage getup. I just changed it. So this is like, it's supposed to be like kind of a...
Also, you know, usually we like to have
magician
game that you can play
deal.
At whatever pace you want to, but this time we had a lot of scenes where they would go on autoplay through
magician's
the text.
assistant.
And when a character talked in these scenes, I really wanted the other characters to take a little bit of time to process those words before responding, because that's important.
Applebee's Ladies Night roleplay. Even that would be more interesting. Actually, you know what? I have been to a place
about how particular I was about this.
That was like a big restaurant where they like took me and seated me in like a little booth area in the back. And then somebody tried to hire me to kill somebody, I think. I think that was that night. That was like the last time I roleplayed in this game. Because I was like, what is going on? And she like gave me actual guilt, and then I was like, so now I have to follow through on this roleplay that I don't want to follow through on at all.
Hinted at, that's fine. To leave it up to people's interpretation, but you know there are certain interpretations we don't really want to guide people towards, so I was particular about how we were portraying those.
I did go to McDalamood's once, but not when it was open. I just snuck in when the store was closed, and was very disappointed by it. I didn't like it. I thought it was kind of bland. Also, they used actual third-party tools to sink an item into the ground, and I'm not really big on that.
Busy, writing the script up till the very last minute for this expansion. So
you did roleplay when you were very rude when you won a million gil. That's true.
And in the respect of who could stand in for her, I'm probably the closest person, so I ended up doing it a lot and being very particular.
Yes, McDalamood's like McDonald's, but yours, yeah. Dalamood is the name of the moon that fell and destroyed Final Fantasy XIV at the end of 1.0.
っていうところがあって、自分で絵の発注も言ってるし、だからこそ
Yeah, oops, all Bahamut.
先生の絵を知る自分
Yeah, it came with a free toy.
僕がディレクションしたタイトルで天野先生の絵をまあ今のその14の技術にはなるけど、で極限まで再現したいって思いがあったので、
Wow.
本当しつこいぐらい。
Yeah. I guess maybe if I had more people to hang out with and go to one of those places with, it would be fun.
Endwalker was really, in a sense, like the first finale, the first not ending but ending that we had in 14.
It's just weird to go there and have like nobody around.
I really wanted to have Yoshitaka Amano's art. I'm a big fan of his, and obviously he's associated with the arts in 14 and all of that. So I asked him to do the art, and then when we were reproducing those designs in game, I was super particular about getting it right.
天野先生の発注は必ず僕が行くんですけど、全部申請1個全部自分で言ってるんですけど、まあ今回久しぶりに天野
Give me
先
my
生の
plantimals.
ラスボスを書いていただきたい
My
できま
plantimals.
したって言って、その設定で、まあいろんなそのラスボス書い
Where is
て
he
いた
go?
だいたと思い
He's
ます。
being tanked, right?
今回
Yes.
先生に書いていただきたいのは絶望ですって。
もうすごい発注。
Of course, ever since A Realm Reborn, I'm the one who's giving
They're
Amano his orders for what we want him to draw. And this time I was like, okay, I want you to draw the last boss. I want you to draw despair.
そう絶望か。でも先生
Amano drew the final boss, so it wasn't just
キーワードを
an homage. It was actually his art. That explains why it looked like his art.
こういう事象が起きて、それが絶望した時頭に浮かぶもの。まあただメテオンが決まってたら
She was cool. I liked her a lot.
入れてくださいって話をして。
Very pretty.
だね、こうやってやり取りしていくとね、浮かんできた、大丈夫、いける。
So late. I'm so tired.
話せば
It's this stupid place again. So
Every
boring.
time, this time he was like, despair. But every time he's very good about talking to me.
But
sort of
Heidel
back and
design
forth
is
about,
super pretty. Yeah,
what to
yeah.
envision here. We'll talk about in this case despair, and if we've in this certain situation, okay, you
I
feel
can't.
despair. What comes to mind then?
I can't do the
and in this case, we
24-hour
also added
subathon
in the
because
extra, sort of
even
difficulty
though
of
this weekend
making,
is a long weekend in
bird
Canada,
imagery.
I'm working
But,
every
after,
single
like,
day,
15
including the
minutes, he was
holiday.
just like,
So
yeah, I got it. I have something in
pull
mind.
in
Don't worry about it."
overtime because
まあ
it's
今度ね、実は
yet
なんか
another
見せ
crunch
たかった
time
んだけ
for
どね
me, I guess.
主演を歌うものの天野先生の原画をどっかのタイミング
I need to go to bed
で
soon-ish because I have to be up
作りたいな
for like
I really want to show you
Latest
the
10
original
o'clock.
design we got from him for
Probably.
End Singer at some point, so I'll look for a chance to do that.
すごいです。
まあ他にはもういっぱいあるんですけど、
It's gonna be a sleepy
ベストイン
weekend
サースバトルの
for
調整や
for
っ
poor.
てたりとか、あとまあサブクエストの開放タイミングが今回ね、申し訳なかった、そのなんか後ろ髪を引かれるようなそのサブクエストの出され方が多いなってちょっとコメントも見たんですけど。
The other things,
Couldn't tell at least 4
for
a.m.
instance, the instance battles you do in quests, I was quite focused on, as well as the sub-quest timing for how they unlock and all of that stuff. I mean, we've got some comments about that.
Oh no!
今回ってやっぱり地域攻略
Jumped in so far!
しかも時系列時間しか
Yeah,
前に
it is
進
what
む
it
物
is.
語だから
It's fine.
なんかやっ
Whatever.
ぱ週末に襲われている状態か襲われる前
It
か
is
襲わ
what
れた後かって
happens.
全然話の展開が変わ
Why
る
do I work all
ので
weekend? Because I
大
have
勢住民
to.
が週末来てる最中にさいやちょっとチョコボ
No, I'm not an early puller. I never pull early.
Yeah, so this time, obviously,
pull
because
now,
we
let's
had the final days going
go!
on, it's very important to sort of have the quests unlock at the appropriate time. Like, is this happening before the apocalypse comes or during the apocalypse? You don't really want during the apocalypse someone to just
There,
be like,
and now we can just
"Keep on
let things
Choco,"
go
or
back
whatever.
to the back.
It wouldn't fit very well.
Easy
なの
peasy.
でやったのでかといってよし一旦落ち着いたから全部出せってやるとエクスクラメーションマーク出すぎると嫌になるのあもう見なかったことにしようみたいな
Also, if you just have them all
Okay,
unlock
there we
at the
go.
same time,
Now
and
it's going
suddenly your
back.
screen is filled with exclamation marks.
Or it's
like,
not
that's
because
terrible.
it
I hate
stopped
that.
at the freaking
なので
Astro.
もう何
Why
回
is
も
the
プ
Astro
レイ
over
をして
here?
このクエストのこのシーケンスまで来たら3クエスト出して
Jeez.
で3クエストだったら
Wait,
消
why did he
化す
turn
る気に
around?
なるだ
Oh
ろう
shoot, I grabbed him. Oh,
とか
come here.
So that's why this
Sorry,
time
everybody.
I played through so many times, and I'd be like, okay, when you get to
I did
this,
not mean to
to
hit
this
that.
quest, then these 3 other quests unlock, and 3 is probably a decent number that people can get through, and that sort of thing.
でこのクエストまで来たら5個出してまあこのクエストまで来たら残りを出してみたいな感じで潰していってる
You
人
hope
に
it's
とって
for a
は
good enough reason, but you doubt it
潰
is.
していきゃいい
You
じゃん
would
って
be
感じだと思うんだけど
correct.
あのね数の威圧感とかをねあと話の内容とをその
On the plus
裏
side,
切りをお願いして
they'll probably
一
make
つ
it
一
up
つ
to me
本当にもう
in time
Close
off
play するしか
sometime
ないので
else. So
すごい大変だった
So yeah, I have it so like, okay, you go to this quest, and then this quest unlocks, and when you're progressing through
We'll
it,
see.
I mean, it's nice. It's
I'm
nice
gonna
to
need
have
it.
correct,
I
but
feel
at the same time,
pretty
in order
terrible.
to create a good experience for those who wanted to go through all of the quests, I had to do them a whole
My
bunch
body
of times, which
hurts.
was really hard.
Like, I've
まあ
been
もうちょっと減らしてもよかったかなって思
more
わなくも
sore
ない
since I got the booster shot
Also, sometimes I thought,
than
couldn't we
normal.
have less
My
of these?
shoulders hurt, my neck hurts.
まあそれ以外にもハイデリン透滅戦もめちゃくちゃこだわったし、フェイス
I don't know if that's normal
あと
or if it's just
今回
like
久しぶりにテキスト
coincidence
たくさん書かせてもらったんで
or what, but
ID のフェイスのダイアログセリフとかはかなりの数書かせてもらったんで楽しかったです。はい。
Also, I was quite concerned with your showdown with Heidelin.
thank you.
As well as the
I
trust system
also hope
dialogue.
to have a good rest.
In this case, I actually got to
Oh, I
write
can't
some
I
dialogue
can't
for the first
promote
time in a
or
while.
provoke.
So writing all of that, all those trust lines was really
Oops.
はい、ありがとうございます。
That's
アイ
fine.
ゼンのずるいもよしぴなんかとそうです。
Not a
ハイ
big
デリン
deal.
透滅戦はほぼフルスクラッチで、
おー
はい、やりました。
I was keeping a close eye on Heidelin from the very start. So
それでは次の質問です。Going to next question.
I will at the end
healers
of
are
this
currently putting out too
alliance
much
roulette
healing
probably
compared to
because I'm
damage
getting
taken
pretty sleepy.
and have few damage
I don't know if you
dealing
can hear it in my
options and
voice,
limited
but I
flexibility
can.
in battle.
I sound
People
tired.
are even clearing pandemonium with tank-only parties. Are there plans to make healers
Pandemonium.
more vital to parties? なるほど。ヒ
What?
ーラーについて、
うん
非ダメージに対して回復量が多すぎるほか、
うん
攻撃の手段も乏しく、
Thanks.
バトルでの工夫の余地が少ないと感じています。実際、パンデモニウムではタンクだけのパーティーでもクリア報告があるほどです。ヒーラーの必要度を高める予定はありますか？
まずこれ毎拡張ごとにそうなんですけど、
はい
やっぱりこう毎拡張スタートして最初のレイドって正直難易度的にはかなり優しめに作ってます。
I wonder what
それは
this is.
受ける非全体ダメージ量もそうだし、必要とされる火力パーティー DPS っていうのも普段のレイドに比べれば下げて作る。これはね毎拡張一緒。
Is there anybody streaming
right,
right
so I
now
want to emphasize that
that I can raid
we've
after
done the
this?
same as we did in every previous expansion here, and that's at the start of the expansion. We sort of hold back.
Wait,
on
which
the
one's mine?
difficulty
Oh
for the raid,
shit!
in
What am I
terms of
doing?
damage
I forgot I was a tank.
taken,
Fuck.
and damage dealt, and
Excuse me.
that sort of stuff. We make
Iron
it a
Mouse
little
and
bit easier
Yanners?
so as many people
Yeah,
as
I guess I
possible.
could raid a big
どうしてもプレイヤー
VTuber.
の皆さんって地続きではあるからパッチ 5.4 で実装された時のそのエデンの最終レイドと、比較しがちなんですけど今回改めてレベルキャップが上がって新しいジョブも増えてってところなので一回難易度のイメージはリセットして特に第1弾なので多くの人にクリアしてもらいたいっていうので敷地は下げてます。なので今後実装されていく第2弾、第3弾っていうのはまただんだん
I don't know
難易度
who
が
Tim
プレイヤーの皆さんの
Rogers
ジョブの使いこなしに合わせて
Final Fantasy XIV is
ま
streaming.
あそういうサイクル
Oh
を生かして
boy.
いってください。
Arrows and
You're probably
gigaboots.
comparing the raid as it is now to
Oh,
what you
whoops.
had in 5.4. But you have to remember that at 6.0 we added new jobs, and we're still balancing things. We want to give people a chance to clear if they possibly can. And then from this point, we will raise the challenge level in part 2 and part 3 of Pandemonium.
Bigs.
まあそれでも基
Bigs?
本的にちょっともっとヒールワークきつくしてほしい。
You guys have a whole list of people I've never heard about
ヒールしてる気分味わいたいんだよっていう
before.
人は絶に行って絶望していただけるとありがたいです。
I think even at that point, if you're still
Let's see.
unsatisfied, thinking, okay, healing is too easy and I want to feel more like a proper healer, definitely try the ultimate content and suffer.
はい。
はい、ありがとう
Oh
ございます。
god. Oh,
で
it's
は
fine.
続いてもう一問ジョブ関連ですね。So the next question. Dark Knights, Living Dead, and Blood Weapon are more difficult
Dark
to use
Knights,
effectively
uh-oh.
compared to other tank skills. There are plans
Salty
to adjust
bet?
this.
Oh no.
他タンクに比べて暗黒騎士のリビングデッドやブラッドウェポンの使い勝手が、いまいちです。今後調整の予定はありますか？
まあ暗黒騎士だけじゃなくてですね、パッチ 6.1 で、暗黒騎士も含めていろんなジョブに手は、入れさせていただきます。
So not just Dark Knight, but a whole bunch of jobs will be
Okay.
adjusted in
What's a
patch
good spot to
6.1.
stand?
でまあ皆さんからのね
Over
フィードバックは
here.
かなりちゃんと見てますんで、それらを含めて
Sorry, everybody.
できる限り要望にお答えできるように6.1していきたいと思ってます。
We are looking closely at all of your feedback,
The
and we'll
Reaper's just
fulfill
running
as
ahead
many of your requests
brainlessly?
as we possibly
Oh
can.
no, Page Turner!
まあ今まさに質問があった
Ha ha, it's a
記事
pun
の
name.
とか
That's funny.
に関してはもう
Page
今
Turner.
調整案が
That's
出て
good.
きて進んでるので、まあ何かしら手は入ります。
Am
は
I
い
gonna die here?
We are definitely a
Shit.
living dead, so we can wait and see how it goes.
でまあ
Well, I
特に
tried.
結構今ちょっと辛いんだけど
I should have just cleaved everybody. That would have been the smart thing to do.
あと白魔導士っていうのももちろんフィードバックを拝見しながら
Oh, well.
調整対象になってま
It's
すので
fine.
もうちょっとお待ちくだ
Let's
さい。
see.
We've also definitely seen your feedback about Machinist and White Mage, that you're having trouble right at the moment.
Machinist and White Mage are having trouble?
So please wait just a little longer.
あとは竜騎士でねジャンプの硬直をもうちょっと短くっていうのも硬直を短くする対応は入れて今テスト中なので、まあそういうプレイフィールに関わるところ、それから数値バランスに関わるところ、今回ね 6.1 また大きなプログラムコストかけて調整していけるので、
God, I
で
don't
今
even.
日ここに上げてない名前のジョブもいろいろやりますんで、
大事なところ。
吉田が言わなかったっていう
Sometimes the
とこ
Iron
言
Giant
って
cleaves the
黒い
meteors.
煙が
That's
出る
true.
よく表現されるんで
Sometimes.
すけど、いろんなジョブ手入れますん
But
で
also, whatever,
はい
it's
お待ち
fine.
ください。
Shouldn't I have been the one to pull
We're
this?
also looking at dragoons who are concerned about the jump animation lock being too long.
This
We're
guy's
gonna
super
try to
dead.
shorten that up. So we're gonna adjust
Is he gonna
things
die?
that affect the feel of your gameplay, in addition to just the numbers. And of course, I'd like to say that even if I didn't specifically mention
No.
your job today, we're still looking at feedback
His
and
name
making
is
adjustments for
Steampig.
those too. So
I don't know about
please do
that.
not descend on us in a cloud of black smoke because I'm scared.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では次の質問です。前半で
It almost sounds like they're finishing up, but I know they're not.
Given that we now have Sage and Reaper, will you be increasing the number of glamour plates? リーパーと賢者が増えました
Oh
が
god, here we
ミラー
go.
ジュプレ
Everybody
ー
get
ト増えません
back.
か
ミラプリ関
You
連はですね
recognize somebody?
処理のアップデート、まあ数を増やすとか、
Oh,
プレー
Page,
トだったら数を増やすと
no.
か、ミ
Page
ラプリを反映でき
Turner.
るエリアを増
Turned
や
your
すとか
final page.
チェストのサイズを増やす。
What if I like went
まあい
like
ろんな候補があって、それぞれのコスト出しが終わって、
What if
まあ
I
やっぱ
pulled
順番
him
に
this
しか
way like this?
対応できないので
Bing!
まず
Come here, you!
最初の8.6.1ではプレートの複数枚追加を行います。
I tried.
So there are various
Look.
requests that we need to address.
Normally I
related
wouldn't.
to the glamour system, like your
But
the
that
number
guy's
of
tanking it
plates,
wrong,
the areas
so-
that you can use them in.
Oh,
the size of
somebody
your
agreed with
glamour
me.
dresser. We can really
I'd
only
agree with me
address
too if I were
these,
you.
Slowly in a systematic way. But we are working on it, and in 6.1 we will increase the number.
That was
of
scary.
で何枚が増えるのがその嬉しいかっていうのはちょっと個人差があるので何とも言えないですけど、それなりの枚数
Toxic, yeah. No, actually, that's like not toxic at all. I
The amount of places
The more
that we wanted to
toxic thing
increase
is
by
pulling
sort
him
of
into the
differs
wrong
by
spot.
person. I can't tell you exactly how many we're adding, but I think it should be sufficient for the time being.
でまあそれを第一弾
blue
と
is
しつつ
tank, yes. Blue is tank, green is healer, red
ボックスの
CPS.
中に幻影としてしまえる数に関しても
Oh,
大きく
man.
引き上げようとしていますし、それらあと着替えられる反映できる場所を増やしたいとか、それらいろいろ今やってますので、順次スケジュールが決まったら、まあとにかく 6.1 からミラージュプレート関連いろいろミラプリ関連ねアップデ
Here,
ー
I'll
トして
go
い
to
き
my
ますよと
house,
いうこと
my
だけ
FC
お伝え
house.
します。
And yes, we are
Because
definitely
we got a new
increasing how many
exterior.
pieces you can store in your dresser and how many places you can use these plates. So when we can fit them in the schedule, starting in 6.1, we will
FC,
be adding
free
more
company.
features.
We got this exterior.
ありがとうございます。Thank you very
This
much.
fancy one.
では次の質問です。Next question. Will we be able to obtain gear such as Imperial Officers' armor and uniforms, Galarian Gunblades, Imperial Lab Coats,
Yeah, the cafe,
and
it's
Shallian Forum
huge.
members' uniform in the future? なるほど。
Nice and
今後
fancy, yes.
ガレマール
You
帝国の
can't.
帝国士官の鎧
I'll
や
show
服
you.
帝国式ガンブレードや帝国学者のコート
We're thinking of moving
またシャ
to
ーレンの
or not
銀制
Idleshire.
服など
Wow.
を入手できるようになりませんか
Ishgard.
まずシャーレアのギリ
So I think we're gonna try for that.
予定がある。
We've been in Shirgane for 4 years.
So first of
5
all,
years?
the Imperial
What?
officer
How many years?
uniform is something
many
we
years.
have already decided on.
まあこれまで帝国はやっぱこう敵として描くことが多くて、なかなかそのガレマール帝国の内面とか人間としてのそのガレアン人を描く機会がなかったので、まあやめてたんですけど、
But
まあ行月のフィナーレでそういったところを
But you
描
can
け
cheat
た
your
の
way
で、
in
これから
by changing your house exterior
ゼロ以降
a couple of
のハッチ
times.
報酬
So I've been in
みたいな
there.
形で増やしていくのはまあありかな。そろそろ
I
解
wish
禁して
you
も
could
いい
get
か
in
な
there
とは思って
normally.
ます。
Yes, the window we were staring out
Up until 6.0,
at our
we
neighbors that were standing
had
over
mostly
there.
shown the Garleans as just these ruthless enemies. We hadn't really had an opportunity to show the
We're gonna
normal
switch
people or,
houses.
other perspectives of
We're
that
gonna
story.
vacate the
But now
premises.
that we've done that, I think we could start releasing some gear that is Garlean themed.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
Garter suds
だん
is
だん残り時間
this
も少な
one.
くなってきましたが、もう数問いきたいと思います。
This outfit I've had since 1.0, like actually the same pieces. This is the outfit. This is the actual
Do you plan
clothing.
to implement the songs that played on the radio in Garemald
and
as an orchestral role?
oh,
ガレマルドのラジオから流れていた
Are we gonna get that as an orchestral role?
として実装する予定はありますか？
ああ、俺人気高いですもんね。
いいですよね。私も好き。
It's awfully popular.
I like it.
パッチ 6.1 でですね、ノイズが入ってるやつ、皆さんがメインストーリーで聞いたやつ、あれのオーケストリオン風の実装が決まってます。はい。
And yes, we have decided to implement the version you hear on the radio
Nice!
with the
It's such a creepy
distortion in
song.
it, as an orchestrion in 6.1.
That's great.
なんか
I'm
あ
glad
れ
they're gonna
ノイ
do
ズが入っ
that.
てないやつと入ってるバージョンがあって、
Where's
どっちよ
my-
っていう話だったんですけど、まあそけんがサウンドディ
That's
レ
not
クター
old
として
enough.
ゲーム体験に
I want-
密接に絡んでるのはノイズ入ってる方だから、
Where is
まあ、そっちで
it?
まず実装しましょうっていう判断をしてたんで、そっちが実装されます。はい。
We actually have a version both with distortion and without distortion, but Soken felt that as sound director, he wanted to give people something as close to the in-game experience of hearing it for the first time as possible for the orchestrion, so we're going with the distorted version first.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. では続いてです。
Oh god. What do I have here?
Will we able to take up residence in Charlean or the lunar
Residence in
facilities that the
Charlean.
operates worked so hard to make some one day?
Man.
Even just apartments would be fine. レポリットが頑張って作ってくれた月の居住地やシャーレアンにはいつか住めるようになりますか？アパルトメントでもいいです。
サムデーでいいんですよね。
Yeah, it would be like having a school dorm, right?
まあね。
Here. Do you see this? Here's my old
まあもう
Screenshot.
まずは石ガルドに住んでくれよ。
An ancient
追いつかないよ
screenshot.
Please just try living in Ishgard first. We cannot keep up.
of 1.0.
もうね、まあまあその今回ね。
That's not Pat.
ハウジングの抽選システム
That's not Cog.
し、まあ
His name is Sassy Pants
さらにこう
Ashura.
シャワーをね大幅増強していくっていうのもまあ発表させて
He
もらったので
always sat in this one spot.
ハウジングに関してもやっぱり
He was a
や
crafter.
っていきたいとは思ってるんだけど、
And
マジで追いつかない
I would come sit down next to him. But he never
I mean,
once
yes,
acknowledged me.
So for 6.1, we've come up with the lottery system for housing. We've
He
also
never
announced we're
acknowledged my
increasing the overall amount
presence.
of
And we were
housing,
even
so
dressed the
it's not like
same.
we won't do it or we don't want to do it, but maybe slow down a little bit.
Can you believe that?
まあ住め
Tonight.
たら良いですね。
Have I seen him since?
If we could, that would be nice.
When our
would be
servers
nice.
split, I went to Hyperion and he went to
次の
Sargatanas.
質問いきましょう。
And then he
Next
quit.
question. Will you add minions for Emmet Selk?
No, he was a
Hades,
real
and
person.
Xenos?
うん。
エメトセルクやハーデス、ゼノスの
I may or may not have looked him
実装
up
されます
after
か？
the calamity, okay?
まあここはそのまあ何度も
But yeah.
言ってる通りやっぱり役目
Yep, a real one
を
lost
終え
the
てないキャラ
calamity.
クターっていう
Turns out he was the guy I high-fived in high school. Oh
全
no.
権指揮取ってるところでもあって
Oh no.
キャラクターのミニオンを出す出さない僕が全部
That's not
判断してるん
good.
ですけどまあ両月まで来たのでまあありかなとは思ってます。はい。
Let's see, do I have another?
Yeah, I'm the one who decides who we put out as minions. And
Oh.
I always
Me.
hold back on putting out minions of characters whose roles are not yet done in the
Ah,
story.
here we go.
But I think now that we've done
This is so
Endwalker,
weird.
we
The
can consider
faces.
doing those.
The faces in
ゼノ
1.0
スあたりは本望
are
がね
like
くっついてくる
so
わけでしょ
different looking
許されついてくることを許されてるわけでしょ。
from how they are now.
Is it okay to put Xenos?
I
as
changed my
the minion?
face
You're just
though.
gonna
This
follow
isn't
you
the same
everywhere?
face I had.
He should be happy.
I am very similar
はい、
looking.
ありがとうございます。それでは次で本日の最後の質問にしたいと思います。So the next question will be the last question of today.
She's cuter now. She is cuter
And
now,
the
I
question
agree.
is, do you have any updates
yeah.
regarding female Rosgal? なるほど。
Oh, female
ロスガル女
Hrothgar.
性について何かアップデート情報はありますか？
いや
そういえば。
僕らようやく行月出したばっかなんだよ今。
It's so weird to look at though.
Finally,
can you see that
finally
they're,
we're
like-
done with Endwalker. Okay.
They're
ね
like
グラフィックスのアップデート
kind of
も
like
やるしね
weird looking graphics. It's like
ただもちろん忘れて
slightly
ません。
scuffed. Because my
And yes,
shaders
we are
never
working on a
worked
graphic
right.
update. But
It
no,
looks
we have
bad.
not forgotten about female Hrothgar.
There
えーと
are
アート
uncanny
チーム
valley
の方
vibes
に
for sure.
ロスガル女性のアートワークを何パターンも描いてもらい、その中から今、
Right.
2系統にし
Yeah, the bloom
デザイン
also,
デザイン
yeah.
を進めつつ、それをどうやってその
Thomas, you would have
新しい
hated my druid
キャラ
from
クタークリエー
D&D.
ションにこう
She didn't wear shoes
なんだ
either.
仕様設計していくかっていうところまで今来てるので、まあもちろん実装するとなるとね、まだ時間はかかりますが、着実に
Nasty.
進んでます。
So right now we've had the art team draw a variety of styles for possible female Hrothgar designs. We've picked 2 of them, and we're currently
Oh.
thinking about how those would look and what adjustments we would have to involve in putting those into character creation. So obviously it's going to be some time before we can actually implement them as a race, but we are working and we are making progress.
Nice. So Hrothgar are on the way at some
コメ
point.
ントもありますけど
Yeah, I hope the women are buff too.
People are saying, "Are you really going to do it though?" And if I say I'm going to do something, I will do it.
だってやるって言ったんだもん。
Come on, guys.
Said I do it.
You think that he'd lie?
あとね、なんか使う人少ないんじゃないっていうコメントもあると思うんですけど、
He
僕はね
wouldn't lie.
もうここまで来たらね
Yoshi wouldn't lie.
多いとか少ないじゃないと思うんですよ。全種族がそれぞれ平均的に人気になるなんてことはなくて、
There are also people saying, but probably not that many people will play as female Hrothgar. But I'm thinking, we've come this far, and it's not really a matter
Here.
of
Here's my
will
doodle.
they be super
Let
popular.
me just, like,
It's
shove
not
all
like
this stuff
everyone needs
on
to use
here.
all races equally.
This
その
is
世
my
界に多様な種族、見た目を持った人たち、
yeah.
それから
There
内
she
面の個
is.
性を持ったさまざまな
There's
プレイ
the
ヤー
girl.
がいるっていうことが世界の広がりをすごく感じられる、まさしく一人でもみんなでも遊べる RPG が目指すところでもあると思ってるので
I'm just waiting
だ
for
から
this to
多い
end.
使ってる人が多いとか少ないとかもう
Yeah,
関係がな
I've
いから
drawn her a
ここま
few
で来る
times.
と思ってるので、まあきっちり
But
実装
this
してい
is
く
the one that I
つもりは
used on our actual playing board.
So, people decide what characters to play for a lot of different reasons. We'll focus on the inside or the outside, and some people may play a lot of this type of character or not a lot of type of the other character. That really gives the world
Nasty
flavor
feet.
and variety.
Come on.
And especially because we're aiming to be a game that you can play solo or with friends. To be honest, we're not that overly focused on oh, everybody will play this thing equally as long as everyone's having a good time.
もうそれを言った途端さ、新しい種
I don't
族
think I
のア
have
イディアを
anything
次
in
々
here
言
that I
うんじゃ
haven't
ないよ
shown
君らって
anybody.
思うのよ。
And of course,
I
because
don't
I
draw
said
very
that, now
often.
everyone is coming out with their ideas for new races we should add. Please, please no.
思い出してくれ。5.0 を発表する
You've
時の
given me enough money to afford shoes.
ファンフェス
She doesn't
を思い
want
出してい
shoes.
ただきたい。ロスガルの男性とビエラの女性をファイナルファンタジー14の種族実装の最後にしたいって思い出していただきたい。
Oh yeah, I drew
Please
her
remember,
and Nox
when
on
I
stream
presented Vera and
for
Hrothgar at the 5.0 announcement,
for,
and I said this is the
Inktober
last one.
one
This
year,
is the
like
last
2
one we're
years ago,
doing.
3 years ago.
Remember that, guys?
いいコメントがありました。みんな非化線の記憶力なんて曖昧だって知ってるよねって。So, I mean,
Yeah.
I
I
found
feel
it
like
comment,
Nox
you
looks
know,
better than
the
Lammy in it, but
memory of the warrior of the light.
I like his face.
ならば覚えていろ。
You
ロ
know?
スガルの女性を持って種族実装を最後にしたいと私は思っている。
Okay. Well, if
She
your
was a fun
memory was vague
character.
up to this point, remember it now. The female Hrothgar is the last one I want to do.
Female Hrothgar's the last one.
ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. So, これで、今日の Q&A はここまでとしたいと思います。
These are very-
So,
well,
this is
thank
the
you.
conclusion of today's Q&A
And then
session.
this
Thank you very
one.
much for sending lots of questions.
Here you go.
はい、ということで、
She sits.
PLL の残りの時間ですが、締めに行く前にもう一つトピックがあると
There are some feet for you, Thomas.
So before closing today's letter live, we have one more topic to share.
何でしたっけ？
ハウジングの件です。
あ、そうだっけ？
はい、
なんかここから PC がなくなったから。
I have
何するんだっけと思っちゃった。
画面が出ます。
はい、画面出してくださいじゃあ。
He's like, what? What is this?
Oh!
ちょっとね、パッチ
Housing plot sales
6.1 以
from patch
降の土地
6.1
販売に関して
Here, let's,
アナウンスとともにね、ちょっと皆さんの意見も聞いておきたいところがあります。はい。
Okay, so I have an announcement about the housing plot sales from patch 6.1, and I'd also like
Here.
to ask you guys a question.
Let's go here.
まず抽選販売についての補足です。
First, let's go over some details for plot sales.
どうぞ。まず
Pog
1回の
lottery.
応募につき1プレイヤーキャラクター1回どこか1箇所のみ応募可能って言ってましたけど、FC のハウスを買うとき FC 全体で1回じゃなくて所属してるメンバー1回ずつ応募できるので
Thank you, Suraden.
これはも
Thank you.
う大きい FC の方が
The blanketed teleport. I pulled it up.
Okay, so for the lottery system that we announced, we did announce that each player may only enter the lottery for one plot of land during each lottery period. But when it comes to the free company, it's not like the free company entirely only gets one entry. Every single member from the free company can enter.
Okay.
In that sense, then yes.
Guys, time to make a bunch of alts and have them join our FC so that we can enter 512 times.
非常に大きなコミュニティを一生懸命運営していて、メンバーもアクティブにたくさんいるっていう状況でFC ハウスがないっていうところがやっぱ抽選上有利に働くっていうところは
Yeah, huge FCs get priority. Yep.
それこそが FC のそのサイズの力かなとは思ってるのでこういうルールにしてます。
I mean, after all,
Sanka buys a
it is a
house.
multiplayer game, and we want to support the community. So if you have a big, active, free company, we want you to be able
this
to
is
have a
not
house.
great. You're right.
And so that's
This sucks for
sort
us.
of the reason that large free companies are getting a little bit of an advantage here.
でただですねこれなんか40人いるからめっちゃい
Can
ろん
I,
な土地に応募しようぜってやったとしてもですよ1個を買うっていう時に全員でそこに抽選申し込むっていうのはもちろん有利かな、数の
Can I invite people to return?
バラバラにやると
I can't.
仮にバラバラに当選するとそれ
Did you know that?
ギル没収ですからね
Fun fact.
当然
Maybe this is rude. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but it's been 145 days since Paige's last Final Fantasy
you're only
XIV
going to
stream.
end up with one house for your free company. So yes, if you all enter for the same spot,
Where did
you
the
probably
year
have an
go?
advantage.
What the heck?
However, if you all distribute yourself among different plots, I mean, you may just end up losing money that way because in the end, you're only going to get one house.
あとハウス購入権利を FC メンバーに渡すって結構でかい権限を渡すことになるので、なんかポットで人集めてくればいいじゃんみたいなの多分怖くてできないと思いますよ。あとその権限を渡せる仕様も今回 6.1 もう変わってるのでそんなに簡単じゃないと思います。
Please tell me more about this lottery system.
Also, it's first of all, we'll be making some changes to the rights to purchase land in 6.1, but also, I mean, in order to apply for this lottery system, your free company members need to be given the right to purchase land on behalf of your free company, which is sort of an important right to give people. So we don't really think that most free companies are going to be going around shouting out for randos to come help do this because it's putting themselves at risk.
とはいえ抽選ではあるのでみんなでこう一気に応募したけど当たらなかったもあり得るので
How does the guild get
though please
used?
remember that it's still possible that if you all enter, you still might not win. That's just how it is.
You all have to have the guild to enter, right?
で応募時に全額土地代を支払
Oh
っていただきます
man! Oh jeez.
There's also
Okay.
the point that when you enter the lottery, you must pay the full price of the plot.
で落選した時には
So each of us has to pay the full price to
当たってしま
enter.
ったらキャンセルしたら
I wonder if Vel will allow us
penalty
to
が
take
かかります
some of his gil. Just a pinch.
Obviously, if you do not win the lottery, that money will be refunded in full.
That's
But
so
if
much
you
money.
win the lottery and you decide to back out on the plot, you will lose some money on that.
どうぞ次で
That's rough.
今回
Oh, there we go. First come, first serve.
で4種類の販売方法
We're doing that one first, boys.
用意してます
Okay, so as of 6.1, we have 4 ways to purchase plots.
抽選販売の、FC 向け FC ハウ
If
ス
I
と
buy
し
this
か
house, I
購
wonder
入
if
できな
I'll
い
get
場
any
所
of the
まあ
money
抽選販売
back
の個
from
人宅
anybody.
としてしか買えない場所
That'll be everything I own.
先着早い者勝ちの FC でしか買
I
えない
guess
場
it'll
所
just be my second
先
house.
着
It already
早い
kind
者
of
勝
is.
ちで
I guess
個
I
人
should
と
just
し
pay
てしか
for it.
購入できない区みたいな感じで4種類処理としては用意されてます
So we have the lottery version that is for free companies only to buy their free company plots. We also have a first come, first serve system that you're probably used to for free company plots only. And then we have the individual lottery and the first come, first serve for individuals.
でこの次どんなページだっけ
はい
あでその販売方法のねちょっと分配に関してなんですけどハウジングエリアの区ごと通常街第1区
I only say it's my
拡張
house
街第
because
1区
that's what I
この単位ごとに僕らが調整できるんですねここは、抽選の
keep getting
FC
thrown at me.
拡張区第1区も
I only
抽選の
decorated
FC
that I'm-
でこれを
I-
個人にする
It's
こともでき
our
るし
house,
しかもパッ
comrade.
チメンテナンスを
Our
入れれば
house.
いつでも変えられるように今回作ってます
Okay, so each of these purchase systems will be applied by ward. So for instance, we can
What?
give a different system to each ward in regular neighborhoods or in
I'll let you
subdivision
in. You just
neighborhoods.
need to make sure you take your
And
shoes off
so
before you
it'll be
come
like,
in.
Imperium Ward 6
And
is
change
for
into a
free
clean
company lottery, things like
outfit
that.
too. Put your
And
clothes
we
in the
are able to
plastic
change
bag.
these every patch.
We'll burn them.
でこれはどの区がどの販売方法になってるかっていうのはゲーム内で確認できるようになってます
You will be able to confirm which wards are subject to which systems in game.
でしかもこれ最初例えば FC 用の区画として売り出して意外となんか小さいハウス買われないねってなったら僕らがメンテナンス入れて残りは個人に開放しますみたいなこともできるようになってるので混合していく区画もいずれ運用していけばあるかなと思ってます
For example, if we have something set to free company system and then all that's left are small houses that people don't really want, we can always change that later.
No, that's not gonna happen.
次どうぞで、パッチ 6.1 ではまあ全ての区画に対して FC 向けもしくは個人向けっていう
I'm sure he's a very hygienic guy.
今のところ予定
He
です
seems like the kind of
So our
elf that would be
current
very
plan is
upset
in
by
patch
being
6.1
dirty at
that we
all.
want to assign all wards to the lottery system, either for individuals or free companies.
でね、
Like-
まあ処理は
like
用意し
using
てある
a
んですけど
cloth,
早い者勝ち
A
っていうのを
handkerchief
今
to
入れ
pick
ないつも
something
りでい
up
ます
that he thinks
6.1
might have touched something
Right now,
dirty.
we are planning to not use the first come, first serve
No.
system at all in patch 6.1.
Suds would not. She'd just be like,
で一応
I got this guy's blood all over me when I beat him up, but
その早い者勝ち
you know, whatever, I
を入れようか
I wiped it off my
っていうの
face,
もある
I'm good.
なんか案としてはあったんですけどどうです皆さ
No
ん
big deal. I'll
We were
jump into
thinking
the
we could make
river.
Maybe one section only first come, first serve. But what do you guys think about that?
Our characters are filth, okay? Apparently they're... Other than Nox is a very clean, very wealthy boy. Oh, my stream froze, I'm sorry, hold on. Why is it frozen? It's so frozen, what's happening?
抽選でいいの声が多いのは多いな1区ぐらいは試しでもいいんじゃないっていう
Why is it so frozen? What's happening?
There's, I'm pretty sure the majority is saying they'd prefer to have them all lottery.
Oh,
There's
it's
a
not
decent number
frozen,
of
they were
people
looking.
saying-
Oh, it
saying,
was just really
"Hey,
quiet
just
because they were
one
reading
ward, first come,
chat.
first serve."
ただねその脳内シミュレーションしたんですけどやっぱり1区だけでも先着があると
Oh,
その
I thought it
ロ
was
グイン戦
frozen.
争がすごいだろうなと思っていて
Yeah, we
They
we
were.
tried,
They weren't
testing this,
moving.
and even if we only have one ward set to first come, first serve, it does kind of affect the login situation.
しかもそのシナリオやり
No,
たかった
come
の
to
に
Ultras,
と
come hang
か
out.
あるしそのなんか結局スタートダッシュでその先着購入できなかった人は単に抽選に回るだけで なんかその徒労感というか疲れた感を少数の人のためだけにやるのはどうなんだろうって考えたんですよ
Lamia,
今
more
回。
like
なのでもっとい
lamia.
ろんなそのハウジングの区画を増やしていけた後にやっぱりその空いてきたらとか土地がもっともっと増えて潤沢になってきた時に空いたらすぐ買えるっていう風に先着を使った方がいいんじゃないかなっていうのが今の僕の考えです。
I'm thinking about people who want to log in to do, main scenario
Lamia
or
is where you
other
go to
things.
buy
We don't want to
cheap
increase
things,
the login
yeah.
queue, and I'm sort of thinking that if you all try to go for the first come first serve, you're going to be really tired by the time you get to going over to the lottery and trying to win that. So it might be better to just wait on first come first serve until we have a lot more housing available for everybody.
That's what you want us to think. Just wait. I don't think so. I'm gonna rush that thing as soon as the server's
それ
open.
で良さそうだねみんなね。そう言ってくれて。
A significant number of people seem to agree with that.
よ
My
し
face
じゃ
hurts.
あ今回は
Inside my face
先
hurts.
着なしでいこうかなと思います。まあ、よりねもし先着でっていう意図が強いとかいうのがこんなアイディアあるんだけどっていう場合はフォーラムなどにねまたちょっとお寄せいただけると助かります。
So yeah, I'm thinking we'll just go with the lottery system for now, but if you feel strongly opposed or you have another idea of how we could do things, please feel free to comment on the forums.
はい。
I need to watch the end of the live letter.
以上で、土地販売についてのお知らせでした。
I need to
So
see
that's
it.
it for housing plus sales. OK。
はいありがとうございました。
さて、ということで、
Did we do
第
it?
68回 PLL の内容は大体これ
Did
で
we do it?
全て完了いたしました。So this is all about today's Final Fantasy
Yes!
from the Producer Live number 68. And then before closing, we have some announcements. So let's check it. このまま締めに向かう前に、いくつかお知らせ事項が例によってございますので、そちらの確認をさせていただきたいと思います。はい、画面お願いします。最初のお知らせです。The first topic is フリートライアルです。
Hey,
フリートライアルが
Basker!
2
Are you still
月
here?
22日から
You can
順次
start
再開
playing
い
in
たします。
3 days. 4 days. On
We
Tuesday.
will resume
Free trial.
14 free trial on February 22nd and onwards. I mean,
Are you ready?
公式ストア何箇所かで配布してるところがあるんですけど、準備ができ次第順次という形になり
まあ
ます。
そろそろ大丈夫そうだという判断をしま
To
した
answer
の
your
で、
question, I was not
2022
pogging to hurt
2月
myself.
22日から、
になら
I was
順次、再開していく
Opening my mouth normally
まあそのうちね
to stretch my jaw, and it was popping and it hurt
あげ
myself.
たいなと思っ
Okay.
てたりはします。
We're trying to start slow here, but yes,
I'm stretching it.
February 22nd, 2022,
Ow.
we will resume regular free trials and expand it from there.
はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。では次です。The next one, the next letter from the producer live. As 冒頭で
6 a.m.
第69回 Final Fantasy XIV プロデューサーレターライブを3月4日
Who wants to have a 6 a.m. Friday stream?
いたします。So as we mentioned earlier, the next
I'll
letter
talk
from the
about it on
producer
that
live
Friday,
will
but I'm
be,
not going to watch it.
Streamed on March 4th Friday, and then starting 8 p.m. Japan time.
You might
という
even
ことで
work. Oh
内容
no.
はパッチ 6.1 コンテンツ特集パート1ということになります。So the content will be the patch 6.1 content part 1.
I couldn't.
So
I
please look forward.
I would have to stay
で
up for it.
こうサーバー
And also I
いわゆ
worked
る
that day, so.
14のデータセンターの拡張とかってまあ今年の夏から順次始めていくまあその第一弾になる日本データセンターのワールドリーグループに関しては
It's
今
fine.
詳細の
I'm
内
sure
容
it's
を
not
告
anything
知できる
super
準備
important.
をしているのでこの3月4日の
Probably.
放送の中で皆さんにどういうスケジュー
And
ルで
there
やっ
will
てい
be
くの
like
とどういうグループになるのというのをお知らせできればと思ってますの
translations to look
で
at anyway.
そこまでもうちょっと今準備してますんでお待ちいただければと思います。
We'll also be covering the server
Shame
expansions
that the
that'll be
69th one
starting this
is
summer, and
not
talking
available
about
to
the
us,
first
though.
set of those, which is Japan, and the way that we'll be regrouping worlds and the schedule.
ただ1個言っておくとデータセンタートラベルを入れる前にはやらないので
Okay, I'm gonna start looking.
データセンタートラベルができる状態にはなってるので
who's alive
まあ
still.
もちろんねそのリグループっていうところなので4つ目の DC が出来上がるってことにはなるんですけど行き来はできるしある意味日本 DC 全体でなんていうの固定を組むみたいなこともできるのでその辺も合わせてお伝えしていくのでどうぞ焦らずちょっとお待ちいただければと思います。
Max is
Don't
playing
freak out.
the King of Fighters.
We have data center travel working already. So all this server stuff will be
Do you
happening
guys like
after
watching
that is
fight
available.
games?
はい
はい。
お待ちください。それでは続いてのお知らせです。So the next
You learned a
announcement
VTuber thing but
is the
forgot?
reminder of the Endwalker
Don't I have a big
soundtrack.
workday tomorrow? I
We are now
do.
taking the pre-order for this
It's
soundtrack,
fine.
and then we'll be out on February 23rd.
I'm quite tired,
next
but
Wednesday.
I still have enough
So
time to get a
please
full night's
make
sleep
your,
before I have to get up.
Pre-order if you do not do yet. サウンドトラックエンドウォーカー魚月のフィナーレのサウンドトラックが来週ですねいよいよ2月23日水曜日に発売を迎えて現在予約受付中でございます。まだ予約されてない方いらっしゃればぜひこの機会によろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい。では次です。続いて The next one is another pre-order announcement.
Ooh, a
We
print
are
collection.
Now taking a pre-order for the Final Fantasy XIV print collection. Third
That looks
installment. And then these
expensive.
will be available.
Is that $330?
4月30日発売の FF
Ugh.
制限が第3弾のお知らせです。
Is
全7種類の
Square Enix prices, holy shit, man.
ページお願いします。
Who can afford it?
These are the artworks
Aww.
that will be available on April 30th.
They've got ones I
7 種
want.
類になりまして、で現物がどんなのかというと、
Yeah, I'd
今
rather
日
just
私
have
の後ろに
prints
ずっ
too.
とありましたの
Do
が
they come with like
こちら
frames or something?
サンプルで
That's weird.
こんなようなサイズ感。よいセット。ね、こちら。ね。This is actually one of the examples of the
Oh, are they limited? Is that why?
ね、こんなサイズです。
Ugh.
はい。
Are they having a print book? Maybe, huh?
もんです。ぜひご検討
Okay, I'm gonna. I'm not gonna watch them show
では
off
続
things
い
I
てまい
can't
りまし
afford.
ょう。The next announcement. So this is we are now running the collaboration with the Square Enix Cafe in Tokyo. 東京のスクエニカフェで FF14 コラボが現在実施されております。
It's
こ
cute!
ちら期間の通り3月25日まで行っておりまして、いろんな限定メニューとかコラボアイテム
Yeah, I saw pictures of the La Parrot bun.
So this collaboration will last until March 25th. So there are some special menu and then some dedicated.
Yeah, I wish I could
merchandise,
go to
so
Japan
please
so
check
that
it
I
out.
could eat there, but I
はい、という
can't.
ことで
So
よろ
I
しくお願いい
guess
たし
that's
ます。
it.
はい。そして最後にもう一つお知らせがございます。We are hiring ということで、FF14 を一緒に作ろうという方、現在ゲームデザイナーとグラフィックスエンジニアの募集を行っておりますので、どれどれと
I
思っ
wish.
た方
I
は
wish.
ぜひともリンク先をご覧いただければと思います。
まあグラフィックスエンジニアはね、
I
腕の
can
いい
make
人
a
がなかなか
scuffed
捕まるわけじゃない
VTuber.
ん
Is
で
that good enough to be a
まあ
graphics
誰も取ってのはある
engineer?
んです
I
けど
engineered
今ガリ
myself.
ガリコード書いて
Tend
る
to lie on a
んですけ
resume.
ども
Oh.
っと増やせればもっと
Yeah.
なん
Yeah.
ていうのや
Yeah.
れることも
Graphic
増える
design's my passion.
もう我こそはというね非課線
I'm very passionate.
要は
エンジニアの方
グラフィックスのコード書けるよっていう方はですねぜひ
I can't.
ある程度能力に応じてご待遇もご用意しますので
Oh, I don't even know what this
ぜひぜ
means.
ひ
What does a
あとまあ
graphics engineer
デザイ
even
ナーも
do?
ですねまあ随分この前お話ししてから応
Who knows?
募もたくさんいただいて採用された方もいらっしゃるんですけどまだ
Too
まだ
easy to lie, just be super
規模
confident
拡大していきたいの
sounding.
でぜひご検討ください
Yeah,
Okay.
so having a surprisingly hard time finding graphics engineers. So and if we had more, we could really increase the number of things we could do.
I love designing
Um,
houses.
So,
Yeah.
we thought we'd ask the Warriors of Light if you have graphics engineering skills, please join us, and game designers as well. Please feel free to apply.
My two pork facts.
まあ
That's
今
right.
ちょっととはいえ全くの素人じゃダメでしょって書いてるんですけど
What?
ゲームデザイナーに関しては
Alright.
前回放送のアーカイブが
Alright,
多
guys.
分残ってるんで
I'm
見ても
gonna
らえればいいんですけどそっから今
Start a
リードやってる
raid.
やつとかもいるぐらいなので14はもう
Actually,
課題
Iron
の
Mouse is
応募は
playing Resident Evil 2, so
なんだろう 試験のように ID 1個考
That's what I'm
えてきてく
gonna do,
だ
I
さいと
guess.
かなんでそんなの別に Excel とか Word 使えばできると
I think I'm gonna cut it short.
関係ないです
I'm not gonna
あんまり
watch to the very end of this.
はい
Oh,
People are saying,
tomorrow.
don't
Oh,
we need
shit.
experience to be game designers,
Um,
even if you say it's okay not to? And no, really, I mean,
Later
as long as
today.
you can use Word and Excel, you'll be okay. So even if you've not done this specific job
Huh?
before, consider joining us.
そうか条件が悪いんじゃないとか
What?
こう
I use-
契約
I know
社
how
員
to
でしょ
use
どう
Word
せ
and
みたいな
Excel.
書かれてますけど私ずっと契約社員ですよ
Iron
契約
Mouse
社員の
doesn't
方
have
が給料上がりや
udders.
すいんですよ
What?
僕正社員オファー蹴ってた人間ですからねいらないっつって
No, later today I
A lot
will
of
be
people are saying,
playing.
oh, it's probably because you're only offering contract positions or something. And I'm
Well-
saying, I was a contractor. I've been a contractor for this whole time.
I
because
got my
it's easier to
flippers
know how much
on
I'm going to be
a
paid.
copy
あ
of
の
Banjo
正社員
Kazooie.
っていう
So maybe that, if I can get it to work.
働き方の 部下が増えちゃって、
We'll see.
契約社員が正社員の評価をするのはおかしいだろう
Otherwise-
って会社に言われて
I don't
いやお
know.
かしいな
Maybe it'll be
なん
a
かその給与制度だろう
Mario
って
Kart
言
night
っ
or
て
something, you know?
じゃあ正社員でもいい
Mario
けど
Kart.
いくらくれんの
If Banjo
って言
Kazooie
って僕
doesn't
正社員に
work,
な
I'll
って
do
る
Mario Kart.
At some point, I was told I started supervising all these people who were permanent employees, and the company was like, "Yeah, it's kind of weird that we have a contract
no, my
employee who's
Banjo-Kazooie
supervising all these
character
permanent
voice?
employees,
Uh-oh.
so can you stop?" And I was like, "I think the labor system is the problem here, but okay, how much money will you give me?" And that's how I became a permanent employee.
正直スクエアエニックスという会社の福利
Alright.
厚生は素晴らしくいいです
Well,
契約社員
Sing the
ってい
Banjo
うその
song.
雇用形態が違ったとしても、本当にすごく良い福利厚生状態なので選択する人も増えてますよ
The
どっち
one
ってい
that
う
goes Banjo
ただこれ
Kazooie,
もちろん
Banjo
それは
Kazooie.
価値観の違いなので
There's no words to sing.
どんどん上がっていくことができる
If we do Mario Kart, you won't tell Saren this time.
正直
Alright, deal.
僕を見てもらえれば
Deal.
跳ねっ返りが
Um,
一番よくやれる会社なんで
Yeah, maybe,
夢
you
は
know
あ
what?
る会社かなと
You know what? For the sake of,
We have a good
I
working
know it'll
system,
work.
And, you can get promoted
So maybe
here.
I should just do
Obviously,
Mario
people's
Kart because
values
I'm
are
probably
different, so,
going
you
to
know,
be
if you're thinking,
quite
I want
busy
to be a permanent
tomorrow,
employee versus a
all the way
contract
up till
employee,
stream
that's also
time.
fine. But yeah, we do
So-
have a good working
Yeah,
environment
be prepared.
here,
We'll do
so
that probably.
Just so you know.
I haven't tested my ability to capture my super legit Banjo-Kazooie. So,
残業このために残業まあ自分で申請してもらう
Mario Kart, plan for Mario Kart,
お願いする
8:30 p.m.
お願いする場合
Eastern
全部お金ちゃんと
tomorrow,
支払いするっていうのが大事
Saturday.
Of course, people are asking about how
Yes.
much unpaid overtime they have to do.
They're
But,
talking
actually,
about-
we don't do
they're
that
talking
here.
about
If
unpaid
we
overtime.
work
I don't-
overtime, we write the reason, and then we get paid
What?
overtime money.
You get overtime?
はいという
Oh,
わ
what
け
the
で
hell?
正しく
Alright, I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna raid Iron Mouse. She's playing Resident Evil 2. Please give her an eek and be nice and all
Cut
that.
off
You know,
here for now,
whatever.
but yes, if you're interested, please.
Thank you all so much for coming out. I'm sorry we couldn't play some Animal Crossing, but, you know, thanks for watching Live Letter, watching some
And then,
weird,
before
kind of dull
closing,
Final
we'd like
Fantasy,
to
whatever.
take some final comments.
Oh, yeah. See y'all tomorrow.
で最後締めの前に
Get some good sleep. Drink some water. Eat something tasty. Take care.
So, Keston, please.
まあ、久しぶりに、このような通訳をできて楽しかったですね。いろいろ設定について、まあ、通訳できてよかったです。これからもよろしくお願いします。Hi everybody, it's been a while since I've been able to do this kind of interpretation, and I was really happy that I got to do so much talking about lore while doing so.